And I thought, well, if I do that, I'm going to prison for the rest of my life, because who are they going to believe? This well-to-do, upstanding citizen, which a lot of very good serial killers tend to be, or the homeless kid? His word against mine. Well, not his word, 'cause he's dead, but like, how does it look? I've always led this quiet life. I'm a ghostwriter. I work in the shadows. I write other people's books for a living and put their names on it. And then all of a sudden I had The Man Who Hacked the World come out. Tons of people were reading it. It was one of the most biggest bestsellers in my publisher's history. It was like everyone wanted to know about John all of a sudden, but then they want to know about me.
What was the first thing that he said to you?
He said, "You must be the writer." I had to understand where the darkness lives and how evil is born. This is like the opportunity of a lifetime. It's John McAfee. She's like, "The murderer? Who is the real John?" I knew John better than anybody, almost anybody alive. That was my job. It's what I do. And I don't know, call it like youthful confidence and naivety or stupidity or
balls of steel.
Or balls of steel. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, I sound cool. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, as always, it's both an honor and a pleasure to welcome my next guest to the podcast. He's been a ghostwriter of 8 Amazon #1 bestsellers. He was John McAfee's personal biography, which we got a good link in Jimmy Watson to that. A guest favorite for sure on the show. He's worked on the Long Island serial killer case amongst a bunch of other ones that we're going to dig into, and he was the founder of We Hunt Serial Killers Project. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Alex Cody Foster.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming, man. Such an interesting array of different projects that you've worked on and been a part of. I'm really looking forward to getting into it because there's so many parallels with some of the stuff that I've done and that a lot of our guests that we've had on have done also. But just a quick lightning round before we kind of get into the meat and potatoes. What's the last full book that you've read?
The last full book that I've read, that's a really interesting question because, as you know, my job is to write. That's all I do. I've written dozens of books at this point in my life, and I think the last book that I read was Mindhunter, about serial killers by John Douglas.
Was there a singular takeaway?
The singular takeaway was that there are likely a lot more serial killers among us than we think.
That actually do it, or that just are capable of doing it? That
actually do it.
Really?
But they're so sophisticated and intelligent and good at what they do, and they're so mature in their MO that they just fly under the radar of law enforcement.
So, I mean, is it where they're so good that they make things look like accidents or natural causes? And
absolutely.
Really?
Yeah, they make it look like accidents. That's the key case that I'm working these days is what the media has dubbed the Smiley Face killer theory. And the whole idea behind that, the whole thing that I was investigating with my partner at the time was that these are just accidental drownings all across the country, typically young college-age males who go out for a fun time, go to the bar, get drunk, and then randomly, haphazardly stumble into a body of water and drown.
Wow.
However, that is not the case, and it is my belief that these kids are being targeted by a group of serial killers who've been in operation for over 30 years and are so sophisticated in their methodology that they cover them up as drownings.
And it's like a small group of them that are coordinated and actually communicate with each other and plan it like together?
I think it's actually quite a large group.
Really?
I believe that it's several dozen members at least.
But they're an actual almost society, like they know who each other are and they communicate and
work together.
Have meetings or like what?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Do they Zoom call and fucking dig into?
I mean, for their fucking case, I hope it's not Zoom. I don't think
they'd get caught. I think if it was on Zoom, but
probably Telegram or probably
Yeah,
there are a bunch of ways that they can go about it to remain anonymous. And I think that they started. Well, we don't have to get in the meat and potatoes of that just yet, but yeah, that book made me realize that. What the FBI thinks, that there are several dozen active serial killers in America at any one time, I think is inherently wrong. I think there is a subset of killer that has not been discovered yet just for the sole fact, that they are so good at what they do. They're such like perfect monsters in a way that we just can't conceive of them.
I mean, I know at the risk of going too far down this rabbit hole, I guess one question I would ask is that what makes you so sure of that?
What makes me so sure of that?
Yeah.
After working with John, who not many people know, but I believe was a serial killer, at the end of our time together, I discovered that he was allegedly responsible for the deaths of 5 people, maybe more. And not many people know that. It's in the book, but it's not in the Netflix documentary. After working Long Island serial killer case, after working other cases, and then working Smiley Face killer's case for the past year, almost constantly, and seeing the evidence, the eyewitness testimony, speaking to the family, speaking to law enforcement, basically getting a deep dive, obsessive, like plunge into this rabbit hole. It just, the facts don't lie.
Yeah.
The facts can't lie. And there's so many that have piled up on each other that once you're given that information, you just can't really refute it.
I guess the biggest thing that I would think in today's day and age, I could absolutely see it being relatively easy to get away with that shit 30 years ago, 40 years ago. But, you know, with cell phone cameras, ring cameras, traffic cameras, you know, shit that, you know, game trail cameras, I mean, you name it, like with all of that technology and it just being so kind of pervasive in Western society, I would think it would be exponentially more difficult to not be on camera at least once. Even if they can't identify it, it's at least kind of uncovering that it wasn't an accident.
I absolutely agree. And that's the sort of twisted brilliance of this supposed group. I believe they are a group. That is their methodology in staging these deaths as accidental drownings or death by misadventure or acute alcohol poisoning, etc. They already disrupt the investigative methods right from the start, because these aren't looked at as potential homicides. Right from the start, they're looked at as accidental drownings. So you have law enforcement, paramedics going on the scene. You know, you have very valuable evidence that just gets lost. You have surveillance cameras that should be checked to see, you know, was this kid abducted? Was he thrown in a van? Why was he here outside of this bar waiting for his girlfriend one moment and then gone the next?
Yeah.
And they don't check those cameras. The cameras, the recordings get wiped over a certain period of time. And by the time anybody really looks at it as a potential homicide, it's too late.
Yeah.
They've lost 90% of the potential evidence that they could have gathered.
Hey guys, I want to take a minute to tell you about the Mic Drop Patreon, where you can get the real mic drop experience the way it's meant to be seen. You get completely uncensored, unfiltered, and uncut episodes with nothing held back, just raw, real conversations directly from me to you, without YouTube censorship. Plus, you'll see it days before anyone else, with early premieres and exclusive bonus content that you won't find anywhere else. You get behind-the-scenes access to the show, including pre- and post-show footage, with me and the guest both in studio and on location, depending on what the guest is into and what we have going on. On top of that, we've got tons of Patreon-only perks, mic drop swag, access to exclusive merch, and the chance to submit your questions to be asked at the end of every episode. You'll also get a sneak peek at our upcoming guests, so you'll know who's in the studio weeks before anyone else. We're constantly releasing new features and dropping new content based on what you want to see. For our top tier members, you get the same Mic Drop Challenge coin that all of my guests receive from the upcoming show, which will never ever be for sale. We've got quarterly merch that's sent out directly to you, a monthly Zoom call with me where we talk about whatever you guys want to talk about, and an active group chat where we all shoot the shit on a daily basis. All of that for just a few bucks a month to support the show. Right now, we're also offering a 10% discount off an annual subscription, which means that you get more than a free month. I want to say thank you to everyone who has already signed up. Your support means that we get to keep bringing you the content that you love. So if you haven't yet, hit the link in the description or go to patreon.com/micdrop and join the team. I'll see you guys in there. Thank you.
Since the Civil War, dogs have stood alongside our military, proving to be indispensable partners. Our military prioritized ensuring proper canine nutrition for optimal performance, recognizing its vital role in mission success. Team Dog embodies that standard, offering science-based, customizable meal plans tailored to your dog's unique needs. Developed by a former Navy SEAL and canine trainer, Team Dog Food ensures the highest quality nutrition for our canine companions. Improve your dog's well-being. Be your dog's hero with Team Dog.
We'll definitely get even heavier into it as we go along. What's something you wish you were better at?
I wish I was better at investigating.
Oh, okay.
That's the thing. And that's something that I love about my job, though, is that I worked with such brilliant people. I work with law enforcement. I work with some people really high up in intelligence circles. I work with people who do things, incredible things, like I'm talking Liam Neeson Taken type shit that I'm not allowed to really talk about, but I can kind of hint at and be ambiguous about, that fascinate me. Yeah. And I work with people like you. I work with, Navy SEALs, and all these people together create the most badass, like, A-team of all. Yeah. And I wish I could do the things that they do, So if anything, I wish I could be a better investigator, but they together help me do that and help me learn how to constantly optimize my investigative experience.
Yeah, that's awesome. I was hoping you'd go for like the Kamala Harris. No, I can't think anything. I'm pretty fucking good at everything.
I'm pretty amazing. I'm not going to lie.
I wouldn't change a fucking thing.
No.
If time travel were possible, where and when would you go?
I would go to, I wouldn't go anywhere, but I would go to a time, 2009, after Satoshi Nakamoto, the alleged creator of Bitcoin. I have a theory on that. I believe I met a Satoshi, one of the Satoshis. He offered me $1 million to write his book, and crazy guy, crazy story. But I would go back to post 2009 after the Bitcoin white paper came out, and I would buy millions of Bitcoin, for sure, and I would hoard them. Yeah. And then I'd probably get assassinated because someone would find out I had all that Bitcoin. They'd just smoke my ass.
I feel like there's easier ways to make that amount of money if you have a time machine.
You're probably right.
You take a page out of the Back to the Future 2 book and just get a fucking sports almanac and come back and bet the shit out of everything.
That's a good point. And that would be more fun.
It'd be more fun. It'd be way safer, too.
That is true. I don't want to get assassinated.
As sexy as the Bitcoin thing is, agreed. Like, there's a lot that comes with that's probably not worth.
Oh, there's a dark underbelly of that world, the cryptosphere.
Well, I'll make a mental note of that, and we'll definitely get back into that because I do find it fascinating.
Cool.
Do you have a favorite quote?
Yeah. Can I tell you two?
Tell me 5 if you want.
Sweet. All right. I have a few. One by Henry David Thoreau. Birds do not sing in caves. That's meant a lot to me for a long time. I was a big proponent of Thoreau because I always felt like a weirdo.
What about the canary in the coal mine, though?
I don't.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't count. No, they're too special. They're a whole other category.
What is it about that quote that resonates with you?
Well, Thoreau went to live in the woods for a couple of years to get away from society, get away from everybody, to understand a different perspective of humanity and of the nature of like good and evil and of God, I guess you could say. And so he wrote a lot of really brilliant things, and that one stuck with me because, to me it says the truth dies in darkness. Bird song is one of the most beautiful things we've ever heard. The human reaction to hearing bird song in the forest when it's just quiet and it's just you, it's just total peace and quietude, right? And so the thought that birds do not sing in caves, what that says to me is truth can't live in darkness. Yeah. Just like, birds have to sing in the light. The truth has to live in the light.
Yeah, I like that. Said you have a couple?
Yeah. I'd butcher it, but I love the Kerouac quote about how he loves the mad ones, the crazy people. I feel very much the same. I've always attracted that. That's why I fell in with John McAfee. That's why I fell in with Jimmy Watson. He's got a little crazy in him for sure. Yeah. And another one is by Alfred Lord Tennyson. This is something I read in the library stacks when I was a kid. When I was, I missed all lunches of all 4 years of high school because I was kind of popular, but I was a loner. I was a writer. I was just like, I don't know, sort of, I felt weird. I felt like an outcast. And I spent all 4 years in the library reading books. And I remember I got this really old copy of poems by Alfred Lord Tennyson. And I pulled it out and opened it up just randomly. And I found a quote that always stuck with me. It's to follow knowledge like a sinking star beyond the utmost bound of human thought. So that stuck with me because it's very in line with what you were talking about being a Navy SEAL, how you never give up, to follow knowledge like a sinking star beyond the utmost bound of human thought. That means like no matter fucking what, if you want that truth, if you want that knowledge, if you want that thing, you follow it, you capture it, you get it. Yeah. You don't give up, you don't stop. Yeah. There's no human comprehension that can allow for giving up on that.
Yeah. That's awesome, man. I like that.
Thank you.
Where do you live now?
Nowhere.
Nowhere?
I've been living in a new city every month pretty much for the last 11 months.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but never mind. I can't tell you where I live because I could tell you off air, but you know, I've
Can you mention the 10 leading up to where you live now?
Yeah. I lived in Maine for a bit. I spent some time in New York. I was in Houston, Texas. I spent some time in Austin as well. I had a place in Salt Lake City. Had a place in Minneapolis. I have currently another place that's down south, but I'm going to leave that and we're going to go west, another place west in December. After that, we're going to the Midwest. But yeah, currently, I guess you could say, where am I? Shit, I forgot where I live right now. That's weird because I'm in the middle of moving again. Yeah, we just left. I forgot to say, me coming here today is the first step of my new journey to the new place where I'm going to live.
You say we, are you married?
No, I'm not, but pretty much, you know, like love of my life.
Might as well be.
Incredible woman.
The reason I asked, I was going to ask, do you carry an EDC? Do you have any type of...
I don't, no. No, I should though.
Yeah, I mean, not even a knife, anything?
No. All the guns are at my house.
Really, I would carry at least a knife. But I mean, with all the traveling, like I would probably carry a gun everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, I mean, I do carry a gun.
I've thought of that as well. And I was like talking to my intelligence circle friend about it, and he's like, "Yeah, you just gotta carry all the time."
I did see a clip. Trump was talking about constitutional carry across all 50 states.
No shit.
That was one of his, kind of day one or immediate plans was to enact that. I am curious, and I don't know how that works in terms of the autonomy state by state. If you kind of flip that premise on the other side of the coin, let's say abortion, to me it would be like, let's say hypothetically Kamala got in and said, hey, I want to make abortion, fuck the state autonomy, like abortion's legal in all 50 states. Like I don't know how it can supersede it that way. Now maybe because it's an amendment, he has a different power. I mean, I don't know, but I'm excited for that because I have my Texas concealed carry, which is good in about 2/3 of the states, but California, New York, Minnesota, like all of the East Coast, upper East Coast states, like all of New England, it's not good.
No, especially if you're road tripping and you're okay in one state and you like the Google app changes your route and you accidentally go into the wrong state, you get pulled over, you're fucked.
Yeah, I mean his kind of coined phrase was your constitutional right to protect yourself doesn't end at a certain state line.
I agree.
Which I agree. So.
Oh man,
I'm stoked about that because I would love to be able to carry without worrying about it. Because I'll be, I'll level with you, and I'll even say it publicly. I carry fucking everywhere.
Good, as you should.
Whether it's legal or not. But whatever. Anyway,
could I add to that just a weird little tidbit?
Yeah.
I once went on a date with a girl, and we were talking about guns because she learned that I carry that I have guns also in my house, and I have a really somewhat dangerous line of work at times. I've been targeted, I've been followed, I'm pretty sure on more than a couple hit lists, and I'll get into that, but I wanted to protect myself, my family, my loved ones, obviously. That's a core mechanism of my life now. And so, yeah, of course I have guns. And she found out and she said, well, I'm not comfortable with that. And I said, well, what if, just saying, what if we were together and you were at my house and someone broke in and they wanted to, I hate to be explicit, but rape and murder you and murder me and kill my dog. Wouldn't you rather that I have a gun to protect us? And she said, no, I'd rather you let us all get killed.
What?
I was like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? You'd rather
Did you help her pack at that point?
There was not a second date, I'll tell you that. I mean,
holy
doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Dude, that's absurd.
I know, but I've heard a lot of that in this day and age, and I just don't know why.
That's cognitive dissonance, unlike anything I've fucking heard. I think
it was a bad date.
Yeah,
it was a bad date.
Well, we're done here.
Check, please.
Yeah. On a normal day, if there is one, what time do you get up, and what do the first 3 hours look like?
I don't really have normal days as it relates to sleep because I'm always in different time zones, and I have several businesses and projects all at once. I have tons of meetings with film, TV people, book people, eyewitnesses, investigators, my team. It's so convoluted that sometimes I'll fall asleep because I'm looking at a case file until 1 a.m, or, I'm writing until, from like 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. and then, fall asleep at midnight or something and wake up at 10 in the morning, wake up at 6 in the morning. It's all over the place. So, but I try to wake up early enough to have coffee with my better half, my woman, and hang out with the dogs. The first 3 hours are kind of boring. I have to check emails. I get so many emails all the time from people wanting me to write their books, from people who want to give me some tidbits, some people who want to like talk about some of the stories that I share. So definitely emails, meetings, and phone calls. I like to bang those out in the morning, so that the afternoon, when I'm really relaxed and at a state of like Zen, I can devote to writing. Or
so you write better in that relaxed state versus the highest amount of bandwidth first thing in the morning, like cognitive sharpness. That's better for you.
It is, 100%.
That's interesting.
I think it's about having that sense of calm post all that noise in my brain with the meetings and stuff. There are no meetings in the afternoon. It's just me.
Just no distractions.
No distractions.
Yeah, that's good. It makes sense. I know, there's been a handful of shows, not that sitting in this fucking position and interviewing people is the same as what you do writing wise, but
it is.
But I'd say the mental bandwidth required is more than I would have thought prior to ever doing this, and
oh my God, yeah.
But strangely enough, like I've done a handful of shows late at night, and those are always like the best ones, or they're where I feel the most kind of engaged cognition wise in a weird way, which it's like, even if I'm tired, like, somebody's sitting across from me and we're talking and the day's done and it's like I'm winding down for whatever reason. It's like, it's when I don't want to say do my best work, but that's when I feel like I have the most shit firing off in my brain in a good way, which is weird. But
maybe it's because the whole world is kind of quieting down.
Yeah, I have nothing else that I'm like, fuck, I got to do this or that, whatever. Yeah. First thing in the morning for me is actually the worst as far as that goes.
Why?
I think, number one is that I have very specific morning routine, a very specific morning routine of movement and certain things that I eat and drink and do and whatever for the first few hours. And I don't like that to be interrupted at all. Once I'm done with that, then I tackle the emails, text, phone call, anything business related up until whenever that's done. And then from there, then it's, whatever I need to do, want to do, whatever. Sometimes that's early afternoon. Sometimes it's not till after dinner. It just depends on the day. But so I think that's it. Even with this show being in the middle of the day most times, and I've gotten most of my shit out of the way, not usually all of it, so I'm still going to be a little distracted. Like anytime we take a break, there may be an email or a message that comes in that I'm like, fuck, I got to deal with it, and I'm trying to squeeze something in, whereas if it's 9 at night, like there's none of that, So Zach, I think we're going to have to start having the show at midnight from now on.
I'm cool with that. And I kind of relate it to this weird, tortured artist writer thing that you hear that cliche a lot, like a lot of the best writers in history, they come from the UK and Ireland, like where it's rainy and cold and just shitty outside and it's always dark, but they're like huddled over their tiny little desk, writing like madmen, and they produce brilliant work. I think it's kind of similar to that. I don't know how, but
that's cool.
Yeah.
Did you know that high blood pressure is one of the highest risk factors for mortality? In fact, 1 in 2 adults have high blood pressure. That's a 50-50 chance that you're a walking time bomb. But you, not Big Pharma, can help take control of your blood pressure before it's too late with 120 Life. 120 Life is a blend of great tasting superfruit juices that can actually help lower your blood pressure. 120 Life is formulated with ingredients that have been shown to naturally help control high blood pressure and are endorsed by thousands of health professionals. You can try it yourself risk-free with their 2-week trial pack. Just go to 120life.com and use the code DROP, all caps, all one word, to save 15% and receive free shipping. They are so sure that 120 Life can noticeably lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks that they'll give you your money back if you're not satisfied. 120 Life offers a risk-free trial with a full refund if you don't see lower numbers in 2 weeks. Blood pressure is one of the most alarming and challenging things that this country faces in terms of health on a day-to-day and personal basis. The nice thing about 120 Life is you can do on-the-go powder if you're traveling, or if you're, quick jumping in your car, what have you, you have on-the-go already pre-mixed packs. So got one for each of you, and I encourage you to check it out. Thousands have benefited from 120 Life. It's a choice you can trust for your health. So you have nothing to lose except for those high blood pressure numbers. Go to 120life.com. That's 120life.com. And remember to use the code DROP, D-R-O-P, all caps, to save 15% and free shipping. This is serious. This is your life we're talking about. 120 Life can help. These statements have not been approved by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Guys, as you know, I work with a number of different products. One that's easily the most near and dear to my heart from a cause standpoint and a personal relation standpoint is Bubs Naturals. The hat on the coffee table sitting right in front of me belonged to Glenn Doherty. It was a John Deere hat that I gave him. He had it when he tragically passed in Benghazi. And I was fortunate enough to get it back from one of the co-owners of Bubs. He sent it back to me to be able to keep. Bubs Naturals is a tribute to Glenn. He was one of everybody's, he's kind of that guy that was everybody's best friend. I met several people that considered him his best friend, and he was a guy that was impossible not to like, and just, caused happy waves that rippled through every community he was ever a part of. His nickname was Bub, and that's where Bubs Naturals comes from. But it's a lifestyle brand. It's inspired by Glenn. They give a ton to charity. They've donated over $200,000 to charitable causes since their inception in 2018. On Veterans Day, 100% of the proceeds go to the Glenn Doherty Memorial Foundation, which does phenomenal work helping active duty and children of lost active duty members go to college or scholarships that they've donated a ton, and they also are heavy into the recreation space of helping people do that, because that's what Bub was all about. They have collagen peptides, which I put into my morning routine every single morning, as well as the functional creamer / MCT oil that goes into it as well. They have hydrate or die electrolyte drink mixes, which are great for pre-workout, during workout, and post-workout to get all the added sodium, potassium, magnesium, etc. that's required when you deplete it. And they now have Bubs Brew, which is a specialty organic coffee that is also very, very good. It's USDA organic, fair trade. It's Whole30 approved, which is the first time that's happened. It's free of yeast, mold, and aflatoxins. Small lot roasted, guaranteed fresh, and it tastes great. Biggest thing is Bubs is a family company. The way that they started is, again, super close to my heart, with him being one of my closest friends for a long time. And I just can't say enough good things about that company, of the product that they put out, why they started, what they give back to veteran communities and the Glenn Doherty Memorial Foundation. And I encourage you to go to bubs.com, and now there's a landing page specifically for Mic Drop listeners. Just enter the code Mike, M-I-K-E, all caps, and you get 20% off your first purchase at bubsnaturals.com. So that's www.bubsnaturals.com/Mike. And you can check out the Mic Drop landing page and go support an amazing cause. Where are you originally from?
I was born in Concord, Massachusetts.
All right.
Yeah, Viva la Revolution.
Yeah.
And I grew up in Maine and Mass. Grew up on the Cape and in the woods of Maine.
Oh, shit.
Down East Maine, yeah.
Where at on the Cape?
On the Cape was West Dennis Beach. So my dad worked in Hyannis.
No shit.
Yeah.
Did you take the ferry from Hyannis to Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I saw the Kennedy's house and stuff. It was
That's
kinda
awesome.
Cool. Yeah.
In terms of your childhood, I guess, siblings, sports, education, dynamic of the family, like how would you kind of characterize your childhood?
That's a good question. Chaotic. Very chaotic.
In what way?
Well, it might not have had like the most supportive parents growing up. I actually don't have a relationship with my mom anymore at all. I don't speak with her. She joined a cult several years ago. She's kind of insane. She tried to kill me when I was a teenager as well. And
So a pretty normal Massachusetts
Yeah,
upbringing.
just the typical New England experience.
Fucking Christ. There's like 9 things to fucking dive into on that.
There's some unpacking to do.
How were they not supportive, I guess? What did you want to do and what did they want you to do?
Well, I love my dad, but he was always very aloof. Education was never really talked about in the household. And I say household. I moved out when I was 15. Moved out of my mom's house at 15 because, again, her mental health was just deteriorating. It was actually full circle irony sort of deal because the cop that assaulted her one night and really contributed to the rapid development of her declining mental health back when I was a kid. You know, Christmas morning, I wake up, my mom's gone. And my parents have always been separated, by the way, but I wake up Christmas morning, I'm like 12 years old and there's no mom. My brothers and I are like, where the hell is mom? And we're calling everybody. No one's picking up because it's Christmas. They're with their families, obviously. And then my mother rolls into the house in the early afternoon, and her face, she just looked like the Elephant Man, you know, like elephantitis. Her face was swollen. Her eyes were swollen shut. You know, her like jaw was broken. It was just, she was in a bad state. And what we discovered was the night before when she had gone for just a couple of drinks with her girlfriend, something happened. And this is a personal note for me, given the work that I do now. But we believe that she was drugged, either by a bartender or even by her friend or by a man at the bar. She was dosed. And her 2 drinks turned into 20 because that's what happens in this state when you are drugged with GHB. And she was trying to get into the wrong car. And this police officer, Officer Strout, who is very well known in the county and the community because he was a violent person, especially towards women. He just like fucking smashed her head off the hood of the car, sprayed her while she was unconscious, lying on the ground.
With
and mace, kicked the shit out of her. And, you know.
So you know that this happened or this is a theory?
I know that this happened.
What town was this in?
Machias, Maine.
Jesus.
Yeah, you can look it up. But anyway, that story kind of encapsulates the theme of my childhood. There was a lot of that. So she came home Christmas morning, Christmas afternoon, just totally fucked. And her mental health declined very badly after that. And the house, it was unlivable. You couldn't live there anymore. It was like a constant state of chaos. So I moved out when I was 15, moved into a college dorm with my college girlfriend at the time. I lived there for 2 years at college.
How did you pull that off?
They liked me, you know, I don't know. Like they liked me and I worked there. So I worked in the kitchen and for sure I gave free food to the people who would let me in at night. Cause you would need to.
This is in Maine also?
This is in Maine. Yeah. I don't want to narc on anybody, but you know, they were pretty cool.
You had a brother or?
I've got 2 brothers. They're my best friends. Yeah. My big brother, Mike, was like, what's that?
Younger, older?
They're all older. I was the young one. I'm the black sheep. They were the 2 lobster fishermen.
So what were they doing at this time? Were they out of the house at that point?
My big brother, Mike, was out of the house at this point, yeah. My brother, Dean, still stuck around, but...
did he leave too when you left?
No, he... I believe he had some kind of... what do you call it? Like toxic attachment issue to my mother because my mom would coddle him and my brother was... At the time, he was an addict, you know, and so...
That one or the older one?
The younger one, yeah. The middle brother.
On?
What's that?
What was he hooked on?
Pills at the time, and then later it was hard drugs. It was heroin and, crack, I believe. And so they had this sort of toxic relationship where they relied on each other. My brother would chop wood. He would do the housework. He would do all the stuff my mom wouldn't do, and my mom would make sure that there were groceries, and you know, whenever he needed to be fed, she would feed him. And that was kind of the theme for a great many years until he got clean, and he realized the dynamic was terrible, and he exited just like the rest of us.
So when you left at 15, he stuck around.
He stuck around, yeah. He was the only one there.
So it was your mom and him, that's it?
Yep.
At what age did your dad leave the picture?
My dad wasn't really around most of my life, yeah. He was an alcoholic for most of my life, and so he wasn't really present cognitively or physically until he kicked that habit, which was about 12 years ago, I think.
Do you still talk to him?
Yeah, I do talk to him. I love him. We're close, and it's been really interesting seeing someone who's been an alcoholic most of your life kind of like reclaim their not their autonomy and their mind and their existence and their fatherhood.
That's rare too. You know,
it is.
Usually, whether it's alcohol or hard drugs, it's like 97% of those people don't snap out of it. You know?
Yeah. But, you know, like that was the tough part. You know, it was like I had my mom who was losing her mind slowly. And later on, I found out that our grandfather, who's German, she's German. She came off the boat. She went after my dad because she saw an opportunity. She was actually running away from Interpol. So she married my dad, became a naturalized American citizen, had me, my brother Dean. But long story short, much later when I was 21, I had fixed my broken mind, which I think we'll get into. I traveled the world a lot, and I went to Germany to find out what happened to our grandfather, who went missing and disappeared from the family when she was like a young kid. And it turns out he went and started a whole new family and with like a new name or something. And he spent the last like decade of his life in a home for the mentally ill, like schizophrenia. And I believe that's what my mother exhibited during my childhood growing up, was that schizophrenia. And she now she's at a house. She's at our old house that she hasn't paid the mortgage for like 3 years, and the bank wants to take it away, but she won't leave the house. She hasn't left in like a year. Literally hasn't left or stepped on her front porch, you know?
So just squatting there?
Yeah, just squatting there. Yeah.
And what's the deal with the cult? What's that?
I forget the name of the cult. You know, I should have.
Do you know what the deal with it is? Like what their objective or?
Actually, I don't. No, I don't anymore. I do know that they believe. Actually, I don't really want to comment on it because I don't want to be mistaken.
All right.
Yeah, but they, you know, they're weird people. Like they, one time she was in her van and she posted like pamphlets from the cult like up all over the windows and stuff, and just stayed in the van in the middle of the winter for 3 days and wouldn't come out. And my brother was knocking on the window like Mom, what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? You're gonna freeze to death in here. Do you need to use the bathroom? Do you need some food? And she just mumbled to herself and wouldn't come out of the van. And then her cult people came with like a trailer and loaded the van on the trailer and took her away in the van on the trailer.
Jesus. How old were you then?
Oh, this was like kind of recent. This was like 5 or 6 years ago.
Wow.
You know?
You almost got expelled from high school, right?
Yeah, I did.
Many
times.
What for?
I was a freshman and I stowed away on the bus going to the senior college fair. And I didn't want to go to college. I don't know why the fuck I did that. I think just wanted to hang out with my friends. However, on the bus, I met a guidance counselor named Mr. Nick Umphrey. Big shout out to him. He changed my life. And anyway, you know, nobody really commented on me being a freshman. So I sat behind him and we somehow got to talking about literature. And I remember he was very impressed because I was very well read at a young age. And we just talked about books the whole time going up to the college fair and almost the whole way back. And at a certain point, someone turned to me, this girl, Angela, I remember that. And she said, Alex, what are you doing on the bus? You're not a senior, you're a freshman. And Mr. Humphrey just slowly turned his head and looked at me. He said, Alex, is that true? And I said, yeah, that's true. And he said, okay, I'm going to have to call the school now. And he called the school and they're all freaking out. It was like a private school, but if you lived within a certain distance to the school, if you were like poor like we were, you could still attend, and that was my case. So it was a great school. You don't really want to get kicked out of it, but they were strict, and they basically assigned in a homeroom and promptly disappeared. And they wanted to expel me because it was like 2 months into my freshman year, and I already been written up so many times.
Yeah.
But Mr. Humphrey went on my behalf and talked to them. And he came into his office where he had me sit, and he was like, I have good news, I have bad news. I said, bad news first, always. And he said, the bad news is you have to read all of these books by the time you graduate. He handed me the Time magazine top 100 books of the 20th century. I've read a lot of them already. He said, you have to read all of these by the time you graduate. I was like, that's bad news? That sounds great. I love this shit. Like, of course I'm going to read that. And I said, what's the good news? And he said, well, the good news is you didn't get expelled. I was like, well, that's not that good. Like, whatever. I thought it was like way better than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting, the book thing. So From that list of what you remember, is there a single book on there that you value the most?
I'd say it's pretty tied. A Farewell to Arms by Ernest Hemingway. It talks about, someone who's been to war and they're broken. Their body is broken and they're healing and they find love. But even at the end, there is no light at the end of the tunnel. And I remember reading that. By the end of it, it's just such a fucking sad ending. And I thought maybe for the first time as like a teenager, I was like 13, 14. And, I had, I guess what you would call a broken home largely, aside from my amazing brothers. That was the first time I really realized like how fucked life can be, how dark and devastating and terrible that the human experience can be. And it made me self-reflect on my own life, and it made me also decide at a young age, kind of like what you said about your SEAL experience, like no matter what life throws at you, you don't give up. Because I was like, I don't want to be that fucking guy. Yeah. I don't want to be Ernest Hemingway. I don't want to blow my head off with a shotgun that I bought at Abercrombie and Fitch. No, I'm not giving that shit up. Like I want to be a writer. I want to do great, and I want to survive.
Can you buy shotguns at Abercrombie?
You used to.
Really?
Isn't that wild? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Back in the good old days.
Those were the good old days, apparently. Yeah, it's fucking nuts. So I guess fast forward to 15, when you moved out of your mom's place and then went and stayed at a college dorm. Obviously, you dropped out of school.
No, I still attended high school.
Really?
Yeah, I was kind of living a double life. Not many people knew I was living at college.
How far away was it?
Oh, real close. It was like,
okay,
like 10-minute drive. I could still catch the bus. And I moved in with my college girlfriend, and I didn't know what ghostwriting was at the time. I had no idea. But I guess I started ghostwriting college papers for college kids, like history and literature. Those were my favorite subjects. And I'd already read their books, their textbooks. I would read them like during math class in high school because I hated math. So I would just read literature, and I would read the college textbooks during class to, figure out what I wanted to do with my life, which wasn't go to college. But so I would ghostwrite their papers for money, for like beer and weed money.
All right, so there's 3 questions. One, as a 15-year-old, how are you bagging a college chick?
Oh, I don't know. I think she was just kind of dumb to be with someone like me. Her parents hated me. Her dad.
I can imagine. If I'm 15, she's in college, I'd be like, sweetheart, you're better than that.
I know. That's what they said, and I don't blame them. I would be those parents.
But I don't care how cool you are as a 15-year-old. You're still fucking 15.
Yeah. Well, I turned 16. She was 18. I was like 15 on the verge of 16. Yeah. Turned 16, then we went public with it.
I gotcha.
I shouldn't even say this on the air.
You mentioned history.
I did consent.
What's that?
I did consent.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Yeah.
You mentioned history and literature are your 2 favorite things. Mm-hmm. Is there a period in history that you find the most fascinating, and do you have a favorite author?
Absolutely. The Holocaust and World War II. I think, oh my God, I've read probably hundreds of books on that period of time, because ever since a very young age, for whatever reason, and I think it contributes to the loner aspect that I had in high school and why I hid out on lunches, because I didn't want to be around all the people and the bright lights and the noise. I might have a touch of Asperger's. I don't know. I've never been tested, but I think, reading about World War II changed my life, because it showed me for the first time, like, the depths of depravity and human cruelty that exist. And I like to think I'm a good person. I like to think I bring light into this world with my work. That's my goal. And so I had to understand really, like, resolutely and fully where the darkness lives and how darkness and chaos and evil is born. And World War II and the Holocaust and lead up to it had a lot of parallels to what I saw going on in the world in the present time. So it was informing my perspective on not only the human experience and on the nature of good and evil, on philosophy, on religion, on the arts. It informed my perspective on the current state of society and how to sort of navigate that in the best way. Yeah. Yeah, I love that period of time. I love and hate it because
I mean, I agree. It's one subject I'm the most fascinated with. I'm curious, as you read about it and kind of digested all of that, was there a thought process in your mind as to how that was pulled off? Because I think that's the most common question that I had growing up was, how did that happen?
Oh, yeah. How could that happen? There's a multitude of factors, really. But one, how did an intelligent, forward-thinking, technologically advanced society, I'm talking about the Germans at this point, because they were one of the most advanced in the world at the time, and they were a superpower all on their own. And like, how do you dupe a whole civilization, a whole society, a whole subset of people into believing that a certain race of people are bad and should be exterminated? How do you pull that off? And I think that the one thing that comes in common for all of history and all of these dark periods in history is fear. You know, you make the populace afraid. You scare them. You take away any ounce of love that exists. And that's it. In the absence of love, there's only fear. And in a fearful society, people do and say terrible things that they wouldn't do without the fear being present. Yeah. I think that really largely contributed to the lead up to the Holocaust.
I don't disagree. I think there's a parallel with dog training in terms of the mentality of when you start to put pressure on dogs and you get them into a fight or flight mentality.
Yeah.
There are, the spectrum of whether or not a dog will fight or flee varies wildly dog to dog. Some dogs have almost no flight, some have almost no fight. Every dog, to a certain extent, if the odds are stacked in a calculated enough manner, I think you can force either one, irrespective of how naturally inclined they are to one or the other. But generally speaking, if you put a dog in a position where they don't feel like they have an out, they're absolutely going to fight. And I think that singular mentality was the case, is that they kind of backed the society over a several years period, a decade really, into a feeling of being cornered, like they had no other option, and their only option was to do that, which is still mind-numbing to think that that's even possible. You'd think that human beings would be more resistant to that and be smarter than that, but
you would think.
Yeah, it's a terrifying thing. To me, the terrifying thing going on right now is seeing elements of that in our own society on both sides of the political aisle.
I agree.
Demonizing each other to the point where they would celebrate, assassination of a human being, or
that's where I draw a line.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is crazy.
Fucking crazy.
And like you said, on both fucking sides.
Yeah.
Like it used to be, I don't know, when I was a kid, if you said, I don't know, like I don't want to get too political. I'm not a very political person, but I think there are some sweeping statements that are just erroneous and wrong. You can't say like all Republicans should die. You can't say Democrats should be hanged. You shouldn't say that the unvaxxed deserve to be gassed, which is a graffiti that I saw in Germany of all places. Ironic, right? Like I saw that in Germany during COVID that said gas the unmasked and gas the unvaxxed. And it's like, listen, I will listen. I will hear your points of view, whether you're right or left or somewhere in between or somewhere not even on the spectrum. I will happily hear your points, and I'll have an intelligent, forward-thinking, healthy conversation. I may disagree with you, but that's okay. We should be allowed to disagree without calling for death and murder and destruction. Yeah. I draw a line right there.
Yeah. Favorite author?
Ooh. All right. Living, dead, old, new.
I guess if you have to narrow it down to one in each of those categories, go for it. But
no, I think I got one. And he's alive. It's James Frey. He's the author of A Million Little Pieces, which at the time was heralded as a memoir, but it was largely fictionalized. And the story goes that he got like 11 rejections or something from publishers. They loved it. It's a book unlike any you've ever read in your life. It's the stream of consciousness. It's the scream inside your head coming out of your mouth. It's the like silent chaos of pain. And it all comes to the forefront in this beautiful, messy, chaotic, ridiculous writing style that I'd never seen before. And it wasn't selling, even though people were like, this is brilliant. But it'd be so much better if it was a true story. And a lot of it was a true story. It's his addiction memoir and how he got better. And it's got the best quote of any book I've ever read at the end. Yes, I'm ready. Like, I'm ready for life. I'm ready to start again. I'm ready to begin the new life that's going to never look like that darkness that I just walked away from. But yeah, that was a big scandal. But regardless of that scandal, I think it's one of the most powerful testaments to, the resilience of the human spirit. I think it was beautiful. I mean, it took me like 2 days to read the first 8 pages because it's written in such a chaotic, different way, no punctuation at all.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I remember when I first read it, I was mad. I was angry because like how does this dude get published and I can't get published? Like, what the fuck? He doesn't even know grammar, Yeah. But that wasn't the point. The point was he was like exercising his demons through the written word, and that's what it looked like.
What was the scandal part of it?
It was a big scandal on Oprah because he went on Oprah and it was huge, became a #1 New York Times bestseller, sold millions of copies. She loved it. I think she teared up during the interview because, James Frey, he made it, he was a really bad addict. He was 22 years old. And he I'll let the readers check it out if they're interested, but he was at the end of the road. 22 years old. His addiction was so bad he was going to die, just like my brother was actually. And he made it, and the scandal was that it was heralded as a memoir when a lot of it was fictionalized. And when that came out, this investigative journalist did a big piece on it and called it A Million Little Lies. And, he had to do the correct thing, I think, the right thing, and just set the record straight. If it were me, I would say that this is largely a memoir, but there are definitely fictionalized elements. I'd say that right from the start, but I think his literary agent had coached him to not do that so that they could get a publishing deal. And having worked in this industry, film, TV, and the literary industry, they are fucking sharks, man.
Yeah.
So that was the big scandal. He's a liar. Don't pay attention to him. He kept writing books, and they kept being brilliant. And yeah, I think.
Have you met him?
No, I've always wanted to.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to approach a book for sure.
Yeah.
I think from an OCD standpoint, I don't know if I could read it. I think it'd drive me fucking nuts.
Oh, it might drive you nuts, but that's the beauty of it. It's supposed to drive you nuts.
Yeah. As an 18-year-old, you built a solar trike.
Yeah.
Right? Can you tell us about that?
That was a weird time. Again, with the outcast thing, it's been a common theme throughout my life. I've always sort of gravitated to the weird, to the fringe, to the unknown, to the mysterious, and to the frankly just fucking crazy, like that guy, like John McAfee. And there was this guy I'd heard about. His name was Fred Thorne, and he was an old timer, lived in a solar powered dome that he built in 1969, and hadn't paid a dime to the fossil fuel companies ever since. Just he had 3 fingers on one of his hands. He was missing 2 fingers.
Great bowler.
Well, yeah, amazing bowler. He was made for it, and great with the ladies too. I must say. I'm sorry. And he blew his hand off because he was making homemade fireworks. Just a brilliant hippie living on the fringe. And I happened to cross paths with him on Earth Day at the college, saw his solar trike, took it for a ride, and I was like, holy shit, had a eureka moment. And I'd always been sort of naive, but also I want to do good for the world. And I said to Fred, I was like, hey, how about we build one of these things? I travel across America with it. I'd make a documentary on social and environmental change. I interview all the luminaries in that space, and we try to make a positive impact. And he was like, this is his quote. He said, let's fucking do it. So we did, yeah, and we built a solar trike.
And you, the goal was to drive it coast to coast?
Yeah, the goal was to drive it from the easternmost coast to the westernmost.
And what happened?
I fucked it up.
Where at?
I crashed it. College Hill. I was this big precipitous hill. I was sick. It was wintertime. And I thought, being the young hippie that I was at the time, I was like, let's go to the, Whole Foods store and get some chicken noodle soup.
Oh, so it was local. It wasn't during the...
No, I actually never started the trek. I did the trek without the trek. Yeah. So I crashed it. One of the hub motors failed. Thank you, China. You fucked that up. Made a really shitty electric hub motor, and it failed, and I crashed it. I almost went into the river. And I was broke at the time, and my family was poor. I didn't have any money to fix it, so I decided to hitchhike instead.
So you hitchhiked. What was the premise or the goal behind hitchhiking? You just wanted to get out of where you were and get as far away as possible?
Yeah, I did. Putting it into context, as you recall, I was 18. I fucked off during high school. I got great grades, but I missed so many days that at a certain point they take points off your grades. And I missed more than any other kid in the academy's history. So I had like a 1.8 or it was a 1.8 GPA when I graduated. All my friends were going off to college or doing their dead end jobs and stuff. And I didn't have, I was like I was filled to the brim with this like obsessive desire to get out and to do something, to make an impact, to like live a fucking crazy life.
What year was this?
This was in 2011.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're 18, it's 2011. You decide, fuck this, I'm gonna go cross country. And where were you living at that time?
At that time, I was living with 4 other college kids in a big house at the base of College Hill, where the University of Maine in Machias was.
Okay.
And yeah, I just fucked off. I packed what I call Big Red. I had this big Ella Bean backpack, throw a sleeping bag in there, a little sleeping pad. I had a tent and some cooking stuff and some books, too many books. I had 12 books. Fucking idiot. That was most of the weight.
Yeah.
I got rid of those.
Yeah.
And I hit the road. Yeah, I left. It was the middle of winter, and I hit the road, and that changed my life. It changed everything.
Yeah. So real quickly, kind of chronological timeline-wise, can you give us the quick breakdown of Maine, Massachusetts, Cape Cod, like just that order of how that went before you talk about your cross-country trip?
Yeah, the chronology. I guess to put it in perspective, like I would visit my dad for any vacations and holidays and summer vacations on the Cape. I was 8 years old when I wrote my first book. I'm using air quotes because it was not a book, but I watched From Hell with Johnny Depp. It was about Jack the Ripper. And they posited that the identity of Jack the Ripper belonged to a doctor who was protecting like the prince or something at the time. What was his name? Prince Albert? No, I don't know. But he was protecting basically the royal family because the prince knocked up a prostitute. So they had to like, skew all of the murders to look like a crazy maniac was on the loose, and when in reality they really just wanted to kill the one prostitute. So anyway, yeah, I saw that movie when I was 8. I don't know why my dad let me watch it, but I wrote like a 33-page single-spaced book about who I thought Jack the Ripper was on his yellow legal pad. That's what really got me into writing. And then, fast forward, I guess I was moved out of my mom's house when I was 15, moved to college, started ghostwriting those papers. I built a solar trike when I was 17 and going into 18, and crashed it when I was 18, and then I hit the road. Yeah.
So location-wise, you were born in Concord,
Mass, yeah, and
kind of bounced around Maine, different parts of the Boston greater area, Cape Cod, like just all over kind of New England.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so you gather your books and your sleeping pad and shit, and you decide to hitchhike it. How long did it take you to go from there to L.A.?
Like 3 months.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I think it was 3 months. Yeah, it's a couple of months. I'd stay in some places for a little bit longer. I made it to where my grandparents were living at the time in Florida, and I stayed there for several weeks as well. And
it's not exactly a direct route.
No, it was very haphazard. There was no planning. I had like a little, I had a book with a bunch of maps, and I had already done all my research as to like which states allowed you to hitchhike from on-ramps and which ones didn't. I quickly learned that was just bullshit because the cops will pull you over and throw you in their car no matter what if they're having a bad day and they don't like you or something. I met a lot of really good cops too who fucking saved my life, but some people had, didn't want to see this unwashed, hippie-looking homeless kid.
Fucking scrub.
Yeah, and I don't blame him. I don't either.
Yeah. I assume you didn't have a phone.
No. My brother was real pissed at me about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're penniless, I don't know how you have a phone, right?
Well, I think it ran out of minutes.
Yeah.
That's what happened. I had it, and then it just became extra weight.
Yeah. Well, of course, in that time frame, you could have gotten an Obama phone, right?
What was the Obama phone?
It was like for homeless, and I mean,
what?
Yeah, it was like you.
How did I miss out on that payday?
Well, maybe because you're white. I don't know. Maybe that's the difference.
Maybe.
I'm not sure. I know that it was the thing that.
Oh shit!
Like the amount of money that the U.S. government spent on free phones for like welfare and homeless and whatever was. You're like, that can't be right.
No, they were probably funneling money into some other pockets.
Yeah, probably.
I missed that boat.
So that 3 month period, are there any kind of remarkable stories along that journey that really stand out as either being exceptionally dangerous, super fun and exciting? Like what stands out in your mind?
Couple. When we were in DC, I was interviewing Lester Brown. He wrote Plan B.
This was during that trip?
It was during that trip.
How did you line that up?
Oh, I lined up a bunch of interviews with really, really prominent people in the environmental industry back when I was in Maine. You know, for the documentary, I was still shooting. I was still recording everything. It was just not from my solar trike. So yeah, Lester Brown was a big hero of mine. He wrote Plan B, and basically it's a blueprint to save the planet, essentially. But I was kind of brainwashed back then. I don't believe some of the things that I used to believe. But yeah, I met with him, and on the walk back to this place I was staying at with Professor Paul Wapner, I gave a speech at American University about sustainability through him. Yeah, and he let me stay at his house for several nights. But on the walk back to his house, there was this car, this blacked out, like, I don't even remember what it was, but it was this blacked out car, tinted windows, and I heard screaming in the back of the car. And because I witnessed it, I think, I was like, what the fuck? And I was like trying to take down the plate number. The car tried to like run into me and hit me, I think to just squash the story, but it sounded like there was a woman screaming in the back seat. And I had to run away. I was like jumping fences. There were dogs chasing after me, and the car kept trying to follow me so it could hit me. But I ended up escaping. That was crazy. I always wondered what happened to that. Like, did I witness an abduction?
Jesus.
Yeah, it was wild. It was terrifying. Yeah, and then another time when I was in Atlanta, Georgia, again, the on-ramp story. I was with my buddy Dylan DiMartino, and we were trying to hitchhike. He came with me. He came with me with no money, same deal, and just was like,
so was it two of you?
Yeah, the two
For
of us
all
now.
Of it or part of it?
Just part of it.
Okay.
Yeah, he showed up. Actually, no, he showed up in Boston when I got to Boston. So for most of it, he was there till LA, and then he bounced, and I was alone. He met up with me, and we were hitchhiking through Atlanta, and we were trying to get out of the city. And at the time, it was okay to hitchhike from the on-ramps, and that was the most successful place where you'd get a ride. You know, we made these funny signs. We said like freshly showered or something. We're like, we're not hippies, we're not homeless, like we're not dangerous. And, you know, I said he had been a college kid, so he said college student. And, you know, we got rounded up by the cops, and they're like, hey man, you can't be doing that. And I said, no, by this statute, like page 43 of your handbook, section 3. And he was like, I don't care about that shit. Like, you're not hitching from my on-ramp. I was like, oh, okay. So he like pick us up and take us to a gas station where we could hitch. So we did that, and we tried like all fucking day. It wouldn't get any rides at all. And our packs were heavy. Night fell, and we were walking around, and we had a couple dollars. So we went to a McDonald's to get some dollar menu food. And there's this little dude, this like 5 foot tall, bleach blonde, dark, like, you know, leathery skinned tramp who walked in with a little backpack, a little Nike black backpack. And he went to get a Sprite. He bought a Sprite and came over, and he looked at us, and he was like, cocked an eyebrow, and he's like, "You boys traveling?" I said, yeah. And Dylan's like kicking me on their table. He's like, "Oh, shut the fuck up. This dude's crazy." That happens a lot. And I said, "Yeah, we are. We're actually trying to get out of the city and go down to Florida." He's like, "Go down Florida way." He's like, "I can help you boys out." I said, "Well, interesting. How so?" And he outlined, he sat down, he slid right in, opened his Sprite up, took a big gulp, and then took a little pint of vodka and promptly poured it right in there. And he said, he was showing us on the map. He was like, "Yeah, if you go through this 4-lane highway, there's a fence here. There's a hole in the fence. You run through it, and, you know, just run really fast, and you get over to this side, and this on-ramp, you can get a ride." He's like, "I'm going down to Florida myself." He's like, "I'll show you boys the way." So we, against Dylan's protests, I don't want to get too wordy, against Dylan's protests, like I agreed. I was like, let's do it. I want to get out of this fucking city. This sucks. We keep getting rounded up. I'm hungry. Like, I want to make some distance again. So we went with what his name was, Silver Bear Iron Legs. That's what he called himself. Dylan nicknamed him Silver Bear Iron Cock. Iron Cock. I don't know why, but he's a weirdo. And Silver Bear was just crazy. We were walking through the ghetto, and there were all these people. We heard gunshots and shit, bottles breaking, prostitutes trying to get me to have sex with them. And Silver Bear the whole time was like, "I'll protect you boys. I'm immune to drive-by bullets." Like, no, he said, "I'm impervious to drive-by bullets."
What the fuck?
Yeah, so he would like stand on the side of us, and we would walk on the inside of the sidewalk. Oh, it was crazy. we crossed a 4-lane highway in the middle of the night. And I think it was a Saturday. It was insane. We almost got hit by cars. It was like playing Frogger. Went through the fence that he talked about. I'm like going down, and he would just periodically disappear. The dude is like a magician, but all of a sudden he was gone. And I was like, Silver Bear, where are you? What the fuck? Like, Silver Bear. And he's like hanging out in this tree looking down. He's like, don't worry, boys. I'm just scoping it out. I'm like, what the, how did you get, never mind. Let's just go. And Jesus. Oh, he was a character. He's probably long dead now. And anyway, we went through this dude's yard. The guy came out with a fucking shotgun when he saw us, and he had dogs chasing us. And I was running as fast as I could with my pack. I had a taser someone had given me, and jumping over the fence, the dog grabbed my leg and my pant leg, and the backpack shifted, and the taser, I guess, fell out, which sucked. That would have been real useful later on, which we'll get into. But, eventually ended up not making it to the on-ramp, and we stayed behind this, we camped out behind this old shut-down law firm, this building in the middle of the ghetto. It was terrifying. We heard gunshots all over. It was just Dylan and me trying to sleep, and Silver Bear in the dark. All you could see were the embers of his joint. And he was like, don't worry, boys. I'll watch over you. We're like, oh,
how old is this guy? Roughly?
He was like 55. Or he was probably like 45, but he looked like 55. Yeah. The road had been hard on him. But I remember like right before we went to bed, he's like, y'all got a piece on you? I said, a piece, like a gun? I'm like fucking 18. I don't even know how to handle a gun right now. And, and he's like, no, like this. And he whipped out, he was wearing shirt sleeves, and he whipped out this like really long knife out of nowhere. I'm telling you, the guy was an enigma. And he was like, yeah, look at here, boys. And he like spun it around his hand, his wrist, and he would go like this, and it would be gone. And we're like, whoa, this is fucking terrifying. And he's like, look, and he would like throw it back in his hand, and he put it up to Dylan's neck. And Dylan was like, whoa, Silver Bear, this is not fun anymore. Not cool. And he put it back and like chuckled to himself. He's like, I told you, boys, I'll watch out for you. I was like, I don't think this is a good idea anymore.
Jesus.
Woke up next morning, bitter cold, and he was gone. Never saw him again.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Met a lot of people like that on the road.
That would do that? That would just...
Well, not that would do that. I learned my lesson, kind of.
But I mean, just they'd be there, and then they're just fucking gone.
Yeah. Just there one moment, and then just gone the next. You never hear from him again. You
mentioned back up in Atlanta, you had a couple dollars. You got some shit to eat at McDonald's. How would you ever get any money?
I got that money because at the time, it was called Trek to Change the World. That was my journey. There was no trike anymore, but it was still a trek. And we made a 501c3. And one of my older friends, Jimbo, managed the nonprofit. And he announced on Facebook, like, hey, these guys can't get out of Atlanta. Can you if anybody wants to donate, they'll grab a bus and they'll go down south because they're stuck. And people did donate some money, and it was enough to get some food and get some bus tickets to go down south.
How would they get you that that money from there?
Oh, I'm trying to think. I think it was like a Western Union situation, something like that. Yeah. It went into the Trek account, and then he wired me through Western Union. I think that's how I got it.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Fuck.
Oh, it's a boring story, Mike. I'm telling you. Why'd you have me on here?
It's not at all boring.
I know. I'm messing with you.
My recovery score is 42% this morning. I don't know why. I slept like shit last night.
Oh, yeah, I did too.
But you mentioned the bus. Did you guys ever take a bus?
Yeah, we took a couple. It wasn't just straight hitchhiking the whole time. We took a couple. I mean, we would do a stint. Let's say we did like, it was a big stint. We went from Atlanta to Orlando. And then we hitched from Orlando to my grandparents down in Naples. And then I think our biggest stint nonstop was from Mobile, Alabama to Dallas, Texas. We hitched. Yeah, just in one go, yeah.
How long did that take? Do you remember, roughly?
I think it was like a week.
Really?
It wasn't that bad, yeah. And we'd camp out in the woods. We camped out behind, I mean, this is right after like Hurricane Katrina just decimated the whole area of Louisiana. And it was so surreal, honestly. It was like being in a post-apocalyptic movie because all these like multi-million-dollar mansions were just upended out of the ground. It was like
Did you ever squat in any of those?
No, they were like real dilapidated, like all the windows smashed in, lots of mold, but we always stayed like behind them so we couldn't be seen from the road. We didn't want to get picked up or there are some weird stories, some weird situations, like weird people, you know. So we were just trying to protect ourselves.
Is there other than Silver Legs? Is there another weird story of somebody that you met that was just?
Oh yeah, lots of them. One time we were hitchhiking through. We were hitchhiking through Alabama, and there was this kid that we didn't see any cars. We're in some back road for hours, just walking. I remember we saw the "Welcome to Alabama" sign. I had to take a leak so bad. I went behind it to take a leak, and I heard a rattlesnake, and I was like, wow, imagine if that's the end of me. I get bitten on the dick by a rattlesnake. Like, what a way to go. But I ran off, and right as I was like pulling my pants up, this bicyclist was like coming towards us. And I remember he got off his bike, and he just stared at us for a minute, and he said, "What the fuck?" I was like, "Yeah, what the fuck?" Like, what are you doing here? He's like, "What are you doing here?" And we started talking, and he lit up a cigarette, and he told us he was going to all 4 points of the country. You know, like he just got back from Maine, from my hometown, which was interesting. And he's going to Florida. And I said it was ironic. He was smoking a cigarette when he was bicycling like 6,000 miles. Yeah. And I just chatted with the guy, and he was cool, and he went on his merry way, and never heard from him again.
Were there any super dangerous encounters that you had that?
Oh yeah, here in Dallas, actually. It's the first time I've been back to Dallas since this dude tried to knife me.
Really?
Mm-hmm. We just gotten a like 800-mile ride from these two incredible people, Dallas and Mary Lou. Big shout out to those guys. I love them. They gave us an 800-mile ride, dropped us in Dallas, thrust like $60 into my hand, gave me some food, and we were at a gas station, and they said, "Are you boys okay to just go around the block and to the bus station so you can go on over to LA?" And that's what we were gonna do. And I said, "Yeah, we're fine. No big deal. There's just a couple blocks." And threw on our packs, started walking. We're on the sidewalk. It was dark. There were no lights, and this guy, like crackhead or something, real dangerous looking dude, must have seen us with our backpacks and must have seen Dallas put some money in my hand, because he got up from sitting on outside the gas station and just started coming towards us. And I didn't think much of it. I heard him walking behind us, and I just looked back and I saw him. Every time I would look at him, he would just he had his hands in his pockets, and he would just look away. Nope, do. And I looked at Dylan and I said, "Hey man, I think we're being followed." And he said, "Yeah, I got that." And so we were walking on the sidewalk. I could see the lights of the bus station pretty far ahead, like several hundred feet. And all of a sudden I heard the footsteps, like, bump, 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 bump. He was going faster. And I looked back. He had been running, and he came to a full stop and just acted like nothing happened. And I remember looking into his eyes, and this is a feeling that I've had multiple times since. You look into the eyes of certain people, and there's like a vacancy of human emotion. It's just, they're gone for whatever reason. Maybe it's drugs. Maybe they're drunk. Maybe they're a sociopath. Maybe they're a psychopath, or maybe they're simply on the spectrum. Maybe they're a serial killer. But there's something missing that is inherently human from their gaze. And when you see that, you are in trouble. Like, it's fight or flight. You're going to die, And I've been through that a few times. John had that sometimes. John McAfee had that. But he was a chameleon. He had many different sets of eyes, actually. So I saw that in the guy, and that's when I looked at Dylan, and I said, "Run." And we ran, and he ran. The guy came after us. And I remember the last time I looked, I saw he had a knife in his hand. And we ran like fucking lightning, and we got into the bus station, into the lights, people sitting down, real sketchy crew, but we're like, oh, thank God. We sat down just in time right before he got to the window, and he looked at that window, and he put both fists on the window. The knife he put back in his pocket, but he had both fists on the window, and he was staring at us through the window with rage, like total unadulterated rage. Like he wanted to get us. And I don't know if he would have really like stabbed us. He probably would have, though. He probably would have stabbed us to rob us, to incapacitate us. That was his goal. But it was interesting. That was really the first brush that I had with what I think was evil. And that was right here in Dallas.
Do you remember what part of Dallas it was?
Oh, God. It was a sketchy part of Dallas. I think it was downtown. It was a Greyhound station. It'd be surreal as hell to go back to that place if it still exists.
I'm sure it does.
Wow.
That's why I was curious if you knew what, like,
That'd be kind of cool,
suburb
actually.
or subsection.
Maybe I'd see the fucker and I'd actually take him down this time.
Yeah.
I ain't running anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wild. Was there a nicest vehicle along this entire path that ever picked you up?
Oh, yeah.
What was it?
Her name was Dorothy Parker. And this big old lady who was retired, and she lost her son, and she picked us up in the pouring rain in Missouri, and we were soaked, and we just wanted like a hot cup of coffee or something like that, and she took us to a place. She got us coffee, and I remember, even though it was a truck though, and she was with this guy who was helping her out, kind of like I think he was living with her, kind of taking care of her a little bit in her grief, and we were sitting on these old moldy carpets in the back of the truck as the rain was coming down, but we had to like kind of huddle in the cab. So the rain, because of, the truck speed, it would just like shoot over our heads, so we wouldn't get all that wet. But I remember it was something she said to me. She like pinched my cheek. She was like, "You look like my boy," And she, I don't know, something about that. She told me, she gave me her address. She said we could stay with her if we wanted, but we were on the way. I still have her address in this notebook that I carried with me that I stole from a Barnes & Noble in, I don't know, I think in Atlanta. Yeah, I stole a book, ripped off the barcode and stashed it, and I wrote all of my journal in that book, and I remember I still have it. Yeah. She said, "You boys ever come back this way, you promise, and you'll visit old Dorothy. You'll stop in and you'll see us." And I promised her I would, but I never did. I went to LA and I lost my mind. And I think I kind of forgot about a lot of those people. Yeah. Sadly.
I was actually speaking from like a materialistic standpoint.
Oh,
like,
a nice car.
Yeah, like the nicest vehicle. Was there ever a nice?
No. Nobody with money or nice cars ever picked us up.
Buckets.
Total shit buckets.
Yeah.
Total shit buckets and poor people like me had the biggest hearts.
Yeah. That's not uncommon.
No, it's not.
All right, so New England, Atlanta, Florida,
Bible Belt,
south all the way to Dallas,
yep.
Dallas up to Missouri.
No, I said Missouri. I'm sorry, I meant Mississippi.
Okay,
my bad.
Okay, so that was before Dallas.
That was before Dallas. Yeah, I was in Mississippi.
So Dallas, you almost get knifed here in the great state of Texas.
Love y'all.
And then you jump on a bus, and then from there to where?
All the way to LA. The whole thing. Yeah, I didn't want to hitchhike through the desert. I figured, our luck was quickly running out. We'd had some bad experiences, and we had just enough money now from like panhandling. Some people stashed money, and my grandma gave me a little bit of money, like $40, $50, and together pulling that and panhandling, we had enough to buy 2 bus tickets all the way to LA.
Yeah,
and that's what we did. And I showed up in Los Angeles, got off the bus. I had literally a quarter in my pocket. Wow. That was all I had to my name.
Were you still getting some of the funds from the nonprofit at that point? It had dried up?
No, it dried up, and that wasn't happening anymore. I largely didn't want it to, because I didn't want to mooch off people. I mean, the trek turned into a whole different animal. I was no longer interviewing these luminaries and these thought leaders. I was just largely, Alex is on an adventure. He'll figure it out. And I'm not going to let people fund that. And I don't think people wanted to, and I don't blame them. So no more. Yeah.
Were you doing any like odd jobs kind of shit?
I would from that point forward. Yeah.
Like once you got to LA.
Once I got to LA, yeah, that's where I would settle for a time.
But along the way, was it just panhandling? Was most of the?
We didn't ever ask for money, but people like just would see us sitting in outside a gas station or
$20 or something.
They would they would come. It was so cool actually. It was actually fascinating to me. This one guy, he came up, he put $20 in my hand, and I was like, "Oh my God, thank you, sir. What is your name?" And he just like shook his head. He just wanted to give me the money. He walked away and didn't even say a word. Oh. I was like, "Well, shit. I mean, cool."
Yeah.
That was quick.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah. But no odd jobs, because we weren't really sticking around any place for long enough.
Yeah.
We were kind of just bouncing all around.
Yeah. All right, so you make it to LA. You've got a quarter in your pocket. Your buddy decides this isn't for him, so now you're solo.
Yeah.
Now what?
So, interesting story. As I said, the trek to change the world just kind of took on a different form with me, because it became more like a walkabout experience. You know what a walkabout is? Yeah.
Like
so it was
Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, there you go. so it was like just no stingray.
Yeah.
No stingray. Actually.
Well, no, it's the Crocodile Hunter.
Oh, is that it? Oh, Crocodile Dundee. Yeah,
Have you seen the movie?
Yeah, with the hat and the like.
Yeah, so when he goes to in the first one, that's the whole thing is that he teaches the Western journalists what a walkabout is.
Yep.
So, yeah.
I got to see that again. That is a classic. Yeah. So yeah, it became this like walkabout, and I remember I was still walking about. I didn't really know what I was going to do. My purpose was kind of all invested in the trike, which was 3,500 miles away back home. So, I mean, I became homeless. Dylan went home. He just wasn't having it. He didn't want it. He wasn't having fun anymore. For me, I know I was like hungry all the time. I know I was broke. I know we had brushes with death. I know that it wasn't always fun, but for me, it was everything that I'd always wanted as a kid. Reading like On the Road by Kerouac, reading Thoreau, reading Paul Thoreau, the famous travel writer. All of these stories that just like made me want to hit the road and experience life to its fullest. I was in it and I was happy. Didn't matter. No matter what happened, I was happy. And so he went home. I started sleeping on the street. I was sleeping. At first I slept on 3rd and Rose, which was a big homeless encampment just a few blocks away from Venice Beach. But there were like fights there and it was sketchy. And, you know, we looked like, I was always clean cut. I would still go to the bathrooms at like 5 in the morning and 5:30 in the morning at Talking Stick Cafe, which would open. They would not bat an eye at my homelessness. I would go in and wash up in their bathroom, put on a fresh shirt, and slick my hair back with water. And so I didn't really look homeless, and I got a lot of shit for that. They're like, "You ain't fucking homeless. Like, what are you talking about? You white boy, like you look clean as hell." And I'm just like, I'm sorry to say I am homeless, and no one's bailing me out anytime soon. Like, so I stopped sleeping on 3rd and Rose, and I slept by this golf course whose sidewalk was like under construction. So they had fencing up on the sidewalk, and there's a couple of sections for whatever reason had a blue tarp over it. So I'd sleep there at night, and if it would rain, I wouldn't get wet and be cold. But so one time I was hanging out at the Talking Stick Cafe. I met a friend who was a barista. His name was Jonathan. He would give me some free food sometimes, and I would go in there, and I remember I found a newspaper on the table, and I looked at it, and it said that there was a homeless epidemic in LA County. And I'll never forget, it said there are 51,340 homeless people. And I read that number, and it just blew my mind. I thought, like, that's 10 times the population of my hometown in summertime, you know, when it's already doubled. Like, that's insane. I couldn't even picture 51,340 people in one place. Like, that's fucking Super Bowl. That's in a stadium, packed stadium. And I was like, there's a lot of homeless people. How is that possible in this country, to supposedly the greatest country on earth, the most wealthy country on earth, and invaded a lot of countries. We enriched ourselves, I feel, over the years. We were like Great Britain for a long time. I feel like we built an empire, and that is the empire of America. And I love America. I love my country. But at the same time, I became very confused because I saw a lot of homeless veterans on the street. So many, like PTSD-stricken, schizophrenic even, not veterans, but I saw a lot of people with like shell shock. You know, they would hear, what's it called when a car like backfires or something? They would hear that, and they would just be like all of a sudden in a crying fit, huddled on the ground. And I'm thinking, like, where the fuck is the help for all these people? Yeah. How is that possible? Like, I pay my taxes. I pay a lot of money in taxes now, but where is the help? Like, why are there almost 52,000 homeless people, a lot of which are veterans? I found out the veteran facilities weren't really.
They suck.
They suck. They fucking suck.
Most of them suck. There's a few good ones, but most of them suck.
Also, the mental health facilities were filling up. The homeless shelters were filling up. I would go to homeless shelters, and nope, I ended that very quickly because there was always stabbings and people ODing and dying in front of you. I got my life threatened, you know, and oh man, this one guy, Charles, broke my heart. This Marine, his story. And I met a lot of people like that in those ensuing few weeks of being homeless. And so I decided I was going to pivot completely, and I was going to turn the whole Trek to Change the World thing into a documentary about homelessness. I was going to document my time being a homeless kid, and I was going to tell the stories of the various homeless people that I met. So that was the new decision process.
What or how, I guess, were you able to to make that pivot and now all of a sudden decide to even be able to do that? Like, how did you pull that off? Because if you're homeless, you don't have a pot to piss in. Making a documentary doesn't seem like it's at the top of the list from a survival standpoint. Like, a lot of other things have to transpire for you to even be able to do that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, like, let's chalk it up to the absolute naivety of me at that point, thinking like, no matter what happened, no matter how bad or how hungry or how cold and wet and tired I was like living my dream. I was like living the life, because all I ever wanted was to get out of this little podunk town in Maine and experience like every aspect of the human experience. I wanted to know so many things. I had so many questions about everything. Yeah. Like politics, religion, the philosophy, the state of the world, the way the world used to be, why. I was just always asking why. And so that was my answer. Every day I would get a new answer to another why. So I didn't really factor in like, no, you should probably eat today if you want to make this documentary, or, don't sleep on that street because, those two crackheads just fucking jumped you and broke your nose. That's why I like crooked nose right here. Just don't do that. I wasn't really thinking of that because I was so obsessed and invested in this new documentary about them. Yeah.
And you spent the next 2.5 years there, right? Doing that?
No. I spent like, I think it was like almost half a year there.
Okay.
On the streets in LA. And I spent, I lost my mind because of what I'm sure we'll get into. And then I spent 2.5 years on the road, constantly traveling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. After that.
So for that 6-month stint in the LA area, did you make and finish the documentary on homeless people?
Yeah, I did actually. I did. Not at that point. I didn't finish the doc until the 2.5 years was up. Not 2.5 actually. It was like, I was still insane. I made the documentary with all the footage, everything that I'd captured on the journey from Maine to LA, the homelessness, everything. And I actually, I put it together in like 13 days. I just holed up in my room, taught myself how to use Adobe CS6 editing software, got the mic set up, and, learn how to get Creative Commons licensing. And I threw the documentary together to submit it to, at the time, it was called the Paul Revere InfoWars International Film Contest. It was put on by InfoWars back then. And I wanted to do this because it was about similar subject. It was about homelessness. It was about the human experience. And it became really popular, actually. It was the most watched, most commented, highest rated film in the competition. It didn't win. And I ended up taking the film offline and making it private.
Can it not be viewed right now then?
It can't, but I can make it unprivate and then anyone can see it. It's still up there.
To me, I would love to, for the sake of the episode, if there's a way to delist it or deprivate list it, whatever.
I'll show you the link. I will list it again. It's on Vimeo. It's just private. Only I can see it. I've shown it to a few people. I watch it maybe once a year to remember where I come from.
How long is it?
It's an hour and 17 minutes.
Yeah, if we could put a link to where the viewers could watch it, that'd be awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
All right, let's do it.
Thank you for that. So, for me, being the business-minded entrepreneur, logistics guy that I have turned into now, owning businesses, my first kind of question and thought is, how do you pull that off from a
financial?
Well, yeah. You've got equipment, you got to charge it. Where do you charge batteries? The mics. How do you navigate the logistic component of that? Because that's, even if you have a full-time job and that's your side hustle or passion project, that still requires funding and capital and an ability to pull that off. I can imagine being homeless while you're trying to do that creates a whole other set of challenges and circumstances that aren't ideal to make that happen. How did you navigate all that?
That's a great question. I did it in the most bare bones way possible. So I did end up getting a job at a place called Santino's. It was an Argentinian restaurant in Santa Monica and Venice. And so I was a waiter and bartender. I falsified a resume. I have tons of experience waiting tables. I never waited tables in my fucking life.
That's
but
awesome.
I needed the money, and it was quick money because of the tips. So yeah, I got the job. I remember every morning, because this ordinance at the LAPD in the city, if you woke up past 5:30 a.m., you're sleeping on a park bench, you're on my spot by the golf course or whatever. You know, the LAPD would rouse you awake. They might even arrest you. Sometimes they rough you up, and so nobody wanted that. And so I was always up bright and early. I'd go to the Talking Stick Cafe. I would wash up. Then I would go into Santino's, and I would stash my backpack behind the dumpster, always like an hour and a half before they open. And I'd wait, and they were always like commenting on that, like, "Oh, you're always early." I'm like, "Yep, my backpack. You couldn't see my backpack." Yeah. So I was always early, and I'd go in, and I'd start working, and it was like a lot of like Hollywood people, some real assholes, some really nice people too.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The biggest asshole, I think, was a famous producer, and he was such a dick to me, but he ended up giving me the biggest tip that I'd gotten the whole time. It was like $100. Mm-hmm.
It's going to probably seem like a totally random or even dumb question, but did you have the same backpack that entire time?
The whole time. I still have it.
Really?
Yeah, I'll show you a picture of it.
What backpack is it? What brand?
It's Big Red, and it was created by LL Bean.
Oh, shit.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And it's, let's see, it's like a 40-liter bag.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It's got a lot of pockets. It's very comfortable. Big Red, I've used it ever since.
And shoe-wise, same pair of shoes this whole trip?
Oh, man, I'm a boot guy. Yeah, I had some Red Wings, I think. Yeah. I had some Red Wings boots.
Last the whole trip?
The whole thing, yeah. I think I got them right before the trip, and by the end of the trip, they were like the most comfortable boots of all time. Yeah. So I put on like so many miles on those things.
That's wild, man.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, yeah, it's just, having spent plenty of time with a backpack on and fucking good boots.
Those are important. Your combat boots are like the best boots on the market, what you guys get in the service.
Well, one of the nice things for spec ops anyway, like we get certain allowances for kind of deciding or purchasing out of network or out of the military civilian stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So like for mountaineering stuff, like we can go to REI and get,
nice.
Like mountain hardware, like top end shit. Yep. Same with boots. Like, so we would go as a platoon to REI, and it's like, just find the boots you like and pick what you want, kind of.
Really? Yeah. Oh, so it didn't have to be this totally uniform. Everybody has the same shit.
Not with everything.
Okay.
With some things it was that way. Your basic uniforms are largely that way. Even that, there's some kind of autonomy in terms of what exactly is on at certain patches, or whether or not your sleeves are rolled up or cut off, or there's a little bit of flexibility there. Boots, totally up to you. Gloves, typically totally up to you. Weapons, there's certain ones that we'll use. It's kind of up to us which ones we take, but it's from a group of different weapons, so it's not like you can.
It's not your own personal firearm.
No,
okay.
No, it's never your own stuff, but. And same, like backpacks and sleeping bags and stuff like that, generally, or at least this is, 20 years ago, there was some autonomy. There's also periods where there's like this cold weather system that they would have. It's like this 7-layer setup, backpack, fucking crampons, snowshoes, like this whole huge fucking cold weather kit that you get issued. And so that's all the same, but you can still like...
You can tweak it if you wanted to.
Yeah, or if you want like a different, outer layer, cold weather puffy jacket, or whatever. Like you can certainly kind of mix and match or just augment shit as you want. But
that's badass because, as you know, having worked in the service, like gear is everything.
Oh yeah,
if you don't have good gear, like you got fucking swamp feet.
Yeah.
Trying to fight.
Yeah. Interestingly, having worked with special operations, like say in the Philippines, they have no money and no gear. Like they're making shit out of nothing that you're just like, how the fuck did you make
incredible.
That? Yeah. They're like prisoners in terms of how imaginative and how like just their ability to just make something out of nothing.
Yeah, their ingenuity is.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Because you have to.
Yeah.
If you don't have anything, you got to figure out a different
survival for sure. But all right, so you're working at Santino's. You're doing just enough to get by in terms of financially to finance this thing.
I'd give it all away actually every day.
Really?
All of my money. Yeah. Well, to answer your question before, I would charge my camera and laptop at the Talking Stick Cafe in the mornings and stuff every morning. So it would like die by nighttime, and I would go back in the morning and charge it and wash up and then go to work. But yeah, all my tip money, I didn't make much money at all. I mean, I was making minimum wage plus tip money. I didn't make a lot of tip money, but the thing that I did with it was on my walk home, I'd stop by the 99-cent store, which is so cool. You get a bag of apples, 99 cents. You get a thing of hummus, $1, you know? So I would get a bunch of groceries I'd hand out to homeless people on my walk home. And I always had a sandwich. They had amazing sandwiches there from the panini press, and I would get like one meal a day. So I'd get a sandwich. I'd eat half the sandwich for lunch, and then I'd save the rest for dinner. So that was what I ate. I ate a Santino sandwich, one a day.
Yeah. Were you rail thin, I imagine?
I was pretty fucking thin. I still have weird eating disorders. Like,
really?
That I only really recently learned that I have because my girlfriend's like, I eat more than you. This isn't right. Like, you're making me feel fat. And I'm like, baby, you're not fat. I'm just fucked in the head. You know? Yeah. So like we'll go to a restaurant and I will eat half of it or a quarter of it. Yeah. I'll save the rest. It's this weird thing. And it's the same with every meal. I'll eat part of it. I'll leave it on the table, I'll come back an hour later or 2 or 3, or I'll put it in the fridge. Yeah. I just like pick away. It's like almost like this psychological phenomenon that my body is protecting itself from being, I don't know, hungry.
Well, how tall are you?
5'8".
Do you know about what you weighed then?
What I weighed then? Let's see.
I mean, what do you weigh now, and what did you weigh?
I weigh now like 165. I have a little bit of muscle, but I've been traveling so much, not really hitting the gym. But back then, I think I was probably like 135. Yeah. I was like 5'8.5", 135.
Yeah. Wow.
That's pretty thin, I think.
For sure it is.
You could see my ribs.
Yeah.
I remember my mom cried when she saw me.
I'll bet.
After like several
Yeah, I mean,
months.
that's got to be nerve-wracking for parents and family, not really being able to get a hold of you, having no idea where the fuck you're at.
My mom got white hair, she said, because of me. And my brother, my big brother, couldn't get a hold of me ever unless I could have money for a payphone. And he was always stressed out about me.
Yeah. So this is what, 2012?
Uh-huh. Yeah. 2012, yeah.
There's a note about first potential interaction with a serial killer, self-defense, kind of a mental breakdown, 6-day period.
That was
at what point in the 6-month period did that take place?
At the end.
Okay. Is there anything prior to that happening that's worth mentioning?
A few scuffles with crackheads. You know, I got into one. Sleeping on the streets at night. It was funny. You know, I always like never understood why cardboard. Why so much cardboard, guys? Like, I mean,
of all the things,
like, shouldn't you be hoarding other shit, more valuable stuff? But no, I realized quickly. I mean, those streets get cold at night. And one of the chief causes of death among the homeless populations is hypothermia. You sleep on the street without a sleeping pad or you know, a couple sheets of cardboard. That cold creeps up into your spine. It goes into your back. You get cold overnight. You wake up shivering and sneezing. You get hypothermia. You get pneumonia. You get sick. You die. You know. So I understood the value of cardboard. So I would always have cardboard on me. And I think I lost my sleeping pad somewhere along the way. And you know, my sleeping bag, I'm all zipped up. Got really cold at night. But then one time I got jumped by some crackheads, you know. They tried to steal my shit, which was always buckled to my arm. You know, I had a bunch of buckles in my backpack, and one of them would be buckled around my arm. I felt it getting tugged. I don't think they noticed I had that going on. And I was like, what the fuck? And I was like trying to get out of my sleeping bag and grab my stuff and fight them off. And they punched me, and I just like, I went like a madman. I went crazy on them, and I grabbed my shit. I grabbed my shoes, and I just ran. And I was running over broken glass and like pebbles and rocks, and it was just like, oh, fuck. You know, and they're like coming after me. I'm like, okay, this is not good. I'm carrying like a 40-pound backpack. And I'm sorry for the rant, but it leads up to that. That's why I realized you had to wear your boots, even in your sleeping bag, in case you had to run. And so a few circumstances like that. You know, the usual schizophrenics try to, you know, chase after you, threaten to kill you and stuff. And they're old and you can run faster than them. So that was usually a win.
Did you ever spend any time or visit Skid Row?
No. Never. Nope. I thought about it. And when I was shooting the documentary, I was always interviewing people. I was always trying to get their stories. You know, I met someone who lost his entire family in 9/11. Oh, wow. You know, it is fucking heartbreaking. He lost his mind. He hit the streets. He couldn't take care of himself. He's been homeless ever since. I met some not famous, but used to be famous poet who left it all behind, didn't want any more, and he just one of the most intelligent people I met. No drugs, no alcohol, just wanted to live on the streets, like kind of like me, you know, that naivety. A lot of people like that, but you know, sorry, what was the question?
Well, it's just, you know, before you get into the self-defense Venice Beach,
yeah,
you know, kind of your first brush with, you know, what you think may have been a serial killer, just that, you know, that 6-month period living on the streets, obviously there are happenings and circumstances that are probably remarkable. Just if before we get into kind of how that chapter ended, and then you go on the, you know, the Alaska.
I saw my first death, you know, I saw someone OD. A lot of people, actually, I saw people OD and like frothing at the mouth and like just die. And they, you know.
Do you remember if there was a specific drug that was the most prominent in terms of use?
Heroin was the big one. Really? On the streets over there. Yeah, heroin was huge. Crack cocaine, this guy, Chucky. I actually have a clip of it where he fractured my hand. Chucky he was this guy who, real crazy looking motherfucker. He lived behind the Talking Stick Cafe with his girlfriend who was like 30, but she looked 60. They're always on drugs. And one time they were gone. Chucky was gone for a period of weeks, and I had no idea where he was. And I saw him again. And it was one night I was having a couple beers with my friends I'd made at the Talking Stick, behind the Talking Stick, but they were there. They had a little encampment. I was like, Chucky, it's great to see you, man. Like, what happened? Turns out he was in jail. And anyway, he was with this pimp and drug dealer named Jamal. Got him on camera too. Sorry, Jamal, you're probably dead by now though, so it's cool. They're all probably dead. I actually later found out that the girlfriend was found dead in a ditch. Oh, wow. She was murdered. But yeah, so Chucky, I was excited to see him. I looked out for these guys. I gave him some food when I could, and he was there, and he was in a mood, and he was smoking a crack pipe and blowing it in my face. And he blew it, and I was like, Chucky, don't do that. And I remember it smelled like like burnt, nasty popcorn. And I don't know if it's even possible. Maybe it's psychosomatic, but I felt high. He blew it right in my face, and I like accidentally inhaled it. And then he tried to fight me. He took off his shirt. He was fucking ripped, and he came at me. And it's this really interesting clip in the documentary. I just had this like weird Zen moment where I wasn't afraid at all. I saw him. He was like this wild animal. He was literally growling at me.
You have this on camera?
I do. I have a clip. Shit. I'll share it with you. Yeah, I'll share it with you after the shoot. And coming at me, and everyone's like, Alex, get out. Alex, go. But I had this like weird, serene moment come over me, and I just looked at Chucky, and I realized like, he's not going to hurt me. You can't hurt me. And he gave up. He like walked away. He did punch me in the hand. I tried to hand him a beer. I was like, Chucky, here's a beer. Like, chill, it's fine. And he punched me, and he smashed my thumb and sprained my thumb. You see that on camera too, I think. And but then he walked away, and he went away. And I remember my friend asked me, he was like, Alex, what were you doing? Like, why weren't you afraid? And this is a phenomenon that's happened. And I think it's because of my fucked up childhood, running away from my dad when I was a kid, and hiding out in the woods all the time. I had cops calling me like 15 times. I was a runaway. They'd always come, scoop me up, bring me back. But I think it was a survival instinct or a defense mechanism that at a certain point, you realize that fear doesn't actually serve you in situations in which you need to act. Fear, if you don't feel fear in the face of danger or potential death or something, then you have this like clarity in your head that allows you to, I think, make better decisions. If you can suspend that fear. I'm not saying I can always do that. I am afraid of fucking great white sharks. You throw me in a pool, one of those guys, I will piss myself before they eat me. It's going to be bad. It'll be embarrassing, but I don't know how I got on that tangent. Just sometimes those things did happen. But I think maybe the mix between my naivety and my unwillingness to really bow down to fear anymore kind of helped protect me in some way.
Were there instances where you were legitimately and completely fucking terrified?
Mm-hmm.
And what? Yeah. How did you kind of leverage the being terrified and staying in that environment, not just being like, dude, what the fuck am I doing? Let me figure something else out.
Absolutely, it's a great question. I witnessed a shooting one time, and that was terrifying. All the cops are coming on, like SWAT teams and shit, and there's like I think it was like a gang shooting. Maybe it was even the Bloods and the Crips, but they were full on fucking firing on each other right near where I was sleeping. And I had to run away. Like I had to run basically across them, near them. Not like I wasn't super close, but like close enough to feel like, oh, a stray bullet might hit me at any second and kill me, you know? That I was terrified of. I was afraid. There's nothing I could do but run. And I did run away, and I never stayed in that part of town again. And there are other instances. Sometimes I would see people, like I mentioned before, with those eyes, that vacancy of human emotion is just gone.
Per capita, did you see more people with that soulless expression in the homeless communities than anywhere else?
Yeah, I did. Mm-hmm. But not since I've seen more people with that look in their eyes and
just walking around,
yeah. High profile business people, you know, a lawyer or two.
Any household names?
Mm-hmm.
That you care to mention?
Yeah, here's one right here, John McAfee.
Yeah.
He had that.
Anybody else, I guess?
That I could mention. Yes. I'm a little worried I would get sued, you know?
His name rhymes with?
Biden.
No shit.
Oh, no, I'm just kidding. I'm fucking with you. I haven't met Joe Biden.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, but, you know, yeah.
Well, he seems pretty fucking checked out across the board.
Yeah.
But
he's an old fella.
Yeah. So, I mean, to me, that begs the question, like, even as a young man, and even with the, pretty rough childhood, there still seems to be, or I would assume that there's some element of like self-preservation that's saying like, in this environment, you continue this fight or flight mentality, and you're kind of constantly in that kind of, sympathetic, parasympathetic, battle, if you will. And, was there not a point at which you're like, dude, what the fuck am I doing? Why don't I fix my situation and not do this anymore?
Nope.
Really?
Yeah, surprisingly. But I mean, that informs how fucking dumb I was, right?
Well,
I think so, honestly.
Yeah, I guess it just usually, the human experience typically learns from, like, even if it's just recognizing patterns and changing your behavior based on those, I would think that after a point you'd be like, okay, this isn't the fucking brightest idea.
Oh, that. I mean, yeah, I did employ that for sure. Like don't go to this place past 5:30 p.m.
So it was more on the micro.
It was definitely micro.
Yeah, it wasn't the macro. Like,
no.
Grand scheme of things, this is a fucking bad idea.
Yeah.
Like, that never entered your mind.
That didn't, no. I mean, actually, no, it did enter my mind that it was sort of a fatalistic idea, what I was doing, but I don't know, call it like youthful confidence and naivety or stupidity or
balls of fucking steel.
Or balls of steel. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, I sound cool.
That sounds way better. Stupid? No, I had fucking brass nuts that I had to carry around in a fucking wheelbarrow. Yeah. All right, so at the end, what sounds like it kind of culminated into this, your interpretation of your first interaction with a serial killer, Venice Beach. You had to defend yourself, and that kind of was the unraveling of being in LA.
Yeah, that was the best, worst thing that ever happened to me.
What happened?
For sure. So I got found out. I was sleeping by that golf course for a while, like a good while. And I left because the cops found me and they kicked me off. And so I was like, for a few weeks, I was just kind of skating around, just finding different places. I'd sleep there a couple of days. Like there's this one place. LA has a very interesting layout with their foliage and their trees and stuff. And sometimes in certain lawns, there would be like the fencing would end in a V, and there are shrubs all over the V and like covering it. And inside the V, there's this like little, like, it's like what a deer would sleep in, and I'd find little like cheat codes like that around the city and stay there a couple nights until the person who owned the house or the business would be like, what the fuck are you doing? Get off my lawn. I'm like, yeah, I'm not hurting anybody. So that happened a bunch until I thought, you know what, let's pull a Jim Morrison. Let's sleep on Venice Beach. I was just talking to Zach about that. He read No One Here Gets Out Alive, which was like my Bible as a high school kid, a biography of Jim Morrison from The Doors. And so I slept on Venice Beach for a little while. And the thing about Venice Beach, or even Santa Monica, the Santa Monica Pier, all that, the homeless population was largely dissuaded from sleeping there because the cops would get on ATVs and they'd ride around at night. with their lights on. They would find you and they kick you off. So it's like, oh, what's the point if I'm just going to get kicked off again? So my idea was to sleep, way far down the beach, way far past the Santa Monica Pier, way past all the lights, and on like at the base of a sand dune, like right next to the ocean, like the waves lapping at the shore there. It was the coldest place because you would dress up in like 2 or 3 sweaters, t-shirt, double pairs of wool socks, and your boots and pants and your insulated pants, or like your pajamas, and a jacket and a hat, and you would like zip up the mummy sleeping bag, and you'd think you'd be all right, but you wake up in the morning and you're freezing, you're shivering, you're covered in dew from the ocean, and then you spend the next several hours in the sun just trying to warm up. It's almost like the cold, when they say the cold gets into your bones, it's literally a phenomenon like that. I felt that, I lived that, but it was worth it to not get crackheads maybe killing you, or some cops who weren't sympathetic to the homeless to like bring you in or throw you in jail or beat you up. So I stayed there, and I remember the thing that happened one morning. It was like 3 a.m. I was fast asleep, and all of a sudden I woke up seeing stars, the actual stars, but there was no air in my lungs. I was like, I just felt this intense pain in my stomach. I was like, what the fuck? And I thought maybe I was dreaming or something, but no, it was the pain brought me away from that thought, and the pain made me realize I was actually awake. And then I had to immediately ask, why can't I breathe? I was like catching my breath, like, I felt like someone punched me. Someone kicked me in the stomach. And I looked up, and there was this guy. He was well dressed. He
like well dressed how?
Oh, was in like a dark blazer, white long sleeve shirt. Is unbuttoned a little bit. His hair slicked back. He had dark hair, and it was slicked back with some kind of gel. He was nice looking. He was clean shaven, angular cheekbones. It's kind of ironic, but he honestly looked a little bit like the character from Psycho, not Psycho, American Psycho, with Christian Bale. Just like he looked like he could be a doctor or a lawyer. Just he looked well.
Ballpark age.
What's that?
Ballpark age.
Ballpark age would be late 30s, early 40s, maybe. And that's what I saw when I looked up, catching my breath. And I just saw this guy standing over me, and he said, "Get up." And I was like, "The fuck?" Like I was finally like starting to realize the enormity of the situation before me, because I didn't process it before. But like when you're in situations like that, you're thinking a mile a minute. I was like looking at the stars. I could hear the ocean. I could smell the visceral like salt from the sea. I could feel the texture of the sand beneath my fingers. Like every single sensation became heightened.
And it's still dark. There's nobody around.
It was dark, no one around. I could see the lights of Santa Monica Pier were shut off. It was closed down. I couldn't hear anybody. I couldn't even hear any cars. All I could hear was the ocean. And he said, "Get out of the fucking sleeping bag." And he wasn't wavering. I think he was a little drunk. And that's when I noticed he had a knife. And you probably know the kind of knife. I think it was like a Bowie knife. It was wooden handle, had the hilt, and it was like this fucking long. It was a big knife, and he held it to his side. But he like flipped it around. So he wasn't holding it like blade up. He was holding it blade down and like kind of gripping it. And he made a show of that. He like showed me. I was like, oh fuck, like, okay, I'm in it now. I'm going to die. Something is happening. And he said it again. He came closer, and he's like, "Get out of the fucking sleeping bag." So I made a move. I unzipped my mummy bag down to like as far as it would go, which was like, my abdomen region. I was wearing a belt and jeans, and it was weird seeing his eyes, like when he saw like what I looked like underneath the sleeping bag. It was almost like this weird visceral fucking predatory look that he gave me, like thirsty, And then I slowly started getting out of the sleeping bag. And as I said, I was paying attention to all my everything, just like really trying to take it in, trying to understand what I was going to do. I could run or I could fight or flight. I'm wearing my fucking boots. I'm on a beach. Have you ever ran in boots on a beach? You probably have. Doesn't work very well.
So that's the only kind of running we.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
yeah, who am I asking? Of course, you know.
Yeah.
It's hard, but in my mind, I thought of it like, you know, like those dreams, those nightmares when you're running away from a monster, but it's like you're on a fucking treadmill. You're not really moving. And that's instantly why I thought like, oh, I'm wearing my boots because I got jumped before. Now I kind of wish I wasn't wearing my boots, you know? And so I was slowly unfurling the sleeping bag down around my legs and had my hand in the sand, and I was slowly like getting out of this sleeping bag, and I put my other hand on my belt. And I skipped ahead. He said, as I was doing that, he said, take off your pants. And I was like, no. The fuck? He showed me the knife. He's like, take off your fucking pants. Basically, like, I'm not going to ask you again. He didn't say that, but it was implied. And so that's when I used my other hand. I started taking my belt, slowly making a show of it, and unbuckled it. And he like leaned in a little bit, lowering the knife again with that like predatory gaze. And I launched for him. I went for him. I knew that my boots could get caught in the sleeping bag. That's why I moved them closer to my chest and moved my knee towards my chest too. So I could just like jump out. And I did. I jumped and just basically ran to tackle him. I didn't run. There was like, he was a few feet away, but like, I tackled him. He was bringing the knife up to stab me in the stomach. He didn't get there in time. I knocked the wind out of him, landed on the beach, and I just started pummeling him. I just like left, right. I just started beating the fuck out of the guy. And there was a point when he wasn't moving anymore, and I was still hitting him. And
so you knocked him out?
I knocked him out, yeah. I think I fractured his jaw and broke his nose. There was blood everywhere. It was all over the sand. And I was like, I just fucking killed a guy. I think I just killed someone. And this dude who looked like a well-to-do, probably upstanding citizen, probably owns his own firm. He's wealthy. And there's me. There's this homeless kid with no money and no eyewitnesses. And I thought instantly, I ran away. I grabbed my bag and I just fucking ran for 3rd and Rose, which was several blocks away. I just ran nonstop. And when I got there, I was like, holy shit, I have to report this to the police because I killed him. And then I thought, well, if I do that, I'm going to prison for the rest of my life because who are they going to believe? This well-to-do, upstanding citizen, which a lot of very good serial killers tend to be, or the homeless kid? His word against mine. Well, not his word because he's dead, but like, well, how does it look? You know? I decided I would go back when the sun came up that morning. And if he was dead and I found him, then I would turn myself in, I'd report it. I went back. I remember I was the most nervous I'd ever been. And I like crested that dune. I looked down. There was no guy. I call him the man. The man was gone. And I saw footsteps in the sand. I saw my footsteps in the sand, like scattering everywhere. When I ran away, I saw a bunch of blood, dry blood in the sand. It was like maroon colored. And I saw his footsteps like leading away down Santa Monica, like down where near Whitey Bulger got captured, towards the PCH. And it was weird, that feeling, because in one sense, it was the ultimate relief. I didn't commit murder. I didn't kill the guy, even though it was self-defense. I went a little too far. I was scared. Never had that happen. But the other feeling that became more prominent and difficult to discern and to understand was that I was kind of disappointed that I didn't kill him, because I had a feeling that this was not his first time. He seemed, a little drunk, but he seemed very confident. He knew what he was doing. And I thought, because I didn't do anything about it, he's going to go on killing people, like kids like me. And that experience made me lose my mind, my life for a while. I was afraid. I say I wasn't afraid, but now here comes the fear with a capital F. That's what I call it in the book, the fear. And I couldn't sleep for 6 nights because I was constantly afraid that he would find me. I thought he was probably looking for me, and he probably was. You're exposed, it's like you feel naked. You're already sleeping on the streets. You can't sleep anywhere where human eyes can't see you. You're in fucking LA, you know? I was in Los Angeles. I mean, I guess I could have tried to go up to Malibu or something, or just get out of town, but I didn't want to be seen trying to do that. I was hiding. I was always just hiding for 6 nights, and I just couldn't fucking sleep. And anyway, I remember I had a friend at the time, Josh, who's now a pretty famous actor. He took me to a place called the Wisdom Tree in the Hollywood Hills. And it's this tree where people from all walks of life go to sort of generate wisdom. Like people who are having a hard time, people who've lost someone, people who are grieving, people who are confused, people at crossroads, where I was. And they have this old military box, like canteen thing. You flip open and there are all these notes from all these people talking about their stories. I was going through them, and I was very quiet. And it was very ironic because we had befriended, or he had befriended some people, 2 girls and 2 guys at the Wisdom Tree. And because I was so quiet and weird and distant and sleepless and scared, they nicknamed me the serial killer. Right? Isn't that ironic?
Yeah.
After what I just experienced, and like, it hurt my feelings like so bad, because I wanted to tell them, I wanted to talk about it, but frankly, I was embarrassed and I was confused, and I didn't know what was happening to me, but something was happening. So they make fun of me and call me a serial killer because I was off, like looking at the cityscape of Los Angeles and just processing all this impossible information. And I remember there's a picture of me, actually. It's kind of crazy that I climbed the Wisdom Tree and I had this epiphany. It was a dark one. It was like the naivety was suddenly gone. I looked at the city sprawl, like creeping up upon the Hollywood Hills, the last vestiges of nature, of the natural world, receding and going away and being obliterated because of humanity, because of us, you know, just wiping it all out. And I saw the smog, I heard the airplanes, the sirens, the police cars, the ambulances. I saw the skyscrapers, and all of it, to me, represented death. It represented like the thought of infinite resources on a finite planet, which just makes no fucking sense. And it's like all of it just started washing away in my mentality, in my psyche. And my friend took a picture of me like the moment before I lost my mind. It's so weird. I was actually smiling. I was like looking at because at one point I looked at the sunset and I smiled at the camera, and he took a picture of me. But then that's when my thoughts went dark, and I noticed all the death of it, and went back to his house. He let me stay at his house that night. They had a party. I couldn't connect with anybody. And this one guy who was talking to me, August, actually, we're still friends today now. He saw me, and he just like looked at me outside. He was standing by myself, looking through, like in the dark. He was like, "Alex, are you okay?" And I said, "No, I don't think I am." And he said, "Can I help?" And I said, "No." And I went to sleep, and I woke up with the biggest headache I'd ever had in my life. And I felt sick and terrified of everything. And I remember like everything I looked at was like through a fisheye lens, or like through binoculars. The world itself physically manifested through my vision in a weird fisheye lens. Like everything fucking changed overnight. And I remember I went outside. He was driving me back to the city, my friend, and I threw up because I was so nervous and scared and full of anxiety, because everything I saw just filled me with anxiety and fear. And I called that the fear, with a capital F. And that was my life, the state of perpetual PTSD. Every moment of every day for 2.5 years, I lived through that. And I was always like traveling around the world, this homeless, penniless vagabond. And that's when all the odd jobs happened. I took like 25 odd jobs.
And this entire time, like you're feeling like you're crazy.
Yeah, I thought I was insane. That's what I said. I said to people who saw me, like, "Where's Alex? What happened?" And I'm like, "I lost him. I lost my mind." I didn't have a sense of identity. I didn't like the taste of food. I didn't care about what any nice, pleasant smell was. I didn't want to have sex. I didn't want to be with women. I didn't want to be with my friends. I didn't want to have fun. Nothing. I didn't want to read. I didn't want to do anything. It was just...
Did you have any thoughts of suicide?
All the time. Yeah, I tried couple of times, and I didn't want to live anymore.
How did you try?
Tried to hang myself with a towel on a like a towel rod thing, but the rod broke off. It was weird. Like, I mean, every time I tried, it's like didn't work. Even though I didn't try to shoot myself though or anything like that. I think like because in the back of my head I had maybe some plan to, all right, well, if you can hang yourself with a towel and you can go like that, where you still have a chance, then maybe there is hope for you. Maybe you can fix this. Maybe you can survive this. If I used a gun or something like that, there was no hope. It was just, that's the end. So I think it was this form of cowardice of, let's give it a go. If it doesn't work, we'll try it again next time.
Yeah. Lower percentage odds of it succeeding, maybe as much of a cry for help as anything else.
I never told anybody about it.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, if I had told them, sure, I should have cried for help.
Yeah.
I didn't. I wish I did.
During that 2.5 period, was your sleep all fucked up?
Mm-hmm.
So you weren't eating, you had no sex drive, didn't want to, like, you had zero desire for any enjoyment of anything.
Correct.
Did you find yourself being violent at all or short-tempered or, taking any of those feelings out on anything, whether it's inanimate objects or other people, or like, did you have a bad temper then?
I had a bad temper for assholes, for bad people. Like there's this dude this kid who called a black family the N-word, and they heard it and they just got real quiet and they were eating breakfast, having a great time.
At like a restaurant?
At a restaurant. And we were in front of them with this pure fucking sociopath who I don't think I even put in the notes, but you might want to know about him. I should probably get into that. That was the Vegas experience. Before I got my mind back. Anyway, call him an N-word, and the family, and they got real quiet. They just stopped laughing and enjoying their breakfast, but didn't say anything. It's just a little fucking dweeby 19-year-old. And he went to the bathroom. I followed him and locked the door behind us, and he was pissing in a stall with the door open. I went in and I just fucking washed him. I grabbed him by the back of the head. I threw his head in the toilet, and I was like, who's the fucking N-word now, you little bitch? Like, like, fuck you. And he was just like drowning. He was like patting me on the shoulder, like, let me back. I'm sorry. So there are some instances of violence for sure like that, but it was like all of my rage coming out back on the man, back on the guy.
It was more like defending defenseless people.
Exactly, because that's what I was.
Yeah.
And I was so angry that I was in that situation, and that so many people are in that situation all the time and they're not getting help. And so I like kind of took it upon myself. I was like, if I hear this fucking shit, I'm going to take you down. I don't care if you're bigger than me, you're going to kick my ass. Like, I'm going to do something about it. And I'm very angry, and I treated people poorly. My girlfriend, I did get a girlfriend at the time. It's crazy. This girlfriend
didn't want one.
Even though I didn't want one. Oh, she forced it upon me. I'm telling you, she really did. Like, I don't know why, but she fell in love with me. And I always said, you shouldn't be with me. I'm broken. I'm not here. I'm not here anymore.
How did you meet her?
She was, it's hilarious. Goes back to ghostwriting. Back in high school, she was looking up people in America. She's from Uruguay. And she happened upon my best friend at the time, Matt, and thought he looked interesting, followed him on Facebook. And they had this like courtship. They would talk to each other. It's kind of like a long distance relationship. And he told me one day, he was like, Alex, I'm not good at expressing my feelings, and you're good at that, and you're good at writing and stuff. Can you just like write her love letters for me?
I didn't like several movies that have that as a storyline.
It was a weird one, and I did. I wrote love letters to her, pretending to be him, not knowing that I was ghostwriting. And she found out later, and she reamed me out. But then she said, "But I really did like what you said."
Yeah.
And she's like, "Did you mean it?" And I was like, "Yeah." Jesus. So we started pen paling, and I just so happened to plan before I lost my mind. I had intended to be home within like a year back at my mother's. And so she purchased plane tickets to go visit me. And we weren't dating at the time. We were just friends. But she bought tickets, and she didn't have a lot of money. There's not a lot of money to be made down there. So it was already in the books. So when I lost my mind, I came back with my tail between my legs, became a recluse for several months at my mother's house, didn't even leave my room. My friends would show up, try to see me. I'd have people, like Mika is her name. She came and she would make excuses for me, or like, he's not here, you know. And anyway, she did come over and that whole thing. And I didn't, again, I did not treat her well. I was not a good man. I wasn't even a man. I wasn't even a fucking boy. I was nothing. And I would like leave her. I would break up with her. She would like just be so loving and kind. And that's who I am. That's just me. I'm a loving, kind person, empathetic, but I couldn't give it back. So it was like this constant push-pull situation. She didn't deserve any of that. We were together almost like 2 years, and yeah, so I hurt people for sure.
Yeah. And this is all during the 2.5 years after the Venice Beach thing. Where did you go? Like you left Venice Beach and you ultimately made your way up into Alaska, is that right?
I went a lot of places. I crisscrossed the country several times on trains. I took the Coast Starlight from both LA to Seattle to LA. I did the Great Lakes Limited from like Boston, I think, to Chicago. I did the Empire Builder from Chicago through Montana, Glacier National Park to Seattle. Crisscrossed the whole, like the California Zephyr. I went all over the place. I was taking trains, odd jobs, hitchhiking. I work on farms. I worked on a farm in Washington. I would do fishing boat stuff. I would, work at a restaurant. I'd falsify my resume and get a job at a sales center in Vegas, which was a crazy experience. Living with a sociopath who has a whole story. Oh my God. But
well, I think we should get into it real quick.
Okay, yeah, sure. What
happened?
So this is like 1.5 years into the 2.5 years of just feeling like I was done. Nothing made me happy anymore. I was never happy. Not the only semblance of joy that I received was some moments I had with Mika when she was around, because she could calm my anxiety attacks. She could like make me feel somewhat present. But there was always that underlying feeling of insanity and not being able to connect with anybody.
Did you mess with drugs at any point?
Not at all. No drugs, no alcohol, nothing.
Yeah.
Not at all. No, I tried to. Like I would try to drink some booze with my friends and like try to connect with them. And I was like, ugh, I feel gross. This doesn't work.
Yeah.
Just nothing worked. And so anyway, she flew home. She flew back to Uruguay, and now it was my job to save up enough money to buy a plane ticket to go see her. And so that's what I was doing. I had been borrowing my brother's like 16-foot skiff, and I was taking it out to coves, and I was picking periwinkles. They're like little, sea mollusks. And I would get sacks of those at work all day. I'd be completely alone, which I loved. Even like rained, my engine failed and I got washed out to sea one time. And I was like, this isn't how I fucking die. Like I was angry that time too. I was like, I'm not going to drown because I don't like the water. So I fixed the engine and I just holed over in this cove for several hours during a thunderstorm. But I made it. And so I kept doing that and slowly making some money. And a friend of mine, he was talking about this guy. I don't want to name him. I'm just going to say Vincent, because that's what he's called in the book. And he was telling me about this guy, Vincent, this very flamboyant gay man who had bought like the mystery house in town, the Civil War, like giant fucking mansion on a peninsula. That place was legendary. The legend was like you could go with a metal detector and find old Civil War gold and stuff.
What city is this?
It was in Machias, Maine.
Okay.
There's my hometown where I was staying and being a recluse and saving up money. And he was like, he reminds me of you, Alex. Like, he's so smart. He knows, like, he's so well read. He knows fucking, like, a little thing about everything. You should meet him. I think you could, at any rate, it'd be fun. It'd be good for you. And I'm like, okay, like, whatever. So, we went, I met him. And for sure, the guy later, John McAfee reminded me of this guy to a T. Incredibly intelligent to the point of, like, genius. Extremely charismatic, extremely perceptive and wise and funny and just like all the things. And, what was interesting was like hanging out with him that night. I was closed off, I'm broken. Like, I don't want to talk. I don't want to connect with anybody. But he like took one look at me and he was like, you're fighting something. You're fighting some battle, aren't you? I just felt like exposed. I said, well, yeah, I am. And I told him about a dream that I kept having. I was like this little boy and I was walking along the sand in like Venice Beach, and the water was coming up, and there are these huge sand dunes on the right, and then the water coming in on the left. And I remember these big black sentinels at the very top that were like looking down at me, domineering, like, you're not going to make it up here. And the water would come and wash me against the dunes, and I couldn't climb up the wall, and I would drown. And he said, yeah, well, the water is your fear. It's what you call the fear. Those big sentinels up there, those omnipotent things, those are the things that you like mistakenly believe you need to reach, that you need to reach in order to survive. That's the man. Because I told him about the man eventually. He's like, that's the man. And he's the only person I told for like 8 years about that experience. And he said, the water is the fear, the sentinels are the man, the wall is your obstruction from getting your sanity back. And he said, you know what you should be doing? Stop trying to climb the wall. He said, go swim in the ocean. Go swim in that fear. And it just blew my mind, because I all this time, I'm wrestling with the lack of understanding what was happening to me. And here he is, for all his faults, which I'll get into, telling me stop running away from the thing and run towards it, which I ultimately did in Alaska. What happened was nothing sexual, by the way. I'm straight. I know our viewers are gonna ask. No, I'm straight.
Well, there's the whole gay per pay thing.
Yeah, there was
$20 is $20.
Well, that's yeah. So let's get into that. So I had found out that it's totally surprised me that night. As I was leaving, he said to me, he was like, you should be my lover, and you'll never want for anything ever again. He was very wealthy. And I was like, no, I'm straight and I have a girlfriend. No, and I'm not attracted to men. Like, what are you talking about? And that's prostitution, you know? And he was like, I will pay you $50,000 right now if you sleep with me. And I was like, nope. And he was like, what do you mean no? He said every boy has a price. That's a weird thing. I was like 20 or something. I was 20 years old.
A boy, huh?
He called me a fucking boy.
Pedophile?
He wasn't actually. I did find out he was not.
Yeah.
He murdered, allegedly, according to him, a pedophile for doing that to him. But no, he was very against that. But when he said boy, he meant like 18 and older. But again, that's just weird and
weird way to say it.
It was weird. And so I was like, no, this guy doesn't have a price. He said, oh, you're priceless. I said, no, you could offer me $1 billion and I would say no. And I've said that to multiple people, and I meant it, and I mean it now to this day. I can't be bought. You cannot buy me. My morals are too rigid. My belief system is too intact. No, you can't buy me. And he was like, it perplexed him because apparently he had been sleeping with a lot of people I knew for money. He'd pay them $100 and sleep with them. People who were straight. It never made sense to me.
For $100?
For $100 each time. You know, he would sleep, 4 times a week. I mean, maybe that's a good business for them. I don't know, but these drug dealers are making bank. But yeah, so I didn't do that. And he said he really respected that. And he said he never met someone who like had that going on. Like he had this weird thing where he was only attracted to straight guys, and he would only sleep with straight guys.
So it's like a power move almost. Like
almost.
He wants to
conquer,
prove that, even though you're not gay, fucking weird ego thing.
It was, like, but that went away because I told him, I was like, look, I find you really cool. You're a fascinating person. I think I could learn a lot from you. Like, didn't have a good relationship with my dad. He felt like a father figure and in some weird way, but I was broken, and he's like, okay, I'll stop trying to, sleep with you. And he did. And it became like, for several weeks, it was like a father-son kind of relationship. I'd help out around the house. I actually like ended up moving in with him the last week before he offered, he said, you want to come to Vegas, meet my husband. He had a husband, and stay in Vegas. And he said, I'll help you get your mind back and get a career, and you can fix your life. And that was the promise to me, because aside from Mika, my girlfriend, the only time I ever felt like I was on a forward trajectory or I felt some semblance of sanity was around him. And I think because of his extremely high-powered intelligence, he actually, all of his faults aside, he knew what was wrong with me before anybody else did. And I never knew anyone who knew what was wrong with me.
Was he a couple decades older than you also?
He was 37.
And you were
20.
20. Okay.
Yep. So I went on the trip with him. We drove across country, and it just went bad. It was like he was so kind to me and so good. He was like a father. And then all of a sudden he was just like talking shit to me all the time. He was making fun of me, and it was like
bipolar almost?
It was like bipolar completely. Told me some wild stories. But anyway, we get to Vegas. He had offered me a position just shuffling papers at his husband's law firm, which he has in Summer or something. I don't know what it's called. I forget, but it's a pretty high-end area in Vegas, and he's got a law firm, and I was supposed to go work as like a clerk or something. And I was so excited, but I get there, and he's like, no, you got to go find a job. And I was like, what the fuck? I thought I was going to work with him, and he said, no, you don't deserve that. It just changed completely. And he said, go out and get a job. So I applied to dozens of jobs, and I falsified my resume again. I got a job at a call center selling first page placement for Google. I was actually really good at it, and I got, like, before I left Vegas, I got into a meeting. I was only there for like a month and a half, couple months. I got into a meeting. They were like, yeah, we want to elevate you to this new, like, higher up sales team. I was like, cool, I'm making more money. And I figured if anything, he'd be proud of me, right? But he just like called me scum of the earth. You're a leech. You just steal from people. And he was like that all the time. And he tried to coerce me into sleep with him a few more times. I said, no. He's like, I'll pay you like a shit ton of money. I was like, no. So he kicked me out. Same thing over again. Like I remember it was, this is weird parallel to John. And the guy was fucking insane. He was a sociopath. He was just so terrible and abusive. And he told me, you have 1 week, and then I'm putting you on a plane. I'm flying you back to Maine. I was like, I don't talk to my mom. Like, she tried to kill me. I don't know where to go. I don't have anywhere to go. My brother just got married. I didn't want to just like, oh, here's your homeless, crazy, psychotic brother. I don't want to crash that, and I had nothing. And he said, nope, I'm putting you on a plane on December 12th, 2012. So the end of the world. You remember when everyone thought like the Mayan calendar would end?
Yeah.
It was so fascinating, so weird. So the last day, he picked me up for my sales job and was taking me to the airport, and he's laughing. And I was kind of happy to see that, because he wasn't like demeaning me or like saying terrible things to me. And he was laughing. I was like, oh, cool. Vincent is happy. I was like, it's nice to see you, happy for a change. He's like, I just saw the funniest thing, Alex. And I said, yeah, what's that? Whatever, cool. Like, I can part amicably with him. And he said, I was driving on the freeway. He had this huge Great Dane named Czar, big Great Dane. And it was in the back seat. He was always in the back seat of this little sports car. And he said, yeah, I was driving on the highway, and there was this tiny little like Chihuahua thing barking at Czar in the other lane. He said, Czar let out one big ass bark, and that Chihuahua jumped out the window and died. And it got hit by like 10 cars. And my everything just fucking crashed. You know what this is like, Mike. You've worked with animals. You love dogs. I love them too. I love dogs more than humans. They have more humanity than fucking humans. And I started like tearing up, and I got sick to my stomach. And I looked at him, and I was like, how fucking dare you? How dare you say that to me? I don't like that shit. How dare you fucking laugh at that? There's a dog that died. There's that couple in that vehicle who are scarred for life because they just lost their best friend. And you're happy about that. He was like, why do you take everything so seriously? You're like some savior mentality. He's like, just like lighten up. That's why you're so fucking insane. I was like, no, Vincent, you're the insane one. I realize that now. You're insane. Something is wrong with you. You are fucking broken. I am not. Because no matter what happened to me, no matter how broken I feel all the time, I would never feel that for the loss of life. No. And at the airport, we're silent the rest of the way. At the airport, he used to say this one thing. He and his husband would say it. They say, you don't fuck me, you don't pay my bills, you don't mean shit to me. So basically, like, you had to be their lover, you had to sleep with them, or you had to pay for them. And he said, that's the constant in life, Alex. You're going to realize that throughout the rest of your life. You're going to realize that is the philosophy to be successful and to be happy. I always disagreed. I always fought with him about it. And then at the airport, I remember I went up to him and I said, he said goodbye. And he's like, you know, like, enjoy being homeless and a loser and insane for the rest of your life, basically. And I just shut him down. I had this moment of clarity. And I walked up to him and I said, no, Vincent, you don't understand. I said, one day I'm going to be on my deathbed, surrounded by people who love me. There's going to be my wife. There are going to be my kids. There are going to be all these people who cherish me because I was a good man and because I treated them with love and respect always. And I'm going to go out with a smile. That's how I'm going to die. I said, you're going to die in that room completely alone. And no one's going to even know you're dead. That's how you die. And for the first time I'd ever met him, he was speechless. He had nothing to say. I turned, I walked away, I went in the airport, boom, had another panic attack that would come all the time. But they would usually come with like change. If I was in a setting with the unknown in front of me again, boom, I would just have an instant panic attack. And I like rush to the bathroom. I was like throwing up in the toilet, like dry heaving and shit, just sweating. And like, everyone's like, what the fuck? This dude's like on drugs or something. And it was just me, like disassociating again. And anyway, sorry, I'm rambling, but the interesting thing was that day was the end of the world, right? But it was like the beginning of mine. That's the irony. And the biggest irony of all, I was sitting at a bar. I ordered a couple of beers. I was just trying to numb myself, even though beer, alcohol, or drugs didn't work. And I see on the TV, John McAfee, former tech tycoon, is on the run in Belize for the murder of his neighbor, the alleged murder of his neighbor. He's on the run. He is at large, or something like that. And something, I don't know if he was at large, but the headlines were saying that John was like, I think he maybe was in Guatemala at that point. But I looked up at that screen. I knew about John. I knew the story. I'd been following a little bit. And I just said to myself, I was like, I want to write his book someday. And I did. I said, here's a black sheep no one understands. He's very smart. He doesn't maybe know, he can connect with people real well, and then he can't. And I was like, that's me, you know? I want to write his story someday. That was the first time I really decided to do that.
Was that a turning point as far as your mental state is concerned? Like, is that where you, for lack of a better term, snapped out of it? Yeah, sort of. It was the beginning. So you go back to Maine. Did you go to Alaska after that?
I went to Uruguay first.
Okay.
So I went to Uruguay. I had saved up enough money at that sales job. I was like, all right, I'll come see you, Mika. And I went and I saw her. I stayed past the allotted time. I was in trouble with the, I had to bribe official at the airport to let me get on the plane to go back to America. But yeah, I stayed in that whole 5 months. 5 months, I sat down, I wrote a memoir. It's ridiculous to say when you're 20, but I felt like I lived a life at 20 years old. So much to like release. And it was 850 pages.
Wow.
Wrote it in 4 months. It's like 500,000 words. And I remember the feeling at the end of it was one of catharsis. I was like, holy shit, like that made me feel better. That made me feel happy. There's something to that. And I went back to America. I got a job on a boat with this narcissistic couple on an 80-foot private yacht. This wealthy couple, older couple from Los Angeles. They said nobody has ever stayed the full 4 months at sea from Seattle to Juneau, Alaska, and back. They said no one ever has, so we have a big bonus, several $1,000s for the person who does. I quickly learned why no one had stayed. It's because they were terrible. My boss was super emotionally manipulative and abusive. And again, I find myself in that situation with these terrible people. But every day I'm like meditating. This harbor master gave me a book. I was in a port, I forget which one. I think it was like Port Charles or something. And I would always go to the harbor master to buy the slip and tell him how the size of the boat and all that. And after we tied up, I was the deckhand, I was the sole crew, I was the chef. I did everything. I worked 15-hour days all day, every day, 120 days straight. He wouldn't let me take any time away. And I went to the harbor master and I saw this little red book on a shelf, and he got to talking. He was a talker, and he told me he used to be a drug addict, alcoholic. He's like, I hit every bar from here to Ketchikan, and I just, and somehow I asked him about that little red book, and he said, this is a book that changed my life. And it's called The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. It's written in like the 40s or 50s or something. And he was like, here. He tossed it to me. He was like, maybe it'll change yours too. And I read that book that night in my little cot. And I was just like, holy fuck. I read it. I immediately went back to the first page and read it again. And it was just so like empowering. The thought, the idea was my old naive idea in the face of danger or death or darkness is like, forge forward. Believe that you can do it, and you can do it, and you will. And I read that book like 54 times, and it's what saved me, because it's why I didn't quit or throw my boss overboard or throttle him or do both. I read it so many times. I was like meditating. I was just like, again, it's similar to what you said about being a SEAL. Like, you just can't fucking give up. What I realized was for years I'd given up. Why didn't I just like have some self-actualization or like some thought when I was in the bad situations to be like, this is bad. Maybe you should, because I'd given up. I just accepted what life was throwing at me because maybe I felt like I deserved it. Poor parenting, bad childhood. But in the end, like I got back to the boatyard in Seattle after four months, 120 days at sea. And I stepped out on the dock and I looked around me. I looked at all the machinery. I looked at the skyscrapers. I looked at the planes, the jet engines, the sirens blaring. And I just had this epiphany because I realized I wasn't afraid of any of it. Like the fear with the capital F was gone. And that was the day that I decided to become a writer,
And just because I'm curious, what did you get paid for that 4 months?
I got paid $2,500 a month for 4 months, and I got a $3,000 bonus.
So like now all of a sudden you're shitting in high cotton, so to speak, compared to what you were used to.
Totally. I had 13 grand in the bank. That's more money I ever had in my life at one time, I was like, damn.
So the kind of, not tough love, but the friction and the way that you exited the relationship with Vincent, the 5-month kind of almost self-therapy of journaling and writing, just kind of dumping all of what you're processing and actually getting it out of your system. Then a 4-month, like it sounds like that kind of year period, what was the turning point? So it wasn't a light switch moment. It was a year progression.
Yeah, you're right. I actually never thought of that. That was like 9 to 10 months or a year of healing.
Yeah.
That's a long time, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
not that long, I guess, really.
Well, it's all relative, I guess. But, to me, it's, there was a lot to sort through. An entire childhood and a rough several first years out of the nest, so to speak. But so you moved to Seattle and decided you want to become a writer.
I was in Seattle. I went home, went back to Maine. I rented a place with a couple of my old buddies, one of whom was a pretty famous artist. His name is Josie Carey. He's even had his stuff shown at the Louvre, and I love that kid, and he always like bolstered me and like helped me with my writing and made me feel confident. And I decided I had $13,000. I said, I'm going to become a writer. By the time the money runs out, I'm going to become a writer. If I don't, I guess I'll have to go and get a job.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. Before the money ran out, pretty close, like on the nose, I got this random email because I had published some of my work online. I got this random email from who turned out to be a sociopath who wanted to murder his wife. That's why I later fired him, and it started my career. But my first ghostwriting client, he wrote to me. He said, hey, I'm a Cameroonian immigrant. I have the story. I want to write it. I'll pay you $8,000. I was like, Nigerian prince scams, like taking on a new level. Like, nah, fuck you. I don't believe you. I like threw it in spam, and I started working on my brother's lobster boat because the money was running out. So I wanted to, just supplement my income a bit. And I was breaking my body on that boat. I got some bone spurs in my elbow during a storm, and I smashed it on the bait bin. And I just kept thinking about how cool that would be to be paid to write. It was the answer to my prayers, but it didn't exist. But then I thought, you know what, fuck it. Why don't I just email the guy back? So I took it out of spam, and I wrote back. Turned out he was legit. I went to Portland, Maine, got my first deposit, $2,500 hard cash. I moved into one of my favorite towns in the whole country in Bar Harbor, Maine.
Yeah.
A beautiful tourist town with Acadia National Park.
I've been there. I love it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
One of my favorite places too.
Love it. I'm so happy. I'm working. I'm ghostwriting, and it's this most fascinating feeling, like embodying another person. Because my whole life, people told me I was a storyteller because I always listen. I'm not the guy who's the loudest in the room. I'm the guy who's the quietest in the room because I'm observing the room. I'm observing everybody. I'm learning about them. I'm trying to understand them and trying to understand a lot of things. Are they dangerous? Are they liars? Are they for real? Are they kind? Are they real? Are they not? You know, are they violent? Like, I'm just always analyzing people, which has been great for my investigative side. So, but being a ghostwriter, I like to say a good ghostwriter can step into the shoes of another and resume their stride perfectly. And what I realized with all this crazy fucking life experience that I had accrued at a very young age, I was 21 now, it just totally made it easy for me. It felt so seamless to just get into somebody's psyche and like vomit their brain through their mouth into my words, you know, in a weird way. It's a weird analogy, but it's true. And it felt so good. Like their catharsis from their life became my catharsis. Their pain became my pain. Their love became my love. And I just had so much emotion now where before I didn't have any. It was intoxicating. It was like a drink it was like a fucking shot of heroin to me. Like ghostwriting became my drug of choice, you know? So I started writing for him. I did a great job, I think. You know, I had half the book finished and I started like hunting. I was like, you know what? I'm going to like watch Netflix. I'm going to go to all the documentaries and I'm going to watch the most interesting docuseries. I'm going to look up these interesting characters, see if they have a biography or a memoir written. And if they don't, I'm going to pitch them. I will write their stories. I will pitch it to agents and publishers for 50%, and I'll make a name for myself as an author. So I did that. I found a guy in a documentary about Brian Wilson from the Rolling Stones who had a suspicious drowning death.
Before you get into that, can we take one step back and just, how did you find out about the Cameroonian guy wanting to kill his wife?
That's a great question. I'm glad you didn't forget. I found out through this story, during that trip to Italy. So yeah, I'll get into that. It's found this Prince Stanislaw Klosowski Dorola.
What the fuck?
Yeah, dude, it's wild. His father is Balthus, the famous 20th century artist who's like on par with Picasso at one point. He's a Prince Stash. You can look him up on Instagram, Prince Stash. He's so funny.
In what country?
And he's in Italy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's got this like 40-room fucking castle. It's called Castello di Monticalvello. It's just fascinating. One of the most brilliant people I've ever met. Toured with the Beatles, the Rolling Stones. He told Jim Morrison when Jim was super messed up on acid that he was a vampire. He's like, I am a vampire. I've come to eat you, Jim Morrison. And Jim was like, Jim was freaking out about it. Like, just the most interesting stories. You know, he was there when John Lennon was on the piano bench, sitting on the piano bench with John. Apparently, that's what he says. I think that's what he says when he started playing like All You Need Is Love. So anyway, this guy was like an enigma to me and I wanted to meet him. Made the offer. He said, fly out to see me. I used pretty much the last of my money for that month to go and fly out to the castle and stayed with him for like 10 days, went over a book proposal. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to sell this. I immediately contacted Andrew Lowney, who at the time was the most, he was like the most, what's the word? He had the most deals like of any other literary agent, just making the most money for his clients. So I was like, let's shoot for the top. So I did, shot for the very top. And he was totally enamored with the project. So now I'm like 21 years old. I'm not going to be broke anymore. And I have the coolest like book gig ever and the best agent in the world. I was like, life is good. And then I read that thing in the diary. I had the guy's diary with me. His name is Richard, the Cameroonian immigrant. And
so you're still working on that
Still working on that project. But he hadn't paid me for that month. I kept hounding him, like, can you please pay me? Like, this is my only source of income. And I read in his diary, there are notes with like half-assed plans to either call a hit out. I mean, I'm saying either, but he thought about both. To call a hit out on his wife, ex-wife, who had custody of their kid, or to somehow murder her himself. And I read that in the castle and I was just like, what the fuck? Like, I have to talk to him. And I confronted him about it. I said, this is not okay. Like, how could you think about murdering an innocent, like your ex-fucking wife, the mother of your child? And he hung up on me. He said, "You're fired." He hung up on me. He owed me, it wasn't 1 month, actually, it was 2 months back pay. And he withheld it. And I went home broke. Book deals take time. I went home broke, and I got real sick. I got really, really sick. And because I was so stressed out, and I was sneezing a lot, I was coughing. I didn't have any health insurance because I was poor, but I was living in this sweet, like my new favorite place in Bar Harbor, this like 200-year-old house right in the center of town. But I'm sick, I'm bedridden. And at some point I get a hernia, like I blow a hole through my, whatever you call it. What is it?
Sure, abdominal wall?
The abdominal lining kind of deal. Yeah, I blew a hole through that, and it was bad. It hurt. And I consulted with a doctor, and they said, yeah, you should probably get that fixed immediately, because if that gets constricted, you'll die within 8 minutes, and you have a bad case. So like, okay. And I had to go, while I was sick still, I went to get the hernia repair surgery and all the mesh and everything. And it was excruciating. They wouldn't let me stay at the hospital because I didn't have insurance. So they kicked me out in the middle of a blizzard with my partner at the time. She was driving, and I remember I had like all these incisions in my abdominal muscles. And if you know anything about shitty back Maine roads, full of potholes, it's like you're in a war zone. It's like fucking Beirut. And just like hit the potholes. Every time it hit the pothole, my stomach would move, my stomach would tense, and it would activate those severed muscles, which was excruciating. And because of all that pain, I started like throwing up. And then when I was done throwing up, I was dry heaving. And every time I would throw up or dry heave, again, it's that like excruciating pain. And I was so pale faced by the time we got back to the house, like 3 hours later through a snowstorm. I went to bed, and I was bedridden for 3.5 weeks. And I think I really messed up some of the mesh and the screws because of all the dry heaving and stuff. But I was just disconsolate because I didn't know what to do. I finally had this answer, got my mind back, got the girl, got the house, got a little bit of money. I have a dream job. But then the job just like slipped away, and I wasn't getting paid anymore. There's no food in the fridge. You know, I was going to get evicted. So I kept like thinking in bed of ideas. Sorry, I'm probably talking too much.
No such thing. Fucking keep going, please.
Okay. All right. So thank you. I saw this, like I had a bunch of books on a bookshelf, and I just like looked at one and it said James Patterson. I thought, oh, well, I know James Patterson has a whole coterie of ghostwriters. He's got like 17 on staff writing all of his stuff. And I knew, obviously, a fucking 22-year-old, whatever I was, couldn't write for James Patterson with no published works. But I thought, what if I find the next James Patterson? So that was my idea. Kindle was shooting off. It was big. You know, ebooks were becoming a thing. People were having overnight successes, just random people in the middle of nowhere just pumping out a fan fiction novel, and it's just like 100,000 downloads, bestseller, book deal with HarperCollins, tons of money, famous, everything, so quickly. I was like, that's my avenue into publishing. I don't want to do the old archaic way, write a book proposal, shop it around for 6 months to a year, take another 18 months with the contract with the publisher to get it published. You get paid a couple times, a few $1,000s, like fuck that. So I went hunting for the next James Patterson. I studied the most downloaded genres and the best-selling books of that period of time. And at this point, I had read like 100. When I read the 100 books that Mr. Humphrey gave me, I started becoming more interested in writing. I decided to read 100 of the best-selling books of all time. So like Jaws, The Exorcist, you know, like Chicken Noodle Soup for the Soul. I read all the books, and I studied it, and I created what I called like a best-selling strategy or a best-selling theorem. And it fit. Like there are tons of ways to make a bestseller, but I studied romance and thrillers, and I decided to hit people up in those categories who were just popping off.
Did the deal in Italy not pan out?
It didn't pan out because Prince Stash, he didn't want to turn his book into like pornography, salacious. I kind of did because it would be like really fun.
Was he just a fucking nymphomaniac? Like?
Oh yeah. The guy, he still got it. Yeah. He hit on my girlfriend while we were there.
Oh, shit.
Oh, he's wonderful though. No, it's more so, all my love to Andrew, but Andrew just wanted to go in a different direction than Stash did. Yeah. I would have gone in either of their directions just to have a job. Yeah. But because I didn't have the integrity I do now with like, you know, writing according to my own principles, but yeah, I just needed money. But they were going in a different direction. So if it failed, and I didn't have anything.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. I was just curious.
You're good.
So now you've studied the romance thriller genres, and you're going to go after the most prominent at the time writers, and that's how it transformed into.
It is. So I thought with my skill set and their pedigree, we could create something wonderful together. And I wrote to dozens of them. I was in my little sick bed and like I was pissing into a fucking Stonyfield yogurt container because I couldn't walk. You know, it's a pretty embarrassing time. You know, and so I reached out to a whole bunch. Only one wrote me back. He read some of my work. He read at this point I'd written 7 novels. I was always writing. And he read some of one of them. He said, "This is so good. Why don't you just publish it in your own name? Like, this is great, Alex, and you're so young." And I said, "Nobody is going to pick me up. It's going to take ages." And I was like, "I need the money." And he said, "Tell you what, I'll give you $1,250 for every novella or short story that you write for me. You create your own ideas, your own everything, and if I like it, I'll pay you $250. So I was like, "That's it?" He was like, "Yeah, get to work." So I took from his lexicon, from his genre, some ideas, and I pounded out a novella. It was like 22,000 words in an afternoon, and I sent it to him. And he said, "You just wrote this? Like, I just hired you." I was like, "I need the money." Fuck yeah, I wrote it. I'm going to keep writing. And I was like, "Do you like it?" And he's like, "I love it. I'm going to do some editing on it, and that's it. Yeah, here's your $1,250. Ping, PayPal's like, "You have a notification." I was like, holy fuck.
What was the gist of the story?
Oh, that one? It was about a haunted asylum.
Like just total random fucking.
Yeah, it was under one of his like brands that was becoming big. Like he's famous. He's very well known now. But I pumped out 2 of them in like the course of 3 days. So all of a sudden I had had some money in the bank. I could pay my rent. I could buy groceries. And I kept going, and I did, it was like a week after he self-published it, shot to the charts. It became a #1 bestseller in its genre, ahead of Stephen King. Wow. And everyone was like downloading it, talking about it, commenting on it. And they're like, the tone is a little different than his normal writing, but it's so good. And I was like, oh shit, I gotta be better. I gotta be better at ghostwriting. In the end, we had 8 of them back to back to back. And I made, I don't know, I'm terrible at math. That's why I always skip the classes, but $1,250 times 8. And then he was going to pay me a lot of money to write a novel. But at that point I was like, fuck this. I'm going to create a career in ghostwriting. And I used those bestsellers and the success of that. And I created a business, and I just started doing the same old Alex thing, pitching people with interesting stories, getting them to hire me. So I was making like, let's say $20K per memoir, and I would write like 12 or 13 a year, and I'm just always working. And then I'm doing 50K, 55, 100. I'm doing 6 figures low, and then mid, and then more. And to the point where it's like I worked 22 projects one year, and then I only had to do 12, and then I only had to do 5. And then I met John. I was 25.
Did you meet Kathy before John?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I met her before I became a ghost.
Oh, really?
At the coffee shop. I forgot about that. Yeah, she became my mentor. So
what role did she play in all of that?
She played the bitch role, which I needed. And she'll admit it. Yeah. Oh my God. I have a wood carving in my office at my house, and it says, "Enjoy being 30, you bastard. Kathy Pelletier." Yeah. She's so snarky, and I love her so much. But I met her in a cafe when I was 21. It was right after the boat, had all the money, and I was writing. I was editing my memoirs to pitch it to publishers. And I didn't know who she was. Turns out she's a very famous Maine novelist. She's published a bunch of #1 bestsellers. She's published in dozens of languages all around the world, and very successful, And she walked in as I was writing, and she looked over my shoulder and she said, "Are you writing?" And I said, "Yes." She said, "What are you writing?" And I was kind of embarrassed. I said, "A memoir." And she said, "How old are you?" And I was like, 21. And she laughed, and I laughed. I was like, "Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous." And she said, "Do you mind if I take a look?" And I said, "Sure." She said, "I'm a writer. Do you mind if I take a look?" I said, "Oh, sure, but like, please don't judge me. I'm not a writer. I'm trying to become one." And she read it, and she like looked at me. She looked at the screen, and she looked at me. She had this puzzled look on her face. And I was like, oh, shit. And when she finished reading the page, she said, you wrote this? I said, yeah. She said, you're 21? I said, yeah. She said, well, kid, I am impressed. And she said, and I don't say that often. Ask my friend here. Her friend was there. And she said, I'm a bitch. And her friend was like, yeah, she is. And I said, wow, like, thank you. And she said, my name is Kathy Pelletier. And it rang a bell. And I knew she was a famous Maine novelist. And she said, I want to see what you can do with this. And she gave me her information, her email. For the whole year I was trying to become a writer, I would share a novel I had just written, and she would just destroy it. You know, I would share a short story. She'd be like, this is a very good concept. Work harder. I would share like everything with her, and she just constantly would give me critiques and made me a better writer because she was such a hard ass. And I had all my flowery language, my purple prose. She lit a fire to that real quick. Yeah, she was amazing. She still is.
Yeah. All right, so as that progresses into doing a lot of writing, and as you get better at, you know, the volume decreases because projects are bigger, more lucrative, et cetera. And then you meet John McAfee. Now, was that through your agent? Did he reach out to you? How did it happen?
That was through Jimmy Watson.
No shit.
Who you had here on the podcast.
So how did that whole fucking triangle work?
So I was at that time. I'd be getting into crypto a bit, right? So I was in Germany with my family. That was around the time that I found out my grandfather went insane, and I thought that during the time I was insane that maybe I inherited his disease, but I didn't. I got better. Great. My mom got it though. Anyway, I got hacked. My Google ad account for my business, my ghostwriting business, I got hacked, and all these like malicious ads were created in my Google AdWords that said blockchain or ICO, which is an initial coin offering back then. And I was like, what the fuck? Blockchain? That just sounds stupid. Like, what are they trying to sell? You know, and I took my ad account back over, and I like Googled blockchain. Boom, blockchain technology, the foundation of Bitcoin. What is Bitcoin? I heard about Bitcoin a bit when I was younger, and you know, when it was real cheap. I know it's more expensive now. Oh, cool. A white paper by Satoshi Nakamoto, who is the supposed founder and creator of Bitcoin and smart contracts and, you know, blockchain technology. I just all of a sudden became enamored with it. The whole thing sounded so novel and new and cool. And I obsessively researched it. I started researching different cryptocurrencies. And I was like, you know what? I have some money now. Fuck it. I'll throw $2,500 in. This was in 2017 in the winter, right before everything went parabolic. A week later, my measly $2,500 was 35 grand.
Well, did you hang on to it? What would it be worth
I cashed
today?
it out.
It just crossed 80.
No, I cashed it out, and it's a good thing I did. I cashed it out. I waited until the crash. I reinvested into what everyone thought was a shit coin. It was AGIX. I dollar cost averaged around $0.015 cents, so like a cent and a half. And I just sold it this year on my birthday, March 2nd, for $1.
Wow.
And it reached its all-time high on my birthday.
Damn.
Yeah, and I just cashed out.
That's
and I was
a fucking
like,
payday.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It was a good one.
Man.
So
anyway, sorry.
I was in crypto, fascinated, getting more into it, reading white papers, studying businesses, studying their roadmaps, their use cases, etc. And all of a sudden, who was there but John, one of the biggest, most prominent voices in the crypto industry. And I'd been working on crypto projects, getting paid in crypto instead of money, instead of cash. And so I was kind of making a little bit of a name for myself as like the crypto ghostwriter. He can understand our crazy fucked up language and our dumb tech verbiage because he studied it, you know? So he can translate this stuff. And anyway, I pitched to Jimmy one time. I don't remember how. I didn't meet him at a conference. I think I pitched him on LinkedIn. That's what it was. I pitched him and I said, hey man, I've always wanted to write John's story. I can't tell you why, but I just have always had this feeling that I could write his story. I could do him justice. He's a black sheep. I've always been a black sheep. I'm in the crypto world. I understand the language. I know what he's saying. I would love to write his memoir. And Jimmy said, well, he wrote back. And he said, well, boss, he always called him boss. Boss, no one ever called him John, but me. That became a thing. So he said, boss doesn't want to work with any writer. He said, all writers are basically a waste of space. He said, there's never been a good book written. It's just shit like this, And I said, well, okay. And he said, but you know what, Alex, I like you. I told him about my homelessness. He said, I like you though. And I think I shared a clip with him of my homelessness, which I'm going to share with you. And he said, I'll ask him. So he went and he asked him. He talked to John, and John was like, I don't fucking like writers, Jimmy. And Jimmy's like, I know. But, this guy's different. He's interesting. He's sort of similar to you. And John said, nah, I don't want to. And then Jimmy showed him a clip. I believe that he showed him a clip of my homeless documentary. I shared with Jimmy with a private password. And John said, okay, bring him here Tuesday. And Jimmy was like, what? And John was like, bring him here Tuesday, or he basically doesn't exist to me. That's what John was. He was an absolutist. Just didn't matter where in the world I was. I had to be there within 48 hours, less actually. I was moving with my partner at the time into a new place because we had to move like every 6 months on the island because of the vacation season and stuff. So I was just moving to a new place. We had 2 more days to move. And I was like, Jimmy came back to me. He said, Alex, I have no idea why. I think it was the homelessness thing, but he wants to meet you on Tuesday. I said, oh shit. Okay. Well, can it be Wednesday? I'm moving and I'll be done by Wednesday morning, Tuesday evening. And he said, nope. If you don't get here on Tuesday, the deal's off. And I had to bring that to my partner at the time. I was like, babe, this is like the opportunity of a lifetime. It's John McAfee. And she's like, the murderer? I'm like, no, I don't think he did it. Allegedly. And she's like, why do you want to go hang out with a murderer? And I was like, hey, I don't know if he murdered the guy. That's my job. I want to find out. Yeah. But we managed it with friends and movers, and I was there on Tuesday. Yeah.
And how did that meeting go?
It was very interesting. It was a very long, arduous journey because I showed up like 12 hours away. They told me, fucking Jimmy, he said, hey man, fly into like Nashville or something like that. It was Nashville, I believe. And they were like 10 hours away from Nashville. And he said, well, I'll have a car there to pick you up, son. I said, okay, cool. Yeah. And then I called him. I was in Nashville. It was like 5:30 in the morning or something like that. 5:30, 6:30 in the morning. He was like, yeah, what is it? What is it? What do you want? I said, I'm in Nashville. And Jimmy's like, oh, great. Okay. I said, you said you guys were sending a car. Oh, fuck, Alex. And I'm like, whoa, what? He's like, fuck, man, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, man. Like, I totally forgot about that. And I was like, oh shit. Okay. Where actually are you? I thought you guys were in Nashville. He's like, nah, man, we're like 10 hours away from Nashville. I was like, what?
Why the fuck did
I fly here, man? He's like, oh, just rent a car. Oh, this is a snippet. I didn't have a driver's license because my mother tried to kill me in a fucking kamikaze mission when she learned I was going to stop paying her bills. She almost crashed me into a tree going 100 miles an hour. She wanted to suicide me. So like that and a few car accidents before, I never got my license, I've never had drunk driving. I never driven or anything. It used to be a DD when I was a teenager, but illegally. But yeah, so I said, Jimmy, I don't have a license. He was like, who the fuck doesn't have a license? Like, how old are you? I was like 25. And I said, he said, you can't rent a car. Okay. Get a bus. I said, yeah, I'll figure it out. Like, I got this. I'd been on like a red eye. I had no sleep whatsoever. In 24 hours, just moved my house. And now I had to go through all these hoops. I went on several buses and a taxi that drove me like an hour and a half to get to a bus, to get to another bus station, to go get dropped off over here, where ultimately my now dear friend Eric, who was the chef at the time, and he would write some of the tweets for John. He picked me up, and he said, so real nice guy, but he was fishing. He said, so Alex, like, what are you here for? And I got one instruction from Jimmy, which came from John. Do not fucking say why you are here. Don't even say your last name. I said to Eric, I'm not really allowed to disclose that. He said, oh, okay. Yeah, so where are you from? Like, you can't really talk about that. Like, okay, that's fine, man. That's fine. Yeah, what do you do for work, man? Anyway, and he was like real coy about it, These weren't rapid fire. It would happen like, he would insert them randomly. Yeah. I'm like,
this motherfucker.
Yeah, this motherfucker trying to break me here. Yeah. No, I didn't give it up.
Yeah.
I showed up at the house. It was a whole operation, this big mansion at the end of a cul-de-sac in Tennessee, right on a river. And I show up and all these people working. There's the war room, this huge long table, and people with papers, all this crypto shit, phone calls, international phone calls, everything happening, tons of people. I was like, damn, this is a whole operation. It's like the founding of Facebook or something, you know? And everyone who talked to me, hey, what's your name? Alex. Cool, yeah, what are you doing here? I'm not allowed to talk about it. Oh, that's fine, that's all right, you know. What do you do for work? Not allowed to talk.
Do you think that he instructed them to ask you to try to see if you'd...
He did.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
He was a master, like...
manipulator.
Exactly. And that's what he did to see if I could keep a secret.
Yeah.
And I did. Jimmy told me the next day, he was like, that's so good, man, because you failed that fucking test, we would put you right on the next bus. And I was like, oh, cool. Thanks.
Not even a car.
And not even a car. So
Fuck, man.
I met John that night.
What was the first thing that he said to you?
He said, you must be the writer. Yeah, it was just us. Everyone had gone to bed in their various rooms and stuff. And I was always like, hey, where's John? He had this like reinforced steel electronic door to his bedroom. It's like bomb-proof and shit. He'd just been hiding out in there, probably watching and listening to me on the cameras the whole day. I was exhausted. I hadn't slept in like almost 2 days now. And Jimmy's like, you want a Glenfiddich? You want a scotch? I was like, yeah, if you'll have one. He had one, didn't take more than one sip and left it there. And he went away and do something. And everyone was in bed. And I was just sitting there watching TV. It was ironic. I was watching Cops. So ironic to think of now. I was sipping my scotch and I hear this big door open from the far end of the mansion down the hall. And then the scuffling and patter of feet, dogs running out. And it was John. He was coming. He was in his khakis, barefoot, shirtless, with his suspenders on, like his fucking suspenders going over his like old man nipples, and just like slowly walked up to me, like hair all like frazzled and disheveled, and he just looked at me with this like piercing stare and his bright green eyes, and he said, "You must be the writer." I said, "Yes, sir, I am." And he nodded. And he said, "What are you drinking?" I said, "Glenfiddich. Can I get you one?" And he said, "Yes, sir." And I said, "Okay." And I went and I poured him a Glenfiddich. I knew how he liked it because Jimmy had told me earlier, did the same thing for my drink. You know, run your finger under the cold water tap, throw a couple dashes in there, and that was it. I brought it to him. He immediately didn't drink it. He didn't drink any of it. It's the thing with John. He wouldn't ever take anyone else's drink. He wouldn't ever drink from something he himself didn't make. That became bullshit later on when he got more drunk and on drugs. But yeah, I was like, "Well, sir, I hope you have a good night. I'm going to leave you to it." And he said, he patted the seat. "Oh, this is the thing. When he first met me, this is what you might like. His dog, he had 2 German Shepherds among a bunch of other dogs. They were big and they were trained to kill, you know? And his dog came up when he told me to sit next to him to watch Cops. I sat next to him. His dog came up and jumped on the couch and put his head in my lap. And I started petting his dog. And he looked at me and looked at the dog and he's like, "What the fuck?" I said, "What is it?" He said, "That dog isn't like that with anybody but me. He's not even like that with Janice." I just shrugged and I said, "I'm a dog guy. I don't know. What can I say?" You know? And we sat there and we watched Cops. And by the end of the night, I was so tired. I excused myself. I said I had to go to bed. And he said, "Do me a favor." I said, "Yeah, what's that?" He said, "Don't write shit." I said, "Okay, yes, sir, I will not write shit." And I went to bed.
During Cops, were you guys casually bullshitting? Was he testing you? Was it like, how serious was the conversation?
Not serious at all.
Just total bullshitting?
Not even bullshitting. It was largely just silent watching Cops. He was, he did ask me, he was very polite, like Southern hospitality. He said, "Did you make it here okay?" I said, "Yeah, I did." And he was like, "Okay, cool. No issues with the travel?" I said, "No, sir." Lied.
Yeah.
And he said, "Okay, good. Did you get fed? Did they give you some dinner?" And I said, "Yeah, they did." They didn't. And that was pretty much it. And he laughed. I remember his laugh was uproarious. It was like contagious. Like he's like, "That dumb motherfucker." It got arrested, and it's like so ironic because several years later that would be him.
Yeah.
So
you go to bed, you get up the next day. What was the overall gist of like how that project went? Did you spend a bunch of time with him? Did you go back and like how was the correspondence?
Jimmy told me Jimmy told me right from the start the next day that in order for this to work, Jimmy had to be present at all times, the whole time. Anytime I was with John or interviewing, Jimmy needed to be there. He said, never ask about his daughter. Never, or you'll be fired. And I didn't really understand why he wanted that. But now in hindsight, I think it was to protect me in case I said or asked the wrong thing. Jimmy wanted to steer the conversation or like nudge me, which he did a few times. But then I started not listening to Jimmy and just doing it anyway, because the story's there, whether Jimmy's around or not, I have to get it. So that week, it was very busy, a lot of people in and out of that house. And I started interviewing John. You know, I started asking him questions about Belize, about the women, you know, the girls, I should say, from Belize, you know, about, you know, why are you so paranoid? Do you really think that the cartel is after you or the government or something? And he was cagey at first, but he did give me information. And he started warming up to me on that trip. And that's what that was all about, was starting to get the framework and the foundation of his life story.
How long were you there for?
Like a week.
A week. Mm-hmm. And then you went back, started writing. Did you go back and forth periodically?
Oh, yeah, a bunch of times, yep. Yeah. Went back and forth wherever he'd be. I went back a couple times to the Tennessee home, and then I remember I got this voicemail from him one day. He was like, "Hello, son. I want," or he called me sir. Later, he started calling me son. He said, "Hello, sir. I want you to be here. I'm having a sex change operation, and I need you to witness it." I was like, I couldn't tell if he's serious or not, you know? Yeah. He was joking, but he would leave me weird voicemails like that. And I was writing a book proposal so I could pitch it to my agent. I did. I pitched it to the agent. The agent was like, "This is incredible. I think we could get a 6 to 7 figure book deal, Alex." I was like, holy shit.
For the McAfee story?
The McAfee project.
Did he offer you anything up front, or he just said he would allow you to do it?
That's it.
Wow.
50-50.
It's a big gamble.
It was a big gamble, especially when I said 50-50, and Jimmy was like, "Whoa, man, that's a lot. I don't know if he's going to give you 50." And I said, "Jimmy, I'm putting my own money and my own time into this, and it could fail," which it did. And I'm good at what I do. That's why you wanted to hire me. I said, across the industry, the rule for spec projects and collaborative projects like this is 50-50 split. I write the book about the subject. He doesn't write at all. I said he did 50% of the work by being born. I did the other 50% by writing his book. Yeah. So that's all I'm going to accept. And I was like low key, like, oh fuck, they're going to say no. They're going to say no. Yeah. And John said, "No, that's ballsy." Okay, sure. 50-50.
So your agent is pretty stoked on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then what ended up happening?
Everything went south, you know.
How so? Just because of John's behavior, or?
Yeah.
So that tanked the whole thing, him doing what he did?
Yeah. I'll tell you what tanked the whole thing. So did a bunch of trips with him. People started dropping off Team McAfee like flies. People I knew and trusted, including Eric. That happened at some point, I'll tell you that. Went to Tennessee, I went to Hatteras and traveled with him and stuff. He called me and he said that they were on the run from the SEC. Someone had camped out in the foliage across the river. They discovered it, some candy wrappers and stuff. And so I got a call from John saying, "You need to be here tomorrow." I was like, oh shit, you know, I think I was moving again, the same deal. But I did. I went and he said, "Bring your passport. Don't ask any questions. Don't tell your partner. You cannot know where you're going." And he said, "When you get here, I'm going to take your phone." I was like, holy shit, this sounds serious. What's going on? He said, "My life is in danger, Alex. I need you to be here to document it." So I said, okay. So I went there. There's a 4-car motorcade, 16 personnel, everybody but me. For a time, I did have a firearm, but everyone had a gun, you know, and I was with John and Janice, and John was just manic. You know, the moment I saw him, they were super late. They were a whole fucking 15 hours late, told me to show up in this city. I did, and they weren't there, and so I had to wait 15 hours for them to show up the next day. And I got in the car. John was scabs all up and down his arms. He kept picking them, and he was bleeding. He was drinking from an open bottle of Glenfiddich, just chugging, and vaping his vape pen like nonstop, constantly, and just like scratching his whole body all over.
Was he on like meth or something? Or?
He was on bath salts.
Oh,
I later discovered they had to go all the way back for his special heart medication. That's why they were so late. they were all that late because they had to get his special heart medication. It was fucking bath salts. Yeah. And he just started railing, and immediately he told me, yeah, that was bullshit about the SEC. We're on the run from the cartel. I was like, well, this just got interesting. No, I was like, this is great. I need a gun. I was like all about it. It was so fun.
So how long were you with him at that point?
Like 2 weeks.
And did you go out of country?
No. He we went on the run. Oh man, it's a lot of stories. It's in the book, you know. I don't want to.
Yeah, that's fine.
But so many stories. But he was just so fucking paranoid, like looking behind him, jotting down license plate numbers, and then running them through this program, and then saying, yep, it's a fake name. It goes to a shell corporation. Like it's them. They're following us. Yeah.
Wow. You
never knew what was real and what wasn't. Yeah. And anyway, he really embarrassed this poor girl. Man, I hope she hears this someday or reads my book about it. We were outside this McDonald's, and there was this girl just getting into her car. Her car had all kinds of baby toys and just a bunch of trash. Like, she had a couple of Happy Meals. Like, she was just going home. She was a poor woman going home to her family and feeding them and stuff. And anyway, she was about to get in the car, and John and the whole security team just circled her. And I fucking hated when I saw this happen. These guys, I love them. I love them to death, but they would literally kill for John. Some of them said that to me. It was like a cult, and he was the leader. It was so fascinating the whole time understanding this. They're all yes men, all yes women. I was the only one who didn't always say yes. That was fascinating. And anyway, they accosted this girl and literally created phalanx around her. And John started barraging her with questions like, who are you? What are you doing here? I saw you on your phone as you came out. Were you recording me? Were you recording my vehicle? Did you get my light? And she's like, no, I was just texting my friend. And she just got real scared. All these big guys with guns, and John questioning her. And he's like, what's your name, miss? What's your name? And she said, Lizzie. And he said, last name. And she said, Borden. And he was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you can't come up with a better name, like Lizzie Borden, the axe murderer. And I was just like, oh my God. And I went and I talked to him. I was like, Jimmy. And Jimmy was like, not right now, Alex. And I tried the same with Josh, and Josh, I think, was just silent. He was very silent a lot of the time. Great guy though. But I tried to say to John, I was like, John, she wasn't recording anything. I saw her. And he just ignored me and started grilling her, and she started crying. And she was crying. And that was like the first moment that I really started questioning John, that I really started thinking about the dark side of his nature. This poor girl just crying, thinks she was about to get fucking kidnapped, can't bring her Happy Meals to her little kids. And she gets in the car, and she's so nervous, she dropped the keys. And that like broke my heart to see that. And then she like picked them up and was like trying to unlock her car, and it was the wrong key, and she's shaking. She unlocked the car, and she got in, and she quickly just peeled out of there. And John got back in the car, confident. He's like, oh, who got me my Big Mac? And someone handed him a Big Mac. He's like, fuck yes. And he starts eating it. I said, John, like, that was an innocent person. She's not a spy. He said, Alex, like, eating his Big Mac, you have no idea. They are everywhere, and they are watching. I had to be sure. And I just like sat back in silence. And finished the trip. A lot more story there. Did the Hatteras thing. Went mansion shopping when he pretended to be this guy named James Gray or something, and Jimmy was this other guy. There are a lot of midgets on the island. That's the name of the family. And so they were cracking up all the time. Like, and Jimmy would really get into it. He's like, midget. He wouldn't even say Mr. Midget. He's just like, midget. The guy's like, yes, Mr. Watson, or Mr. whatever. He had a fake name.
Yeah. Do you know what John's net worth was at the height of when it was the highest?
Yeah, those 700 million.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Fucking wild, man. Obviously, you wrote the book. I don't want to disclose too much other info. Is there anything else you want to bring up about that chapter of your story?
That chapter is that the reason I ultimately split with John was as I said, everyone was getting fired. They were being accused of being spies, dropping off, and I was about to go to Europe to go visit him for the last time. We were going on the blockchain cruise to the Mediterranean. My friend called me, and he told me something. He told me a story. He told me about how there was a woman who had been raped by John, a woman I knew, worked with, and drove me to the airport, had a lot of conversations with her. I love that woman. And he told me the whole story of what had happened that night when John drugged her and did that.
He admitted it.
No, my friend witnessed.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, my friend witnessed the whole thing happening. And,
Gotcha.
and her like having a drink that he made for her, and then all of a sudden she was super ditzy and like confused, and he's like, here, let me put you to bed, and he went and he put her to bed, and Janice like guarded the door, apparently, allegedly, according to my friend, guarded the fucking door while John stayed inside. And when he came out of the room, he was sweaty, his hair was disheveled, his fly was unzipped, and he was like, oh fuck, and like started zipping his pants up. And my friend noticed this. He told me, and the woman, the next day, according to everybody, after she disappeared and I asked about her, she just lost it, went crazy, and, and dipped out and took off.
Yeah.
No one would tell me what happened, and even though I think most of them knew.
So for you, that was the breaking point of saying,
it was, but I had to prove it.
Yeah.
I had to prove it. And so I would like, on the blockchain, on the cruise, I would kind of talk about her a little bit. I'd bring it up, and John was always just very evasive about it. And my last thing was I wanted to talk to her. We also got kidnapped in Barcelona. That's a whole other story. And I had to talk my way out of that situation. It was super weird, bizarre, but I came back to the States, and I just didn't know what to do with all of this. I'm like, half the time with John, my fucking life is in danger. Who is the real John? And I had to find that out, and I did in a very weird, dark manner. And I called her and I talked to her, and she told me. She broke down crying, and I said we should go after him. He can't like be free. He's gonna do this again. And she said she was too scared. Obviously, John is a very scary man when he wants to be. So, yeah, a few days later, I was thinking about how to fire him, and I got fired. Well, we fired each other.
As a mutual firing.
Yeah, as a mutual firing, and he yelled at me over the phone because I stopped being his fucking yes man months ago, and he was like, just show up on this call whenever I ask you to be present. And I said, John, I can't. I have a job, I have a life, I have a personal life. He said, you can't have a personal life and be my biographer. So the last thing I said basically was he tried to dismantle my ego, and he tried to say, homelessness taught me nothing. I will always be a nobody. You'll never be a published author. You're never going to amount to anything. And I had worked with this guy very closely for like 7 months. I knew John better than anybody, almost anybody alive. That was my job. It's what I do. And I just fucking ripped him a new asshole. I psychoanalyzed him. I Freuded his ass so bad in my final text message to him. I told him exactly what I thought of him. He was a broken little boy who shot his father, who had always been broken. He was a bad man. He was a rapist. He was a liar. He was a cheater and a manipulator. And I just laid it all out there. He never wrote back. It was the last I ever heard from him.
He never responded?
Never.
Oh. That's fucking intense, man.
It was.
So that was the end of it, and so now the project's done.
It was done. I invested tens of thousands of dollars, 7 months. I said no to a lot of clients because he asked me to. Yeah. I said no to probably $400,000 worth of gigs.
Is it not possible to publish that?
No, I would have, well, I mean, kind of possible, but.
Maybe now?
Oh, that's what I did, though.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, so that's where it comes full circle. I ended up publishing it.
Anyway,
like 5 years later.
Yeah. Do you think he's actually dead?
I do think he's dead.
Yeah.
I think it's a very Epstein situation. Yeah. I have a feeling Epstein is alive.
Really?
Yeah. That's another one of your bullet points, I bet. The guy who offered me $1 million, who predicted Epstein's death and also John's. Maybe I forgot to fucking put it in there.
Yeah, I don't see it.
This is pretty soon after the John saga.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get into it. I'd love to get into the serial killer stuff.
Yeah.
Is there anything else from that chapter of your life that you want to include before we get into the serial killer work?
That's a good question. Probably the only things left are this story about the guy who predicted what he did, and it was wild.
That predicted what John did?
He predicted John's death, yeah,
really?
As well as Epstein's. And then, yeah, probably that and the serial killer stuff. I think that would round it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long is the story of the guy that predicted John and Epstein?
Probably like 5 or 7 minutes.
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. So the whole fallout with John happened. No book deal. I was building a podcast for John at the time. No podcast, like nothing. Again, I was like shit out of luck. And anyway, I got an interesting text from someone, texted my phone number. I had no idea how he got my phone number, but he said, "Hey, Alex, my team and I have been following you for a while, and we have a very interesting story that could change things. Do you mind getting on Telegram and connecting with me?" And I thought, oh, maybe just another crackpot, who knows? But I did. I got on Telegram. He started telling me one of the most remarkable stories I'd ever heard. You know, it was this guy who was supposedly just this poor kid in a southern state. A priest had sexually assaulted him. He killed the priest. He went to his uncle, who he was living with at the time. His uncle said, "Well, I can't house you anymore. You got to run." And he ran. And his only solace was like writing code and like talking with what they call cypherpunks in the like pre-crypto community, before crypto was a thing, and in the 90s and early 2000s. And he met like a group, and he created a group out of this, and they started scamming people for money, using hacking them and stuff. He built it up, and then supposedly what he told me was he was one of the co-founders of Anonymous before Anonymous was taken over by the FBI. That's what he said. I have no idea. He showed me his Bitcoin wallet. He had over 1 million Bitcoin. That's after I met him. And he told me, essentially, he was a hacktivist, co-creator of Bitcoin, and somewhat of a terrorist. And what he did was he lived on a private island. He worked with the narcos just enough to keep them off his ass. But his main shtick was employing a militia, to go all around the world, rescuing trafficked women and children in violent means. And he said his other thing was blackmail. He had told me that he had blackmailed Jeffrey Epstein. So he had essentially blackmailed the blackmailer. So not only did he have all the information, all the goods on supposedly all these very powerful people, he had it over Epstein. And they continued that thing with more people, compromised more and more people. So he, in his own words to me, was one of the most powerful people in the world. He flew in to the location where I was living at the time, and he offered me $1 million to write his memoir. He said, "We have to do it within a month, by this certain date." I said, "I'm intrigued." And anyway, I showed up 15 minutes early to the Village Green, sat down, I'm looking around for him. I don't see anybody, all these kids playing and stuff. And then I texted him and I said, "Hey, I'm here." Like 100 yards away at the south side of the Village Green, I see this hulking, like 6'4", big dude in a gray hoodie, cargo shorts and flip-flops, and a giant messy beard and messy balding hair stand up. I turn and look directly at me, and he walks directly towards me, not breaking eye contact. He takes a earpiece out of his ear and puts it in his pocket. And he got to me and I said, "How did you know I was here?" And he went like this. He said, "My guys, my team, they alerted me when you showed up 15 minutes ago. I was just waiting for you to text me." I was like, "What the fuck? You're running reconnaissance on me?" And he's like, "Yup. They saw your tattoos, they ID'd you, and they notified me." I was like, "Well, holy shit." Went around bar hopping pretty much the whole day, telling me his crazy story. I won't get into it. It's wild. It actually starts in the very beginning of my book, in the prologue. But some things he said sort of haunted me, because one of the last things I asked him, we're talking a lot about John, who he had hacked before. Excuse me. And I said, "What do you think will become of John?" He asked me that. And I told him, I said, "I think he's going to die alone, very unhappy, deeply unhappy, or he's going to get killed or something." I said, "What do you think will become of John?" He immediately said, "He's going to commit suicide in prison." I said, "How do you know that?" He said, "Because, Alex, I am in a position to know." And we talked about Epstein earlier as well. He said the same thing about Epstein. This was months before Epstein was even arrested. And I remember when it happened, I did the Netflix thing, and I did like 12 hours of interviews with these guys over the course of 3 days. And I told them that information. I said, this is probably the most remarkable thing. John was still alive. I was like, this guy told me, and I didn't end up doing the book with this guy. He vanished. That's
you
a
can't
story.
say his name.
He gave me his name as Withers. Mm-hmm. That's what his nickname was. I asked why. He said, because I used to cook and everything I touched withers and dies. I said, well, that's reassuring. Thanks for that.
Shit, look at the time.
Yeah, time to go. You're not making me any French toast.
Fuck.
So anyway, long story short, I said that to the film guys. It's not in the documentary because they overlooked it. I think their editor overlooked it and forgot I said this like bombshell piece. But then John commits suicide. He gets arrested and he commits suicide in Spanish prison, allegedly. And I remember one of the producers on that movie called me when it happened. And I was frantic. I was like, holy fucking shit, Andrew. Like, you remember that guy? He told me. And Andrew's like, shh, I know. I remember. And that was that. And I had a black drone, a military drone, I think, flying over my house for the next 2 weeks. I had people from DARPA and other, I'm blanking, other agencies and people from the CIA, because I can see on my website who looks at me from where, and all of a sudden all these people from like Raytheon and DARPA and CIA are looking at me. I'm like, well, fuck me. I think I'm next.
Yeah. Man, that's intense.
That was the end of that saga.
Dude, I can't, you're 30?
32.
32? Like, you got like 9 dudes worth of lives packed in your 32 years. And I talk to people with a lot of life experience fucking every week.
Thank you.
Holy shit.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that, man.
Fascinating, man. All right, so serial killer work, where was the kind of the pivot, if you will, from working on the McAfee thing for so long and doing a lot of other fiction stuff and whatever to where you kind of catapulted yourself into being such an expert or just such an emphasis on the serial killer stuff?
Yeah, I discovered during my time with John that he himself was potentially a serial killer, because everyone thinks he murdered his neighbor, Greg Fall. Everybody thinks like he murdered this guy named David Middleton in Belize. And it doesn't stop there, though. He shot his father. I learned that while working with him. Wow. I learned that there are 2 other people in addition from someone really, really close to him, a source that came to me after the McAfee documentary came out. And before I finished the book, it's in the book, that he was responsible, allegedly, for 2 more deaths. That's 5 people. So by definition, John himself was a serial killer.
Or could have been. Yeah, if this is correct. Could have been. So and vibe wise, like you got that.
Oh yeah.
There's something fucking different about this guy in a bad way.
Yeah. For sure. He had a dark side, and I would see it. Like one time he told me, he said, I get any homeless man, only any homeless guy in Silicon Valley to kill someone for me for a $7 bottle of Rock Gut wine. And he said, and I have before.
Wow.
So he would say shit like that. He was very salacious. He said a lot of crazy things, but sometimes he would say things and you'd have this look in his eye, and it was that look that I saw. And he was a chameleon. He had a lot of expressions. I mean, a lot. And sometimes he had the same eye. So he had the same eyes that the man did. He had the same eyes that I've encountered. And it's so weird, man. Like certain people that you walk past on the street, in a train station, a bus depot, whatever, you look at them, you don't have a second thought. But after my time homeless on the streets of LA, having to read the streets, having to be constant fight or flight for 2.5 years, seeing the evil in his eyes, seeing the evil in Vincent's eyes, and seeing that in John's, and seeing it in other people, it's like sometimes now I'm walking in some busy location around the world, and I'm like, I just look at a person, and I look in their eyes, and it's like there's this weird form of recognition. It's like they're naked and I'm naked. It's like they can see me. We're both seeing each other for what we are. They're a killer. They've done something. And it's like I just get this vibe. It's so weird. My dog does too. He's incredible. You know this. Like dogs are really good, like reads on character, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's an emotional intelligence and an intuition to dogs that we don't fully understand.
Yeah.
But I would say for what we do understand, most of that just incredible perception or perceptiveness that they have is body language, and not to get off on a tangent or make this about me, but just I do think it's relevant, is that, dogs, if you think about the amount of information that has been exchanged between us in the last almost 4 hours now, it's significant. Mm-hmm. How big of a role did body language and nonverbal communication play in all of the stories that you've told? Not a bunch,
No.
Some, but it's largely through what you're actually saying, right?
Yeah.
Now think about a dog, right? Like they don't think in a language, right? It's hard to even imagine.
Oh, that's true.
Going throughout your day where you don't think in a language, right? So their mind works more like a calculator than it does our mind. So everything with them is a simple association. It's A plus B equals C for everything. So it's like the world is way simpler for them, but the point in bringing all of that up is now you understand, okay, well, if they don't have the ability to communicate verbally the way we do, I mean, yes, they bark and growl and whine and what have you, but that's a very small portion of their communication. So everything with them is body language. And so like with training, you become immensely aware of that when just putting a dog through basic obedience training, like something as simple as, like if I say, you won't be able to see it on camera, so I'll do it up here, not that I would tap my chest, but like your hand's down at your side, and when you say here, you do that, like, or you do that with your hand. The slightest little fucking thing, they'll pick up on that.
You're right.
Everything.
I go like just this with my dog in a train station or something. I'm like,
right.
And he instantly, boom, here he is.
Yeah, I mean, dogs are also the only mammal to our knowledge that will actually look where you look. Like if you go like this with your dog, a lot of times you can get them to look the direction that your eyes go. No other animal does that. But the body language thing, think about you're in a Target parking lot, you're in your car, you see a guy 100 yards away, you can't hear him, never met him, and he's having the worst fucking day of his life. Like you can tell, right, by the way he's walking. Mm-hmm. The transverse, somebody is having the best day of their life, also you can tell. For as much as we verbally communicate, if it's that easy for us to read that type of body language in other human beings, now imagine a dog where their entire fucking world is that.
I didn't even thought of that ever.
Yeah. So, for them, like most of their ability to read things is just they are so fucking hyper aware of body language and nonverbal communication skills that like we can't even really wrap our mind around how good they are at it.
That's incredible. That should be studied more to figure out, I don't know.
That's one of the biggest components of being successful in dog training is being able to read a dog really, really well, which is a lot easier than the other side of that coin, which is being hyper aware of your own body language. And what's helped me a ton, and I think why it's lent itself to me being at least a decent dog trainer, is doing decoy work. Dog training is dog training, but when you get in a bite suit and you have to now basically manipulate your emotions, like it's I would say on par with good actors. Like, a good actor in a role, like it's so believable because to them it's fucking real.
Like a method actor.
Yeah. And when you get in a bite suit, it's that exact same thing, just from a predatory and prey standpoint. So you have to be able to turn into a legitimate wild animal from a predatory standpoint like that, and it has to be real. Like if it's manufactured, the dog sees right through it. Like you have to feel violence and anger and predatorial aggression towards that dog and make him understand that you're there to rip his fucking soul out of his body. On the other side of that token, you have to turn into a fucking gazelle in a lion's mouth to reward that dog for coming forward, biting, defeating you, et cetera, and basically reinforcing that forward natural aggression behavior towards a human being. And you're flipping back and forth between, I'm coming to fucking kill you, now you're completely dominating and fucking killing me. And you got to be able to go back and forth, in like microseconds.
I didn't even know that was a fucking training exercise.
Yeah. I mean, only for the bite work side. Like your normal average everyday dog trainer is not going to have any concept of that.
No, that is like next level.
Yeah, but so, like you can only be good at that if you are hyper aware of your own body and you know exactly what you're putting out, what you're not putting out, et cetera. So in that regard, it's, it's given me a lot of insight into their ability to read body language and everything, because there's a lot of little kind of micro nuance things that you can do in a bite suit that will make the dog react either how you want him to, or it'll force his hand of kind of where his mind is at, if he's scared or if he's angry or whatever. And so it gives you kind of a little bit different or higher ability to read and get into that. And then also, again, just being like super aware of what I'm doing or what I'm not doing. But again, sorry to get off on a tangent, but I think
it's fascinating to me.
Yeah, but
and same with the eye contact thing. Like you said, they look where we look. Yeah. So, I mean, I would assume sometimes my dog and I get a weird feeling about someone. Maybe they're not a murderer, but maybe they've done something bad. Maybe they're just an inherently bad person, or a drug addict or schizophrenic or something. It's those ones that send the alarm bells when I have eye contact with them, and he sees them too. And it's like, he takes one look at them, looks into their eyes, and he's like, not good. So, yeah.
I mean, so when human beings are angry, they do certain things, as a species.
Yeah.
When they're sad, they do things. When they're scared, they do things. When they're, excited, they do things. When they're, whatever, nervous. The same reason why dogs can pick up on, prior to seizures and blood sugar spikes or dips or whatever is that, there's so many of these little nuanced micro behaviors that people do either prior to something or during a certain emotion or whatever. So, a lot of people talk about how dogs can smell fear, while there are pheromones and chemical changes in human beings' bodies when they have certain emotions, I think it's less about that and more about just their absolutely masterful ability to read body language.
I think you're probably right there.
Anyway, this isn't about me. This is about you. So,
oh no, I'd rather interview you.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to come on your show.
Thank you.
So, all right. So, that look into John's eyes and kind of, the man and Vincent and, you've had several people in your life that kind of all exhibited this same singular trait that kind of gave you this look into, serial killer's mind to a certain extent. From the McAfee story and then now getting into that, how did that transpire?
It was interesting because I never wanted to do the McAfee documentary. I didn't want to write the book. I didn't even talk about it. I didn't even talk about the man for 8 years. Excuse me, aside for with Vincent and then with John. And anyway, I did the McAfee documentary. That came out and blew up. It was the #1 watched Netflix documentary in the world for I think like 2 weeks, Wow. So I think there were millions and millions of eyes. All of a sudden, I've always led this quiet life. I'm a ghostwriter. I work in the shadows. I write other people's books for a living and put their names on it. And then all of a sudden I had The Man Who Hacked the World come out. Tons of people were reading it. It was one of the most, one of the biggest bestsellers in my publisher's history. It was like everyone wanted to know about John all of a sudden, but then they wanted to know about me. And I'd never anticipated that because, again, like I got my blinders on. I'm telling people's stories. I'm not telling my own, but I did tell my own in that book. And it just sort of changed something in me. It shifted my perspective of story of my life, of who I am and what I want to do. And after John and the Netflix doc, I had all these people reaching out to me with their story, like thousands of people from all over the world. I had the guy who captured Luis Garavito, one of the most prolific child predators and serial killers of all time. He's responsible for hundreds of murders, and he's the guy who captured him. I had, I should follow up on that, actually, shit. And just all kinds of fascinating stories. And I realized at that point I was at yet another crossroads. Ever since my mind became fragmented and fractured and it changed my life, I've been on this course to do what I've always wanted to do, which is to make an impact in the world, to do good, to help people, to maybe help people who were like me, And basically after the doc and after I had like a good 6 months of time, no work, no clients, and I was just like processing all of this. I wrote that at 30, basically coincided with the Netflix movie, and it made me realize that I'm wasting one of my valuable talents, which is to go after people like John, to go after people like Vincent, to go after people like the man, to protect people from them. So when I got one of the many thousands of emails in my inbox from a woman who told me her husband had a brush with the Long Island serial killer, I had to bite. You know, I had to. Is that my stomach growling?
I don't know. It's not mine.
I thought I heard my stomach. I can't really tell because of the headphones, but yeah, anyway. So I got on a call with this kid. I'm not sure I can name him, but people know who he is. Everybody knows who he is. Supposedly, what happened was he stumbled upon a snuff film in the back of the former Suffolk County police chief's car. No, it was the current at the time Suffolk County police chief. He was a crackhead. He was into drugs. He was just, you know, he was out and he was you know, breaking into vehicles and stealing stereos and shit to sell for drugs. He broke into a vehicle that ended up belonging to the Suffolk County chief of police. There was a bag. He took the bag. He brought it home. He looked in the bag. There was lube. There were sex toys. And there are discs with no words on them. He popped it into the DVD player and played it. According to him, on that disc was a snuff film of one of the victims of the Long Island serial killer. He recognized her face. He panicked. He hid the disc in a shop vac and locked it in the basement. His co-defendant, who was there and witnessed it, was freaking out. Turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. Like, this is too much, man. Like, this is bad. This is bad. He saw when he broke into the vehicle that there was a tag, like on the rear view, on the mirror there, with a cop on the tag. He was like, oh, fuck. Well, I guess I just broke into a cop car. Anyway, they knew it was a cop. They didn't know it was the chief of police. And the next morning, his whole house was raided. And before the cops showed up, he ran. He took off. He ran down to the woods, covered himself in fall leaves and foliage and shit, and just stayed there. The kid actually, he fell asleep because he was still in like a drug-addled state. He just fucking passed out while 25 cops were canvassing the property and going in and out of the house. The chief was there, not following protocol, breaking laws, like just looking through everything. If you find a tape, you know, you find some discs or my bag, give it to me. Give me the bag, you know. And they did end up finding it in the shop vac. And anyway, what transpired, this is a very long story that was unpublished. It was supposed to be. It was a I'm getting ahead of myself. But from then on, this kid's life became even more of a living hell than it already was, because he discovered that one of the most powerful people in Suffolk County could potentially be the Long Island serial killer. There was a big court case. He was taken into jail by the chief and went into a windowless interrogation room. The chief said, turn the microphones off. Went in there with my old client and started roughing him up. He had already been roughed up by two detectives beforehand. And he went in there and started roughing up my client. He's like, "Where did you make any copies of the tape? Where's the tape? You know, where's the fucking tape? You know, I'll give you a fucking hot shot of heroin. I'll kill your mom. I'll rape your mom."
Do you know how they found out that he broke into his car?
Actually, you know what? I forget. It's been years since I worked this case.
That seems like a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, it does. I think what it was what was it? He was reported it to someone, like he was on bail or something, and his parole officer or something, he had mentioned it to his parole officer or something, and the parole officer reported it, and then as soon as the chief found out it was him, it fit, and that's when he sent everybody to his property.
Did he mention if it showed how the woman was murdered? Can you share that? Or
yeah. According to him, she was crying. There was mascara dripping down her face. She was pleading with the man in a mask who resembled the chief, just crying and pleading, "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." please don't kill me. She had been raped and beaten up, punched, and then he strangled her to death.
Wow. Sorry, I was curious because it mentioned the tape.
Yeah,
and
it's relevant.
All right, so he's roughing him up, threatens him.
Yep, threatens him with a hot shot of heroin, and apparently, allegedly, according to my ex-client, he said, "I'm gonna kill you," or no, he said, you're gonna wind up dead just like those prostitutes. That was a quote. You're gonna wind up dead just like those fucking prostitutes. And my client was like, "Wow, that sounds like an admission." He made fun of the chief. He called him a pedophile, and the chief headbutted him in the nose. So like really roughed him up and then threw him in prison. And he was afraid for his life because he was afraid that the chief thought he made a copy of the tape. And what started after that was one of the biggest like political upheavals and takedowns in Suffolk County history. My ex-client got a standing district attorney fired and imprisoned. The chief was fired, or no, he resigned, I believe, and he went to prison.
For those murders?
For the abuse of authority.
Really?
Evidence tampering.
Is he still in prison?
He recently got out.
Oh, wow.
He got out before Rex Heuermann, the current alleged Long Island serial killer, was arrested. And I was there the night he got arrested. And when I say there, I was literally there. It's
how so?
Fucking weird. This is the thing, like, I don't know why, but so often with these stories, like, there are these strange coincidences that happen. So I was working the case with my client for like a year at the time, and he had given me a lot of wild information, as did a bunch of eyewitnesses, a bunch of people who had experienced things, like such as the driver who used to bring, like, the chief had a prostitution ring. Some of the girls in that ring ended up going missing. One of my biggest sources on the case was allegedly framed by the chief for the murder of his own girlfriend because he and the girlfriend started asking about these missing prostitutes. My source is still in prison. I visited him in upstate New York in prison. I got bombshell information. He told me where to find evidence implicating the real Long Island serial killers, who at this time, my client and I believed was a group of wealthy blue bloods from Long Island, 5, who had been working together and killing people for over 2 decades. And he gave me incredible information. I remember I didn't eat all day long. And I got back to Manhattan. I was staying at Hotel Hendricks right there in downtown. I always love to go there. It's by Central Park. And and I can prove this too, which is great. My Uber driver couldn't go down the one way. Excuse me. So he ended up asking, do you mind if I drop you off like at the New York Public Library, which is just a couple blocks from the hotel? I said, yeah, that's fine. Like, I'm actually pretty fucking hungry. I haven't eaten all day. It was like 8:25 p.m. I was real hungry and figured I'd go down and find like a falafel truck or something. So I got out, started walking a couple blocks, and far away, I wasn't real close, but far away, I saw like kind of a scuffle on the sidewalk, like right by the street. This big dude and tons of people walking by. This big hulking dude who, like, his head was above everybody else. He's really tall. People in like suits just like surrounded him and grabbed him and carted him off. And I was like, oh, that's weird. Just another typical evening in New York City. I went, found my falafel, went back to the hotel, had a cocktail at the rooftop bar, and then I just passed the fuck out. I went to bed. I woke up. My phone was blowing up. Oh, and by the way, I had a team who was working with Netflix for a preemptive deal to turn this whole story into a TV series, to a miniseries, which I was attached to.
The chief getting busted and all that?
They didn't know my information at this time. I was holding it real close to the chest, but they knew enough through the guys who did the McAfee doc I was working with to be like, oh, we want this. So they signed a preliminary deal with those producers, Netflix did, and then they wanted me involved. They wanted me to tell the whole story. So they came over from England and were visiting me for several of the days that I was there in New York, investigating. And they were fascinated. They're like, holy shit, they met my client. They got more of the story. It was huge. It was a big story. Maybe one of the biggest serial killer cases of the century. And because at that time it was inconceivable. You got a group of people, a coordinated group working together. The FBI isn't even aware of what that looks like. It's different. It doesn't fit the traditional MO. So there I am. I'm waking up. My phone's blowing up. Everyone's calling me and texting me, dude, Alex, they got your guy. They got Lisk, Long Island serial killer. They got your guy. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? They got my guys. For one, it's not one guy. It's multiple people. And also, what are you talking about? And I looked, and I saw the story, and I was like, yeah, the suspect, Rex Heuermann, an architect, was arrested on 5th and 35th at 8:30 p.m. last night. And I was like, well, hang on a second. Wait a minute. Yeah. And I went on my Uber app, and I looked. There I was dropped off at the same time, or like a few minutes before he was arrested. I walked several minutes in the direction of 5th and 35th. Come 8:30 p.m., I was right near there. That's where he got arrested. Wow. And I was like, how the fuck did I see? Like, this is weird. It almost felt like,
what are the odds?
What are the odds? Like, almost like it was planned or something. You know? But it wasn't. That's just like, sometimes these weird things happen in life. But anyway, I instantly called the producers. I said, guys, that's not the guy. That's not him. Maybe he killed a couple of girls. I don't even know if I believe that. Maybe he was framed just like so many people in a very Epstein sort of operation. They would have these sex parties. Very affluent, wealthy individuals would go to these sex parties. It's not beyond the realm of possibility for some evidence to have been taken from some of these people and planted, maybe put in a freezer somewhere for a rainy day. One of the suspects I was investigating, he famously stated that if anything got like real close, like if he was on the radar, he was about to get nabbed, he had a trump card up his sleeve. He had a card up his sleeve, and I wondered if this was the card, but I was kind of panicking because all of a sudden they got Rex, and all these other guys are still out there, and the producers are like, this is wild. We're going to get a hold of Netflix. We're going to talk about this. We'll get back to you. That was, I think, on a Thursday. Come Monday, Netflix already had over 30 different pitches from various producers all around the world who wanted to cover the Lisk story. So, excuse me, sorry.
Fucking coffee drinks.
Oh, it's all that coffee, man. But at least I'm awake now. You know, it's great. So it ruined the investigation. I had a book deal. Book deal went south because my client at the time, he got back into drugs. He was so stressed. He was afraid for his life. I was getting calls at fucking 3 a.m. Alex, they're after me. They're going to fucking kill me. We need to get this on Netflix. We need to get a book deal. And I'm like, bro, I'm trying. Okay. I'm going to do everything I can for you. And it wasn't enough, you know, like Netflix dragged us along, and I knew they were. I knew their tactic. There's a very famous director and producer of true crime documentaries and docuseries who ultimately got the deal. And then the talk was a co-production between between this person and us. And I said to my producers, it's like, that's not going to happen. They're not going to do a co-pro. Like, they're just stringing us along. So, but I had the whole story, and I didn't want all these, I didn't want all these victims and victims' families to lose the truth, to not have the truth aired to millions across the world, like, and get these guys indicted so they could no longer kill people. Like, I had a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee requesting a full report of my findings. Like, that was the veracity of what I was investigating. So we had some shit, and we told them that. We're like, guys, like, you really should talk to us about what we have first. Like, you know, they're like, yeah, we will. We'll get in a meeting with you. And it never happened. And so, you know, me being me, I fucking reached out to the producer and director myself. And I thought it was a very kind email. I just simply stated, hey, I'm a big fan of your work. This is my background. This is what I've done. I've been working the Lisk case. I don't know if they mentioned it to you, but they've been talking about a potential co-production. And, you know, we're very curious to hear what you think about that. We're sitting on information that we think would be very valuable to this story. Okay, so they narked on me. They went and tattled on me to Netflix. So Netflix went over to my producers and were like, hey, you better get your boy in check. He's he's rattling some cages and trying to like intimidate X's name, like this person. And they said that, they called me and they're like, Alex, you good?
Yeah.
They said, Alex, we know you. We know you're not rattling cages. So just tell us what happened. What's going on? So I told him, I shared the email with them. I was like, I'm not trying to intimidate anybody. I was just trying to get us on a fucking meeting with them because, you know, Netflix won't do it. And anyway, as so often happens, the deal died and they focused on Rex. So my client, who was a former drug addict, became a current drug addict. He treated me horribly. He was really bad, really terrible to me. And because he was so stressed, he walked away from a brand new book deal that we had that was going to be a great one. I tanked over a year of my life.
Wow.
I still have that story.
And it sounds like from your perspective, that group is still at large.
Yeah, I kept for a little bit. I kept researching. This case really got to me. Really got to me. I started having really bad nightmares about these girls. I've always been a very intuitive person. I just felt like, I don't know what you guys all believe, but I believe there's something more to just life. There's something beyond. And it just felt like I was put in that place. I was there for a reason. The reason was to do right by them. Yeah. And all of a sudden I wasn't. Yeah. That was a bad feeling.
No, I can imagine. Do you know what the total body count is?
Over 70.
70. And the engineer guy that you saw get arrested, he's still in jail.
Yeah.
He's taking the rap for it.
Yeah, they got, I haven't looked into it for a while because it just depressed the shit out of me. I haven't looked into it for a bit, but as far as I knew back in the day, their evidence against him was laughable.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is now. Maybe they planted more evidence like that. Yeah. That department is very renowned for doing.
Yeah. Are you going to move forward with any of it, or is it just kind of at a standstill unless somebody picks it up? Or
absolutely going to move forward with it. I'm right now thinking, no, let me just say it. After the McAfee story, the Long Island serial killer story, the Owen Hanson story, which is a book right here, and the current story about the Smiley Face killers and all other cases I've looked at, what I've realized is the sheer absurdity of true crime is fucking phenomenal. Like, so many egos, so many swinging dicks, so many just like dumb fucking people who muddy the waters, obfuscate details, destroy investigative integrity, and fuck up cases. It's everywhere. Like, I have never seen more ego in any industry.
The shows and documentaries on all this stuff?
The shows, documentaries, the investigators, the private investigators. I'm not downing everybody. I've worked with incredible people on the opposite, incredible law enforcement, incredible homicide investigators. But what I'm talking about are the few rabble rousers in true crime that essentially prevent crimes from being solved because of their own little fragile egos.
Obviously, that genre is huge.
Yeah.
Do you have a thought on, from kind of a human psychology standpoint, why they're so popular?
It's so fascinating to the typical like little white picket fence, white bread household, because they can't conceive of such things because they live such normal lives, and murder and chaos is so abnormal of a concept to them. It's so different.
It's just the contrast.
Yeah. And I also think there's just an unhealthy obsession with it because there's a little evil in all of us. There's a little shadow and darkness in all of us. And some people who don't recognize it within themselves and don't accept it for what it is and don't like live a good life knowing that exists, but they use it for good, I think it just stays there harbored within them. And when it comes out as this obsessive interest in the darkness. And that darkness is true crime. It's murder. It's serial killers and stuff.
Yeah, it's fascinating. The Smiley Face killer. What's the deal with that?
So I worked along on the serial killer project for a while. That crashed and burned. And that was very sad for me because a project like that, of that caliber, going away, it makes me feel like I didn't do my job. Like I did a disservice to all the victims, all the families, all the friends, all the siblings. I didn't do it. And it hurt me. I went into a depression for a little while. So when I stumbled across this TikTok reel that my partner at the time showed me, it was a guy named Ken Walks, I think, W-A-K-S. he went viral on TikTok because he was almost kidnapped in Chicago, which is a major hotspot. I'd always known about Smiley Face killers since around like 2012 when I like lost my mind. I'd known about them and been fascinated by the concept, but never really understood the sheer number of potential victims. So I saw this TikTok reel and I was just like enthralled. And I thought, wow, it's like my Long Island serial killer case, a coordinated group operating together, but bigger, because the homicide detective, Kevin Gannon, who promulgated this theory, the Smiley Face killer theory, he said he believed that there were hundreds of potential victims, which would make this pretty much the biggest serial killer case in history. And so the TikTok thing instantly got my interest, and I thought, you know what, I should reach out to this guy, the godfather of the Smiley Face killer theory, and I did. And we hit it off really well. He hit me back, and we talked for like 6 months off and on. I wanted a contract with him to like co-author a book with him about his life story and about all of this. And what happened was we ended up becoming really good friends. And at a certain point, like a year ago about, we decided, you know what, like these cases are happening in real time. The Rainy Street Ripper, which is the name given by the media to the spate of drowning deaths at Lady Bird Lake in Austin, 12 deaths over 2 years. They all fit the same criteria of SFK, the same exact criteria. These guys, young, predominantly college age, or it was before Austin, but some of the Austin victims are in their 30s, and because the group, I believe, is branching out and changing their demographic and getting more people. They go to a bar, real happening spot, usually on a weekend night. Lots of people. They would have a couple of drinks. At a certain point, they would get separated from their friends. They would be outside. Eyewitnesses would see them outside, and then they would disappear. And they would be gone for a set period of time, and then they would be found. Their bodies would be found in the water. Oftentimes, there would be no water in their lungs. They would be attributed, their deaths would be attributed to drownings, death by misadventure, acute alcohol poisoning. Because they were drownings, the scene right from the start would be, what's the word? Fuck. The scene right from the start would be compromised because they're looking at it as, oh, this college kid got drunk and walked a mile, tried to take a leak in the river, which is 1 foot deep and then 2 feet deep. And then you go 20 feet out and it's 5 feet deep. He just happened to try to take a leak and he wandered 20 feet into the river and drowned. Oops. So they're just like, with this really narrow-minded point of view, just instantly eschewing the facts which point that this could be a homicide or an abduction. The person was separated from their friends. The person was seen extremely intoxicated in spite of the fact that on the receipt from the bar, it says they only had 2 drinks. And they were only seen having a couple of drinks. How does that happen? That's because you get dosed by GHB or another date rape drug, which makes you, I've been dosed by GHB. I have been drugged. I know what it feels like. And I know how easily it would be for someone to abduct me and fucking toss me into a van in a state like that.
When were you drugged?
When I was 22 or 23, I was at this bar, and my girlfriend at the time had gotten a free drink from someone. She didn't ask for it, but the dude came over and was like, "Hey, I got you a drink, and
bottoms up, sweetheart."
And I came back to she was like, "No, that's okay. I don't want it. No, thank you. I have a boyfriend." And he's like, "Oh, come on, it's a free drink. That's okay." And I came up to the table and I was like, "Hey, what's going on here?" And he was like, "Oh, no offense, man. I just, I didn't know she was with someone. I just brought her a drink." And I said, "Oh, that's okay. Honey, you want the drink?" And she's like, "No, I don't want it." I was like, "Fuck it, I'll drink it." And the guy was like, I just quickly bowed out and I drank the drink and I got 1 beer, fucking blasted. It just, all of a sudden I got really lethargic and I just felt super drunk. And I was listing like left and right, in and out, and I couldn't stand up straight. I I only remember little patches of that evening, and my friends had to walk me home, you know, one arm on each person. I was like basically catatonic. I just got fucked.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. So I guess back to the Smiley Face stuff, there's been 45 guys, young men, found in that same lake.
There were 12 in Lady Bird Lake in Austin, Texas. There's a spate, dozens in Chicago, dozens in Minnesota and La Crosse and Minneapolis, where I was recently. There are a bunch in Boston. There are some cases in New York City, including the case 0 that Kevin originally investigated and didn't pass his sniff test. A kid named Patrick McNeil, who disappeared in '97 from the Dapper Dog bar in Uptown, and very similar circumstance to another case I just investigated. You know, he was seen outside and he was drunk. He was super wasted all of a sudden. He was walking home, and there was a van that was seen following him with a man and a woman behind the wheel. And every time Patrick would stop, throw up, the van would stop. Every time he would turn a corner, the van would turn the corner. And he was last seen on 90th Street. He was found 50 days later, 12 miles down the river. And what Kevin and his team discovered was impossible given the current and the waterway. And you got to think the NYPD water patrol is out there every single day for 50 days. And they didn't see a body floating, you know, like, and the kid, when he was found, Kevin and his team figured this out later, that there were fly eggs in his pubic hair. Fly eggs can't live underwater. And his body was found face up, but by the lividity that they discovered, he was killed and he died face down. And so his corpse only exhibited a few days of postmortem when he was missing for 50. So like if he was gone almost like, you know, 2.5 months or 2 months, where was he?
Yeah, his body would be largely decomposed in the water at that point.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. And it wasn't, and there's so many cases all around America like this.
Yeah. And so it's your belief then that they're all connected and it's a group of people that have this?
Yes.
Any guesstimation as to how many are in this group?
I would say, and this is where I differ from Kevin now, and I would like to say I'm no longer working with Kevin, and that's fine. You know, I wish him the very best of luck in his investigation, and I'm forging forward on my own with my own investigation, my own insights, and what I believe is happening. I think that it's a group that is extremely sophisticated, very intelligent people that have been probably working together since at least the 90s, during the advent of the internet age, when there are all these chat rooms and you could do things without Big Brother like staring down your shoulder and saying, "Whoa, what are you talking about?" Like, I think these guys were disparate killers originally, that they enjoyed it, and they found a common calling together during the advent of the internet and these chat rooms, and they started talking about it, and then they started meeting up, and then they started hunting together and killing these victims. They created a group out of it. The group got bigger, membership expanded, and they have been killing ever since. And they've been doing it in a way in which law enforcement cannot typically detect because they're so expert at obfuscating details and arranging them to appear as accidents. And people don't investigate accidents as homicides. So evidence gets lost, key testimony gets overwritten, surveillance tapes get overwritten, you know?
And the recurring theme or element / detail of all of them is that they end up in water and are chalked up as a drowning, an accidental drowning.
Exactly. In spite of the fact that oftentimes there's no water in their lungs.
Yeah. And how many do you think there are in this group? Do you have
Kevin and his team investigated, though they had a list that had over 700. Of that list that I looked at and that I went through, I believe over 300 are very credible and fit a very similar mirroring sort of demographic.
You're talking the actual murders?
Yeah.
What about the group of the actual killers?
The group, I'm sorry. Probably 50 or less.
Okay.
I would posit that several dozen members are active in cells all around the country.
And do you think that they live in these different locations, or they travel to do it?
I think that they do a bit of both.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I have a feeling, for instance, in the Austin cases, well, actually also the New York cases. So New York was one of the original hotspots, and it went away for a bit. And, it was Boston, it was Chicago, it was Minneapolis, it was St. Cloud, Minnesota, it was Wisconsin. It was, and then it was Austin. And now we have, I don't want to say we, but now there are 3 potential victims of this group just in Brooklyn, New York, like two of whom exited the Brooklyn Mirage music venue under very similar circumstances. Again, like separated from friends, left, or actually, no, I don't believe these guys were separated from friends, but they left the music venue and they both ended up in the same river, within months of each other. One of the guys was texting his friend saying, quote, "Dude's trying to kill me," end quote. And then he said, quote, "Dude's waiting for me outside." Dudes as in D-U-D-E-S, no apostrophe, to indicate multiple, plural. And this guy is the last anybody hears from him. And he dies, and he's found in the same body of water, and they chalk it up to drowning.
Yeah.
It's just...
Is there a recurring theme of always being drugged, and it's at some sort of establishment that serves alcohol, or is that just a lot of the time? Is it every time?
I don't believe it's every time. I believe that some victims who are more easily incapacitated don't really require that set of their MO, because if they are drunk enough, which again kind of muddies the waters of these cases, if you're super wasted and you're blackout and you're stumbling home and there are no street cameras, no surveillance from the shops, you're past that, and a van pulls up to you with blackout windows, the door opens, a guy who's doing recon following the kid just runs up and fucking zip ties him behind his back and tosses him in the van. The guys in the van zip tie the ankles and further incapacitate him, maybe give him a shot of something to put him to sleep. That's just easy pickings.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of them are, I believe, drugged.
If you do almost like and maybe you have used AI or they have, is there a commonality between victims?
Yeah.
And what are they? I mean, other than being younger men, is there anything other than that?
They're younger men. In the beginning, they were predominantly white, but now it seems that the group is branching out and doing the same thing to people of color, and homosexuals as well, but yeah, they're typically younger, college age. They were usually white, but now it's changing. They were good people. They were typically, at least in the 90s and early 2000s, they were successful in sports. They were very bright. They got great grades. They had promising futures and careers. They were like the best and brightest. Any
political commonalities that you're aware of?
Not typically, that I know of.
Some
Not
of
typically.
Each.
Yeah.
Where does the smiley face part come in?
So that again is, I want to give full credit to Kevin because he's one of the most brilliant investigators I have ever met, and he's done a phenomenal job at this. He and his team noticed early on that often at places of disappearance, aka abduction, places, body recovery sites, or typically there would be smiley face graffiti. And the media really went off with that. They took those comments and called them the smiley face killers, which I think is a misnomer, to be honest with you. And I think it's kind of muddied the waters of otherwise really pertinent information and evidence. So they're called the smiley face killers for that reason. There's often smiley face graffiti found at the body recovery sites and sites of abduction and sites near the abduction. I personally have a photo of a smiley face near a body, near a place in the Lady Bird Lake where someone went missing, where one of the victims went missing.
And it's, is it in every case or just a lot of them?
It's not in every case. It's in a bunch of them, but not all of them.
And it's always spray painted graffiti?
Mm-hmm.
Same color? Does it vary?
It varies. It varies. And that's why I think the theory has gotten the most flack, is because people say, well, there's smiley faces under every overpass. There are smiley faces on every street corner. And you know what? I agree with that. I agree smiley faces are very prevalent. This I can't comment on because it's Kevin's own information, but he and his team investigated so many cases that they believe that there is a certain subset of graffiti that is known and used only by the group. But that's for him to talk about because, you know.
Would that be like almost like the experts that look at writing, whatever you call them?
Oh, yeah. What are they, cryptographers or something?
Yeah, I mean, like something where they would be able to discern, like, yes, the same person spray painted these.
Yeah, it's like handwriting experts who worked on the Zodiac case back in the 1960s.
Same kind of thing. Like,
same
goes
kind of
into
thing.
that kind of thing, yeah.
But this is just one quick comment. That's where we kind of differed, Kevin and me, when we'd be out on the scene investigating. He would often look for smiley faces. And to me, I didn't think that was relevant or even credible, because sometimes we're looking at scenes that are over 20 years old. And I'm like, the smiley face would be gone. But also, like, the smiley face doesn't tell us who they are. Yeah. It doesn't give us, like, I want concrete, factual, corroborating information, evidence always. Like, it's just, it's black or white for me in true crime now. And I don't believe as staunchly as he does that the smiley faces should be one of the main aspects of these cases. Yeah. I think, like, I don't even think they should be called the smiley face killers. I think they should be called the river killers or something. Yeah. Because that's the number one in every case, is the body of water.
Yeah. And a lack of evidence suggesting that it's an actual drowning.
Yeah.
You started a true crime. Is there anything else you want to bring up on the smiley face stuff?
No, not at the moment, but.
You started a true crime project called We Hunt Serial Killers. What is it? What do they do? Who's involved?
So We Hunt Serial Killers, or what, as I call it, WHSK. I kind of started creating this project in my head over the last like 5 or 6 years that I've been really looking into and writing true crime and investigating. And I've always thought, like, how badass and cool and fun would it be if you had a group of experts gathered together, just like who I think the serial killers, just like I think the serial killers gathered together, but the opposite team, to hunt them, to go after them. Because there does exist a killer so adept, so sophisticated, so terrifyingly good at what they do that they are not on the radar of law enforcement or federal agencies like the FBI or the CIA. They exist. They can't even describe what this killer is because they haven't ever caught this type of killer before. But they're out there. I believe they are out there. And such a diabolical, skilled group of bad people, I think, should have similarly a awesome group of experts who know who they are and who can go after them, who not know who they are, but know their tells, know what they're up to, and can find them. And so I created We Hunt Serial Killers. It's myself. I'm no expert. I'm an investigative journalist and an author and a true crime investigator. Brian Seeley, who is a famous white hat hacker. He's the only guy to hack the United States Secret Service. Basically, like, hunts sex trafficking rings for funsies. I have people I cannot name who are really high up in intelligence circles, former military and private investigator, and more people. And the thing about We Hunt Serial Killers, that's our job. I just launched that project, and I'm pretty sure we got a green light to turn it into a TV series. We've gotten multiple offers from different producers. The SFK project just got a green light with iHeartRadio, which is awesome. So I'm part of that as well. But the thing that makes WHSK novel and different, and my overarching goal with it, is this: the message, we hunt serial killers, is not me and my team. It's not us. The we is supposed to be all of us. The we are all the eyewitnesses scattered around the country, all of the private investigators working on behalf of the families who just lost their sons and don't believe the common narrative that they died from drowning. It's the medical examiners who think that something is going on. It's the homicide detectives. It's the citizen sleuths. You know, it's everybody. I want to create WHSK. I want WHSK to become an interoperable network of all of these people who are part of true crime or observe true crime, accidentally or otherwise, to come together under one umbrella and work together to help solve these cases that law enforcement doesn't believe even exist.
Yeah. That's some fascinating shit, man. Can you say about how many people are in your crew of WHSK?
Yeah, less than 10.
Less than 10.
And also, this is kind of like a PSA, if you don't mind, Mike.
Taking applications?
Yeah, we're
All
taking
right.
applications, man.
I'll get with you after the
I was
show.
going to say, I might get you on board,
Let's get
man.
some dogs involved.
Let's
man.
get some dogs for sure. We need
absolutely,
that.
Yeah. Man, that's fascinating stuff. The other project you have going on is the Owen Hanson story. You've written the book, but tell us about that real quick, and then I got a couple of Patreon questions.
Yeah, you got it. Owen Hanson reached out to me like 5 years ago. He was in prison. He's a former USC football player turned kingpin for the cartel. And it's kind of ironic. In the Netflix movie, I say, if there's one thing I know, it's you don't fuck with the cartel. And then I kind of fucked with the cartel. I mean, not on purpose. I don't really say anything bad about them. Yeah. But I wrote a whole book about it and about Owen. And
he's in prison now?
He actually is in a halfway house. He got out a few months ago.
Oh, wow.
Yep. So Mark Wahlberg optioned his life rights through Unrealistic Ideas, and they're doing a docu-series about Owen's life, about the stories in this book, and I'm in that as well.
Damn, that's cool.
Yeah, and that comes out, I don't know if I'm allowed to say which network, but you know it, and it comes out in the winter.
Oh, nice. Mm-hmm. Any chance of getting him on the show, you think?
Who, Wahlberg?
Well, sure.
Owen? Oh, man, he would love to. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that'd be great. Man.
Absolutely, he would come on the show.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Let's do it.
Yeah, especially if it's, if we can get it before, if he's done in the halfway house before it comes out.
Right, yeah, I think we could do that.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Couple of Patreon questions. Claire says, this subject matter terrifies me, unlike many who are captivated by it. What little I've seen or heard about past real-life investigations, a psychic has been used. Is that a thing? Do you put any stock in it to help with clues?
That is a fantastic question. Thank you for asking that. I mentioned that I work with some people in intelligence circles, right? There's a whistleblower story that I had been working on until recently, which the public very much knows about. It's very front-facing. It's world news. And my client, who I had been working with, is going to be front-facing very soon in a very big way. Through this person, I have met other people, including other people in intelligence circles, badass military operatives, black ops we're talking, and as well as some people who have worked in government circles in the same vein as, have you seen The Men Who Stare at Goats? George Clooney. It's about, psychic phenomena in the military and how they harness that power.
No, I haven't seen it.
So check it out. It's pretty good. It's funny. Yeah. So basically, what I can say is I have met some people who were in programs like that, and they have used what they posit to be their psychic abilities to find information on serial killer victims and cases that law enforcement has not been able to find, and their success rate is pretty remarkable in some instances.
Wow, that's an interesting component to it. So thumbs up, thumbs down, you'd say you buy into it and it can be helpful?
I'd say I'd like to remain neutral, but I have seen enough to declare, just like with all these cases being conspiracy theory, that's not a conspiracy theory, that for whatever reason, they have a success rate, and the fact that we can't explain it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I
wonder if there's just so many out there that are just bullshit artists that are good at reading people.
There are.
Waters down and discredits the ones that maybe are legitimate.
You're absolutely right. That is one of the major detractors for these guys.
Yeah. Garrett says, up to this point, what do you think the meaning of life is, and how have your experiences influenced that?
I had an acid trip when I was 14 years old.
Do you know it's going to be a good story when that's how it starts? So I was 14 and fucked up on acid.
Oh, it was bad. I don't do drugs ever
14.
anymore. It was bad.
Jesus.
I did acid, ecstasy, and mushrooms all at the same time. They call it candy flipping. I was at this concert. I tripped for 3 days, and I discovered what I thought was the answer to life. And I mean, it's quite simple. It's to love. That's it. The answer is love. And every action, everything you do in life, if you're at a crossroads, you have to think, like some people say, what would Jesus do? My thing is like, where does the love exist in this equation? What is the right thing to do? What is the thing to do that might hurt so much, but might be just built into that whole edifice of love and goodness and truth and light?
Yeah.
I think that is the answer to life. It's the answer to mine.
Love.
That's
it. I can get behind that, not in a kinky way.
I could get behind it in a kinky way too.
Either way, I mean, that's part of it. Yeah. We're going to jump on to Patreon. We're going to talk about why serial killers usually get caught, how would you get away with a perfect murder, and dip into the Black Dahlia and Jack the Ripper real quick. But that's only on Patreon. So if you want to hear his insight on that, you're going to have to sign up and go check that shit out. Anything else that you want to mention before I present you with your gifts that I still have to go grab quick?
I have gifts?
You have gifts, 2 of them.
No shit.
And it's not herpes. It's not the gift that keeps on
good.
giving.
It's not part of the love equation we're talking about.
Man, I can't thank you enough for coming on. Just the insight, the questions, your life story, especially for how young you are, is truly remarkable. I mean, like I said, I interview, some of the most fascinating people on the planet with incredible life stories, and I don't know of one that has packed so much shit into the first 32 years as you have. So can't thank you enough for taking the time and coming. Amazing story. Definitely want to keep in touch.
Oh my, what is this?
We got to open it to find out.
Oh man. Do I open the bag first or this?
You can do the bag first.
Do the bag.
Build up to it.
It feels heavy.
Yeah, big thanks to John Johnston and Champion Choice Silver for both these coins and what's in the black box. But
I love that. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. Where's this? When you rise in the morning, think
with
of
a heart on,
which is quite typical. Think of what I'm going to get sued for sexual harassment against you. Think of what a privilege it is to be alive. That just goes hand in hand with what I was just saying about love, the answer to life. Yeah, it's on this fucking coin. I love that.
Amen.
Thank you. That's cool. The silver.
Oh, it's pure silver. Yeah.
Fucking hell. I'm going to pawn this shit.
Yeah, melt it down.
Yeah, I'm going to right after the show. All right, and this Champion Choice Silver.
Yep.
Whoa, what the fuck? Is that a belt buckle?
It sure as fuck is,
Holy shit. I don't even have any more belt buckles. I left them all at my house.
Well, there you have a travel buckle now. So.
This is sick.
What's crazy is that is the subdued version. So
way.
I said flashier subdued.
I thought you tricked me and did the opposite.
Nope.
I mean, it is subdued though in its own way. This is beautiful. Yeah. Who did this?
Champion Choice Silver, and John Johnston, a big supporter of the show out in California, did the designs, paid for them, donated them to the guests. So big thanks to those guys.
Hell yeah! I'm gonna rock this when I get my belt back from my girlfriend. Amen. It's in her car. Thank you, Mike.
It's in a bag with some discs.
With some discs and no sex toys. Yeah. 0.
Yeah, thank you again for coming.
Thank you, man.
I sure appreciate it. To you guys, the listener, can't thank you enough. This has been, I believe, our longest episode ever. So it's always nice to shatter the record books, and just can't thank you enough for your continued support week after week, month after month, and even year after year for giving us a platform to share incredible stories like this. So thanks to you. Feel free to check out Patreon for the bonus footage. If you didn't like the show, feel free to choke yourself. And until next time, this is Mic Drop.